Times pass, but love begins to grow. All I ask, 'cause life is never slow. Can you walk with me? Can you walk and face the world? Let's dream of paradise. Dare anything, just build the flame. How fast journey won't feel the same. And can you fight with me? And can you fight and save the world? Whoa, right now. It's time to walk and face the world. It's time to fight right now. It's time to fight and save the world. It's time to fight right now. Times pass, but love begins to grow. All I ask, 'cause life is never slow. Can you walk with me? Can you walk and face the world? Let's dream of paradise. Dare anything, just build the flame. How fast journey won't feel the same. And can you fight with me? And can you fight and save the world? Whoa, right now. It's time to walk and face the world. It's time to fight right now. It's time to fight and save the world. It's time to fight right now. It's time to walk and face the world. It's time to fight right now. Time to face the world. It's time to fight and save the world. Save the world. It's time to fight right now. Blue skies everywhere. Ooh, baby, let me show you what I mean. walking down the street. She's turning up the heat. She's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street. All guys, they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street. It's just so bittersweet. You can't compete and nothing's stopping her. Nothing's stopping. Walking down that street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever you've seen. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. There's something in the atmosphere. There's something else been breathing on my air. And giants live in silence under all my scar. Anxiety creeps in on me, oh, only in the dark. Saying, hush little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality. Shining light in the dark, I can tell. Demons don't know me so well. So hush little baby, don't you cry for me. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry, no. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry, no. Don't you cry, don't cry for me. Fighting back goes against my human nature. 100%, but I ain't always been an angel. Mama taught me silence is a weapon. Ignorance is bliss. Hush, little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality. Shining light in the dark, I can tell. Demons don't know me so well. So hush, little baby, don't you cry for me. Don't you cry. Don't you cry. Don't you cry. Giants live in silence under all my scar. Anxiety creeps in on me, oh, only in the dark. Hush, little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality. Shining light in the dark, I can tell. Demons don't know me so well. So hush, little baby, don't you cry for me. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry. Don't you cry, don't cry for me. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry. No, don't you cry, don't cry for me.
Hey tacticians, wait, new set theme. Greetings, heroes! Welcome to the next season of Rising Legends. I'm Niberia, and I'll be your guide on this brand new journey. Today, we're going to announce the new competitive format for Monsters Attack. But there are plenty of updates, so please don't get distracted with the Uwu Urga. It's so cute. This set, we're going to have two different ways to qualify for finals. We'll have the Golden Spatula Cups and the ladder qualification. To qualify for the Golden Spatula Cups, the TFT regional competitions will take the main stage. 52 of the 128 players will qualify through those competitions. DACH, France, and Eastern Europe get 7 spots each. Poland and Turkey have 6, rest of EMEA has 5, Spain and Northern Europe get 4, and MENA and Italy will have 3 apiece. The remaining 76 tacticians will qualify in 2 ways. Lots of numbers, I know, bear with us. 32 will qualify through the open qualifier and 44 from ladder. So don't miss the opportunity to compete in your regional TRCs to have the chance at winning a spot in the next Golden Spatula Cup. This time around, we won't have a point reset when the mid-set update releases, so no more cramming for finals. Every game of Monsters Attack counts. All that in mind, only 32 players will qualify for the Rising Legends Finals. The 3 winners from the Golden Spatula Cups, 21 point leaders from those cups combined, and the top 8 point earners from the ladder snapshots. Let's talk Super Brawl. Super Brawl is now a unique competition separate from the Rising Legends circuit, which means the winner won't automatically qualify for the Rising Legends Finals. 4 players from each TRC will compete to be crowned Best of EMEA and take home the trophy. Oh, you don't know? Oops. Well, you heard it right. This set, we're going to have a trophy for Super Brawl. That's all for now. Thanks for watching, and remember, you could be the hero of Spatulopolis. We'll see you in Monsters Attack.
Welcome back, everybody, here at our Golden Spatula Cup #1 of Set 8. My name is Mix, and I'm so happy to be here with you guys. Next to me, Uda and Morgan. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling very excited to be with you guys one more time. It's such an amazing experience, and last time you guys made me feel like I'm with my family, and to be on the desk one more time on the analysis with Vita and UMix is such a refreshing experience. I saw a lot of crazy stuff happen yesterday, so I can't wait for today, and I'm feeling very delighted for being on the desk with you guys today.
It was yesterday, right? We saw a lot of everything, which I think is what makes me the most excited for today, right? We saw every single playstyle being viable. We even saw someone like fully open for it until 4-1, right? It's like we kind of got it all yesterday.
That's what you get when you have a C patch, right? When does that ever happen? But if you're just now tuning in and you're like, who are these people and what is Rising Legends? Let me give you a quick reminder. Rising Legends is our EMEA tournament circus, bringing you all of EMEA region TFT esports. We have all of the TRCs feeding into this, and we have been seeing TRC qualified players do really well this tournament. So I'm so excited. But looking forward to today, you already said it, we have lots and lots of comps. Is there any comp that you are specifically looking forward to that you want to see?
I just want to see like more. I feel like we didn't get to see enough Draven on broadcast. I mean, that sounds weird. Like, I'm not even an expert on the comp myself, but it's been such a strong comp all around that, like, I feel like it's a comp that we need to see more of, and we should expect to see more of on stream today.
Yeah, what about you, Morgan?
After the recent nerfs of the shoe shots, for just the 2 shoe shots on board, I wish that we can see more people playing Civilian Samira more. I think she's gotten really, really strong after the recent buffs that happened to 5-cost units, specifically Aphelios, with his blue gun, aka the Infernum, if you guys play League, or the Dusk Wave, as it's called in TFT. I would love to see more shoe shots boards being played with the Civilian build, because the amount of mana that you can give to the shoe shots and Samira and Aphelios, they make them cast really quick. The only thing about this board is that it's kind of risky, because to reach the point where you have 4 shoe shots, if you don't get the hero augment for Aphelios, it's really risky to hit that point where it power spikes into something strong. So I would love to see someone play Samira and Aphelios with civilians. I'm not sure if we had that yesterday on the broadcast or not, but it would really be refreshing to see that.
I don't think civilians are probably going to be a direction people go towards to, but we're definitely going to see 2 and 4 sure shot being flexed, and there was a lot of that, and there even was a Civil reroll, which might be something you're looking forward to, Morgan, played by Pika, so maybe that's the player to watch for you. But let's remind everybody where they can find us, Morgan. What do we need to look for on the Bird app?
If this is your first time to come with us on the stream, make sure to follow us on TFT Esports EMEA on Twitter, and make sure to be able to join the conversation. You can hashtag TFT Rising Legends, write anything, post it on Twitter, and you're gonna appear in our breaks for some free marketing for you and your Twitter. Say whatever you want about the casters, about the games, about the compositions.
Don't say whatever you want. Be nice.
You can, yeah, just be a little bit nice. Be a little bit nice. You have some freedom, but please be nice to us. So TFT Esports EMEA on Twitter, and to join the conversation, tweet anything and write beside it hashtag TFT Rising Legends.
All right. Now, with that, let's remind everybody what was going on yesterday. I already gave you a little bit of a preview saying that there was a Sivir 3 for some reason, but there was some other wildness going on too, Wida, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to talk about the more in-game specific things a little bit later, right? But in terms of players coming through, France continuing to do incredibly well overall. That is to be expected. Poland did lose a lot of players, but the players that did remain in the tournament did perform really well, right? They had 2 players in the top 5. One of them even finished day 1 in first place in was it Shredding? It wasn't Shredding, but Shredding also did well yesterday, right? We had like a lot of really good players. Yeah, for some reason it just skips my mind here just for a second. Travis C. Watt. It's because like he doesn't even know what his own name really goes sometimes. So like
Travis Cat Meow Meow.
Yep. Or Travis C. Water. There, has a lot of good names in there. Germany also doing really well with a nice mix of the old school and the new school coming through, like both Salvi and Dark Hydra making it through. Meanwhile, the UK getting both of their players through. And a special shout out to one ASA, right, from Georgia. Like first time on for Georgia as a country, as well as himself in a GSC and coming through and performing very well.
Yeah, absolutely. So good to see. We had a lot of madness going on, and I'm so happy to see kind of all of the regions come back. I think we are seeing a lot more from Turkey this time around as well. A lot of the players coming from the Turkish TRC are still in, and we're going to be looking forward to that. Big shout out to Epchi, who is our only female player at this tournament right now. Super, super happy about that. But let's have a look at what happened yesterday. Here are our highlights.
From Paris to Ankara, from Berlin to Tunis, 128 players from all across the European, Middle Eastern and African regions are here today to start the TFT Rising Legends competitive circuit for Monsters Attack.
I don't think she can live this one, but she is fighting for her life. The Aphelios is there. Can he take her down? He cannot. Yeah, I don't think Chester can do anything against Snooty here, but let's see how it goes. The Fiddlesticks has been, proc is working, trying to take out some units here.
Everyone getting shrouded, but we do have a ton of casts coming in. The backline sure shots pumping out the damage. The AoE is enormous, and the corner has finally been turned. Zorro takes the early laser core all the way to a first place. Dance around for a little bit, just to, to establish dominance.
You're one of those players?
Maybe. Being put together in the early going. Well, double 61 will lose out to Krugs.
The board, right? Because you can't see how close these fights are at the end of the day, right? Like,
Samira, you got us! Right. Surely, Samira, please!
It will be enough.
Yumi still stays completely untouched. Aphelios pulling it back from the brink, gets exploded. Samira goes as well, and that's gonna be it.
Or maybe just so 5-head he knows he's winning this fight regardless, but Talia looks like it's not enough to take on Viego. Viego's still running rampant, gets the last few kills here. It's only the Echo left alive against 2 of the damage carries, and that will be it. Grim taken down in 4th place.
Fire on the Rammus, who's incredibly tanky. Cho'Gath body blocking for just a few seconds as the carries on both sides of the board pull out the damage. The Rammus gets into the backline. And I think it's over. Magaki's streak is torn from them, and Turbo Kurt will take the first.
And it seems we're not the only people excited about this. My cat has graced us. But Morgan, looking at what you missed yesterday, how are you feeling?
I missed a lot of crazy stuff, from Oxford Samira to people losing to Krugs to people having full legendary boards. Seems like yesterday had a lot of crazy stuff happening, and I can't wait for today. It seems like I missed a lot of fun, but again, I'm glad for day 2, and it only keeps getting better. So will people lose to Wolf today, maybe? I don't know.
I hope not. Lots and lots of madness going on, but that's one thing I probably don't need repeated.
I feel like losing to Wolves is almost impossible.
Yeah.
Like it's almost impossible, but we're almost right, because the game at that point is kind of stabilized enough. But yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be kind of crazy, but let's not speak it into existence. We know casters have some powers here on desk. I continuously experience my true power whenever I try to cheer someone up and root for them, and suddenly they get knocked out day 1. So I'll be very careful with that. But let's have a look at our current standings and the players that have qualified for day 2. Morgan, anybody that speaks out to you here? I mean, I'm seeing lots of Germany, but I'll be careful not to jinx them.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of these people do ring a bell, and I've seen so many of them in previous Golden Spatula Cups, so I expected to see more new faces and more people that were kind of new for me. I expected to see the 3 people who qualified for MENA, at least one of them would make it maybe to the second day, which we consider the semi-finals, but we've been kind of unlucky. Again, I remain in this tournament as the only MENA representative. I wish we had players. I remember last year we had Mujiwara, which for some reason didn't make it to this list. I wish we had anyone, at least Arzo or Blackie or one of the people who won from the TRC Cups to make it here, but no. Again, there's no one from MENA.
On the contrary, right? I'm no longer the only Danish representative in day 2 of the Golden Spatula Cup. Let's go! Right,
yeah,
so
you get the party.
I reached out to Bun Bun just quickly this morning to hear what his thoughts were and like how he felt, and he was a little bit nervous, but I feel like he should, hopefully for him, be able to bring it back, right? And I think that overall, when you look at this list of players, I think Flumvi is one of the players from Finland that we haven't really seen and experienced before, right? So that is a pretty interesting one. Hayden making a return to competitive TFT and actually performing well in a tournament, which I feel like has been a long time coming for him. So that's something that I'm super happy for him, makes, right? And also, we're seeing Experian back.
Yeah, absolutely. I was so happy to see that. I've been talking to Experian a little bit because, as most of you know, I've been kind of trying to keep up with the TRCs, the regional tournaments, and he's been a great help in helping me figure out the Hex League, the French league, which unfortunately my French is just very bad. So I rely on people to translate that for me. But yeah, really, really lovely to see him back. Maybe gonna take another win, would be cool. But for now, we have another player that we do want to highlight. Coming in really, really strong from yesterday, another Polish legend. It seems like this Golden Spatula Cup seems to favor our Polish friends. TSW5 is here with us. How are you today?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. So my name is TSW5/Kubek. It's maybe a long story, but yeah, basically when it comes to tourneys, I'm Kubek, and when it comes to ladder, it's TSW5 because when I was TSW5, I was losing everything, and when I'm Kubek, I quite win. So yeah.
So Kubik is his lucky charm. Kubik is his lucky charm. Now we get it.
Yeah, and the story is very funny. Actually, it comes from Leluk, but yeah, it's like a story for 5 minutes. So yeah.
Okay, we'll save that for when you win the Golden Spatula Cup.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, so Kubik, since you said that this is your lucky charm, I'm gonna be calling you that, not TSW5. And you participated before in the Golden Spatula Cups. Participating right now into this one, what difference are you having in practicing? How are you prepared differently for this tournament? Anything particularly new from last tournament?
Yeah, especially I feel like recently I have a change in my mindset that I try not to win, but I try to have fun. And I think that was the biggest change, because when you don't care that much about results, you start to appreciate that where you are right now. And I feel like in 15 years, when I will be thinking about this time, I will be like, oh, it was cool. So I try to have more fun than care about results. And for now, it's been working for me.
That's the spirit.
I really love that. I love that so much. That's a great statement.
So I have a question for you, right? Do you think that there is a bit of a generational shift coming in Polish TFT, right? Because of Bryson and Chicane going out today, and we've seen someone like Kubikson, like again, very young yourself. You're also not the oldest person in the scene in Poland, right? Like, do you think that there's like a divide there between those two like groups of people, like the old school and the new school? Or, like, are you all working together?
It's like I've been in the scene for a very long time, but I've not been winning a lot, I guess, because I've always been like in top 20, 25 or 30 of Challenger, but I was like burying a bit in tournaments, and I've tried 5 times to get into Polish Championship, but I was always like 1 place below. So yeah, but then I started this set, I started having some success, and we've been working mainly with Kezman, with Travis, Leluk, Wojtek, and I feel like we have good relationship, and we've been helping each other a lot. So yes.
Yeah, I mean, Poland has been on the rise ever since Rising Legend was established, right? We can have the facts there, and you guys just stomping through tournament after tournament with Lelouch, of course, taking the EMEA finals as reigning EMEA champion. Now, taking it a little bit back, looking at today, you already said you're trying to have more fun with it. What is the comp you're currently, not the strongest, but the one you're enjoying the most?
I feel like I have 2 ways of playing. First way of playing is I see I have win streak board, then I try to look into Belvet / Aphelios if I high roll, / Laser Corp if I have good opener with Renekton 2, or if I have lose streak and I have a tier, then I will lean into reroll Yumi / reroll Ezreal, and I've dropped many points on ladder testing this playstyle, but I feel like I have good grasp of this playstyle and I know how to do it. And especially maybe I will like spill some tea like how I play it, but I don't care. And like it's basically I play it this way that I like when hero augment is not the first one. And actually I like playing reroll comps when there is no hero augment, because people don't play it and I can play it solo and people don't contest me. So I've been doing it in day 1, and I won 2 games, one with Yumi, one with Ezreal, and I was second with Yumi because no one was contesting me because there was no hero augments.
That sounds really good. I mean, okay, you did say that it's been working out pretty nice for you recently to focus more on having fun and careless about the results. So, is there any specific ritual that you do that can keep your mental better during games? Like, what do you do when you lose 4 times in a row? When you get that 8-8-8-8 in scoreboard, how do you come back from that? How do you keep up your mental after losses? If you would give one tip to players coming out from not the best TFT game.
I have in mind that when I lose, I will have to study agricultural law or like some not very interesting stuff, and maybe that's what's helping me. The context of that.
So academic learning is the one way you can get yourself straight into Challenger. Noted.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, studies help me a lot, especially that there is now exam session. It helps me a lot. So yeah.
All right. Panda, I think, has it figured out. IRL scary, TFT good. But with that, Kuik, is there anybody you want to shout out? Do you stream? Is there anything you want to mention here as like a lucky charm maybe for this interview today?
So of course I would like to shout out my mom and my dad who are now on their way to Austria. So I wish them good drive, and and the guys from Discord, the guys from Kezman chat, the supporters from Blackfire Eyes chat, and that's very nice that all of Polish players are being supported, and all of course shout out to Wojtek, Kezman, Shredin, Travis, and Leluk, and I wish all of the participants to have fun and to good luck for today.
Aw. Thank you so much for that lovely interview, and best of luck to today, Kubek. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I always love talking to our players. I know I say that every time, but it makes me so happy to hear from them.
They are good. They're a good bunch, right? Like overall, I think that we have a very nice set of players in Rising Legends all across a lot of different communities, right? And they span from, all over the EMEA, right? Like we can speak to anyone anywhere, and they're always down to chat about TFT, because at the end of the day, that's what we're all here for. We're all here to enjoy some good old-fashioned TFT.
And speaking...
Go ahead.
No, speaking of good old-fashioned TFT, we do have some information dense segment. So get out those paper notes and make sure you're having something to write down on, because here comes all of the info you need to maybe just play like our players. I mean, it doesn't work for me, but maybe it works for you. Starting us off with our new guests, stuff we haven't seen in our Monster Party so far, but that has made somewhat of a showing in yesterday's tournament. Of course, we can't ignore the kitty cat in the room. Yumi has made a return. She's back, especially when hero augments don't come into play, but we are also seeing some Yumi boards make it through on hero augments. I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more from Wida on this. But another comp that we are seeing a little bit more of now that Set has kind of falling off, we are getting a lot more Draven reroll, 5 mecha being a thin. We even seeing a Draven reroll with like aces if people can pull it off. So that's definitely a comp that I'm looking forward to, because I'm always in the mood for some low-cost free rolls. And then on the other side of that spectrum, legendaries have made a return. They're back. They're everywhere. If you're looking at a post-screen lobby, every single late-game board probably has 1, 2, or 3 legendaries. Fiddlesticks and Urgot's just so good. Janna being slotted in more than often. And if you ever get dizzy, just look out for a Felios who's going to lend you a helping hand. And you just need another sure shot character to flex in, and you'll be good, I'm sure.
Yeah, we spoke about Aphelios, and we said how about almost all 5 cost units started in this set being a little bit underwhelming, and that's why all of them received a few buffs. Speaking of 4 cost units, Belveth was one of these units that started off in this set being absolutely on the wrong foot, being absolutely underwhelming, and whenever anybody got Belveth, she was one of our weakest threats. Hell, you could throw rank 3 or a 3-star at Remus, and he would do way better damage than Belveth with his augment. But after the recent buffs, you can easily flex into her, whether you are going or whether your initial plan was going on a Samira or a Laser Corp Zed. You can work out with her pretty nicely with everything. With a bow start, you can go into Hurricane, you can get into Last Whisper, or even if you got a glove start, you can still throw that Infinity Edge, that Last Whisper, and you can still get a Belveth. Because all of us sometimes don't get that best luck into getting 6 Laser Corps online quickly or get the Zed level 2 quickly. So you can use her as an item holder for Zed or a Samira comp, whether you were going on one of these two with your current board, but Belveth 1-star and 2-star after the recent buffs have been really dominant. So you can flex her items, whether if you want to play Samira or Zed, and she works really well right now after these buffs. And the thing about Belveth is that you just need 1 or 2 frontline units and she amps up really quickly. She's also able to dodge a lot of these comps that were very hesitant against her back then. Right now, if you can get a Belveth 2-star, hell, you could even pivot out of Zed and Samira and just keep going with her. So we've seen Wanasa do this comp pretty well, and he's one of those players that are really AD heavy. So a bow start or a glove start or a BF start are always an indicator that he's gonna play one of these boards.
Yeah, and looking over to another player that we want to talk a little bit about here after yesterday's performance is going to be Ixula here, who played a lot of Yuumi last night. I was like, trying to figure out if there's like... I just want to speak about, like, he just played a lot of Yuumi, played a lot of reroll in general. And we did see that he did get kind of fortunate in a few of his games, where he kind of like got lucky there was no hero augment on 4-2, because there had been hero augments on 4-2 a couple of his games. There's a chance he wouldn't have made it to day number 2 at the end of the day, right? But it's just more of the implications of Yuumi being back in the meta, just again being opened up again now. Again, obviously a little bit more centered around hitting Nyla 2, for example, and like having that stronger front line. But again, as always, it is going to be that Yuumi and that blue buff. And the thing is that another thing that's worth noting now, blue buff has a lot of uses. We heard CSW5 or Quebec talk about Ezreal reroll, for example, right? That's something that uses blue buff now. So like if you start tier and you get dropped another tier on the initial PvE rounds, you have a lot of options to play from.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, I mean, we already said it before, patch 13.1c, we're in a C patch. The balance is just so great right now. Every comp seems to be viable in different aspects, allowing players to play so flexibly, to have so diverse comps in every lobby. And it's super, super fun right now. I love this state of TFT. I'm just, happy to have that any day of the week. But with that, let's hear from another player that has done extremely well throughout Dragonlance. We have an interview with Noel already.
Hello everyone, welcome to T Fight and Tactics, the premier interview series we have here in EMEA. And of course, we have the premier players, the premier personalities. In this case, it will be Noel TFT representing Hungary, but representing also EMEA with a breakout set. Last set, really a great performance, and now I guess trying to do the same in set 8. But Noel, how are you? How are you feeling? And how is this wonderful winter day going for you?
I'm feeling great. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. It's actually kind of nice weather in Hungary right now, so I'm doing great.
Noel, I wanted to find out more about you as a person on a more personal level outside of TFT. So whatever you're happy sharing in terms of where you're from, who you are, your background outside of the game itself would be much appreciated.
Yeah, so I'm from Hungary. I play on EU Nordic and Beast server. I also qualified from EUNE, and before TFT, I only played games casually, so this is my first actual esport game that I'm trying to play professionally. And outside of TFT, I just finished like a couple of weeks ago my law degree, so
congrats.
That's what I'm gonna do. Thank you.
So set 7, what changed? Was it just the extra time where you had a bit more time to put into TFT? Did you change your playstyle? Did you change the way you focus on the game? Because all of a sudden in set 7, you were one of the most consistent players alongside Bricks. I think you two were by far and away the most standout players that, before that, you were more in the group of the underdogs or the players that, maybe some Hungarian fans said, oh yeah, I know that Noel's very good, he can do a lot of good things, but everyone else maybe didn't put that much hope into you guys, into this group of players. But last set, that changed completely. You became one of the favorites. You qualified to Worlds, you made it to the regional finals, you got second, runner-up, almost winning the entire competition. So did anything change specifically to have you play so well?
Well, it's really interesting because I managed to be rank 1 on EUNE for probably a few months, and so that's how I qualified for the EMEA finals. But before the EMEA finals, I really had to study for my exams, so I wasn't really that serious about it. I was just before the tournament, I was like, okay, let's see how much I can actually accomplish, and I didn't really have that much time to prepare for it. but somehow I got a bit lucky, and I don't know, my audience just had me, I guess. So after the EMA finals, I put in a lot of time and effort preparing for Worlds, and yeah, this is what I wanna continue this set as well.
Talking about Worlds, it was the first time a Hungarian player made it to the world stage. I assume you were very, very proud of this. How was the overall feeling with the Hungarian community, the other players that maybe also play in EUNE, for example, as well? Because I think they see you as a representative of that ladder as well, and saying, hey, we're also good. We can also compete with the US, which is kind of like the favorite child of EMEA, for example. How was that feeling? Do you feel proud of this accomplishment?
Yes. Of course, the Hungarian fan base was amazing. They were really supportive. They were there all the time on my streams, cheering for me through the tournament, and also, like as you said, most of the top EUNE players, I was talking to them, and of course they wished me luck. They were really kind and supportive. So I felt that I didn't only have to make Hungary proud, but also EUNE server as well. So it was two things.
Awesome, great to hear from you, Noel. Thanks for all the answers and all the insights. It was really great, and again, best of luck in all the tournaments coming up in this set. Hopefully you can emulate what you were able to do in set 7, and hopefully you stay hungry for success.
I always get so excited when I hear that sound, that bum, bum, bum. It just
it's such a good tune, man. It honestly might be like the greatest thing Richie has ever done. Like, it might be like the best sound selection in Rising Legends, period. Like, it is
Absolutely.
so good.
But with that, going from a very exciting interview of a player that unfortunately didn't make it to day 2, I'm sure we're going to see Noel later in this set perform well again. Morgan, I do have some bad news for you and me. And I know this is painful, and I know we don't want to talk about it, but our jinxing powers just seem to be too strong.
Yeah, apparently my caster curse happened before even the game started and before the tournament even went on, because both of my picks are already out. Now, I envy Madesy, I envy Impetuous Panda, because both of their players are still in the tournament. But yeah, Solo Gazang and Arzo, I'm sorry, it was not more Doug this time, it was me.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, I would kind of refute the fact that, like, Frey and Lalana are dark horses, but again, at the end of the day, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, that is so good. How can you be a dark horse?
And we have 2 players that have gone to championship in Lyris and Lalana that are dark horses, so something is not checking out here, right? But Wet Jungler, I'm super excited to see Wet Jungler still be in there, for sure. It's a player that we haven't seen a lot of in competitive TFT, but he's been an absolute menace on the ladder. And going back to Galaxies, when we started this entire competitive TFT thing in EMEA, he was one of the 3 players that qualified with maximum points for the Galaxies EMEA finals on EU West. It was him, Salvi, and Fluffy. And he hasn't really performed well in tournaments, but he's also at the top of the ladder. And until Solo started streaming after being knocked out yesterday, he was rank 1, and now he's rank 2 behind Solo. And so he is a very good player with Jungler, and I'm just super excited to see him perform.
I mean, I'm always happy to see German players being represented. I tried something this Golden Spatula Cup. I tried to put Loris in as Dark Horse, which is not the same as winner prediction, and he got knocked out day 1. I'm very sorry, Loris. Okay, I didn't mean to do that to you, but hopefully they're going to do well without me getting too intense into it. But with that, our casters are ready for you guys. Game 1 is on the way to start. And Counterfeit and Impetuous Panda are here to save the day.
Thank you very much, Megs. It's a very exciting time to be here at the beginning of day number 2. Again, we got the 6 games going through today. We'll be reseeding it after every single game. But before we get too much further, Panda, Wizard was calling us out on the desk. I don't think this can go unaddressed.
Listen, I was going to say, the broadcast director said, pick someone from Open Qualifier. They can be a dark horse. I followed the rules. I saw the best player in Open Qualifier, that is Dry, and I picked him. That's how I am. I'm competitive. I'm trying to win these predictions. I'm doing pretty good, so if you're jealous, Guido, talk about that later.
I mean, I basically do the same thing. I'm just like, yep, Lyris are up the top. I mean, why wouldn't you just choose the #1 finisher for the Open Qualifier? It works really well, but again, shout out, of course, to our friends who have still got picks in the mix, but we have got our eyes on this next lobby. So, of course, everyone's points will reset coming into day number 2, but that doesn't mean we can throw away the performance from day number 1.
Yeah, and some interesting names to look at this lobby as well. Some more unknown names compared to the favorites we see sometimes, but we still have players like Kevin Parker, who has always been a just resident top ladder player all throughout TFT's history in EMEA. Did very good in set 7. And names like Armasruk and Tilendario, who both had really great runs in open qualifiers in set 7. So they had that tournament experience. They've proved it already. And now they're players that I would consider, favorites. Armasruk, I think, was in the top 5 yesterday in the standings. So players that can definitely be a menace in this day 2.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Armasruk has got for us here. I believe they didn't leave the top 4 at all in day number 1. They managed to get a couple of firsts in with sure shots and laser core as well. A very good variety player. I think they actually came 2nd overall, so that will put them at the very top of this lobby. I think their closest opposition here is one ASA, who came in 10th. But everybody else fell a little bit further down. Again, though, this is a chance to reset. We did see Pika in our chat defending their performance yesterday, throwing out, I believe, the Sivir 3, bringing the civilian approach to the game. I guess as we come into our first game, Dana, we've obviously had our desk go through with us. There's a lot of different approaches that have been successful for our players across the first day so far. But coming into day number 2, where's your attention mostly being focused comp-wise?
I think we covered everything in day 1. Everything went kind of according to predictions, except for the 2 things I want to mention that I think were the most kind of outliers of our predictions. Was Belveth being as played as it was yesterday. We had, I think it was like 50 something players in their final comp throughout all of this day 1, and obviously threats being extremely relevant for so many different players because it is of course mixed in with recons, with the frontline, etc. But the big one is I think Belveth was one of the massive winners in the last patch, specifically because if you see there's 3 players going sure shot, you have to say, what's my out? What can I play that's 80 that can still get me to a top 4, can still have a strong board, and that's going to be Belveth. And Yuumi, I think that's the second one, but not as relevant. Still only 12 players were able to play it. But when they did, they got first places.
Yes, I mean, of course, that's something we're going to have to be bearing in mind going forward. As has already been kind of touched on in day 1, but we'll definitely be bringing up a lot again in day number 2. Great place for those tiers to fall, as we will be spending a little bit of time in the early going with Natasha. Playing under, I guess my closest approximation would be Hataba in the game itself, so we'll remind you guys as that goes forward. Got a couple of early, fairly generic drops in. But
Poppy 2, Kill 2 as well, has recon that he can play. So lots to decide here. You have to really consider. Yeah, I think recon is the way to go. You are going to try and go for a win streak with this Kai'Sa. And if you're dropped a bow, that's going to be a really great shift start for the Kai'Sa. And I'd be happy to see him go for a defender frontline with just these recons. I think recons, I mentioned it yesterday, alongside Duelist, one of the traits that gives you the most power in stage 2 when it comes to just the trait power, not the unit power. But things are changing because we have Hero Augment 2-1, Peter.
Yes, I'm really fascinated to see if we do see adaptive defenses getting picked up here, because we've got some very pointed augments from Natasha in the early going. We haven't got the generic Camille, but they carry one instead, and the reroll comes through instead, and there is a chance to go straight into the Yuumi comp if you want.
Gonna go for the Poppy that he already has here. I think that makes sense. It's 2-cost Poppy, and it can't just be a tempo augment throughout stages 2 and 3. Reroll was probably looking for corpse focus from the Ashe. That was the hit he was trying to get. If he was thinking about that, recon game plan, I think it's definitely a very, very good augment to pick up. But in the end, goes for a more defensive augment. Throws in the kill too because it is a 2-star unit, and throws in the Wukong for defender.
I certainly don't hate this early board, so that's a straight up shield across the entire team that Poppy is providing. Over the other side for Pika, they have got that generic Camille organ we were talking about briefly before that will give extra damage across the team as the different units die.
And that will probably be a Renegade player from Pika. I think it's very good choice to go down with this Camille support augment that really helps out both the Viego and the talent, but just fits with the comp as a whole with Renegade Aux Force. Looking at this board now from Natasha, this does win this fight, so didn't have to slam any items yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a TG possibly slammed on the Poppy 2 if he's playing for tempo, going for a win streak in the stage 2, or potentially the Kale, give you that tier open for a Shiv on the Kai'Sa if he does want to go down the recon game plan. But again, at this level of play, once you load into the fight against a player, then you decide, do I have to slam items or can I just keep them open still and keep my options open until the first carousel?
I certainly imagine if we do see Tasha go in deeper with the win streak, that'll be a bit more appealing. But Kevin Parker, who we're visiting in with, finished 34th yesterday, has got an incredibly early start here with a friend Draven. I don't know if they're trying to reset their Mecha Prime here, because we don't normally see people activate it when they've got so few units on the board.
It is a very early Jax too as well, so a lot of extra health coming to this Draven. It has a nice shop as well with both Rammus and Vayne, but as you mentioned, has already a very clear direction with the Draven Augment and this current board as well. Draven, one of the best carries in stage 2 to just absolutely guarantee either a 5 win streak or just to stay very, very healthy all throughout. He can kind of 1v9 as long as the rest of the board is up to par.
Yeah, and at least there's also a chance to be able to build on top of that Infinity Edge with all the extra crit chance for the Augment. And but a Bloodthirster in as well for Kevin Parker. They won't have everything they need right now, but they will be in a good position once we come to this first carousel if they want to pick up the sword to get that early double item setup in place.
Biggest the items that Kevin's gonna really seek for now will be that Last Whisper. First of all, we saw it there. The Draven stuck on the Poppy because of the armor, just couldn't get through it at all. So Last Whisper is, I think, by far and away the most best in slot item for any kind of Draven comp. So in this case, gonna probably have to hope for either a glove or a bow on the carousel, or if he wants to slam an item right away, maybe BT will be the option with a sword.
We certainly do see oftentimes this particular setup combined with the supers to get the most out of the reroll. We've seen a couple of people deciding to go slightly different routes, as we'll actually see the change of mech across to the Jax. Now for Kevin Parker, they don't have a win streak to preserve here, but presumably they are trying to soften their losses.
I'd also even consider if it was correct to mech already in stage 2 instead of just keeping these units as they are, as 2-star units by themselves, instead of actually giving the mecha and all the power to one unit. I think in stage 2, it's sometimes a little bit too early to do so. I think more in stage 3 when there are more units, you're able to do that. But it's a decision that Kevin made, and you can't really undo it. So once you mech that, you're just stuck with that forever.
Yeah, at least a little bit of a change of pace. It's actually turning out to be maybe a little bit more successful than I was hoping for. As the win does come through, courtesy of our friend Jax. They will go into our first carousel with just 2 players coming out of the early game with the success. Amatruk, as I said, our top ranked player coming into this from day 1, and one ASA, the second top ranked player, both on win streaks.
And there it is, Kevin Parker trying to go for the 3-class glove, especially after these 2 losses. You're not really forced to say, hey, I have to slam an item right away, because there's no win streak to defend. You kind of care a little bit less about losing HP and a few more fights the rest of this stage 2. And in this case, you're just thinking about, long-term, what is my game plan? You want BIS on Draven, you want the Last Whisper no matter what, and you don't want to be at the mercy of Krugs and Wolves giving you the hand-picked items that you need. So very good decision there by Kevin to go for that bow and start building towards that Last Whisper. More AD on the board though, Peter.
Yeah, one ASA got themselves an interesting setup here to have, well, they've got their own win streak running and they've got themselves a lot of good units. Of course, Laser Core did come up a tremendous amount during yesterday, and that's been carrying one ASA along with this Defender combo.
And the Runans already, says, I'm going to go AD 100% of the time. It's going to be either Sure Shot or, of course, as we mentioned earlier, Belveth is going to be a very good option. Sometimes Vayne, if you go down the Duelist route, or Zed, but that is seen a little bit less often than just Laser Core, as we're saying here. With 3 for now, but hopefully 6 by the end of stage 3. That's the big power spike we saw and talked about so much in day 1.
Well, this is our 2 undefeated players up against each other, so we shall see who is committed in the most early on. We can see both of their bank balances are below 10 right now, so they haven't held anything back.
The fight's coming down to Ashe versus Action. The cloak is slammed to take a little bit less magic damage from the drones on the opposite side. Could be a difference maker, could not, but in the end, it's a play that you kind of had to make if you're 1A asset to defend this win streak. But this cloak, after having already built Runan's BT, is not really a clear option for a ranged attack damage carry like Ashe and like the Sure Shots later on. Could be QS in the future, could just be eventually you sell this Ashe for a Senna, for a Zed later on, and just make that cloak into a tank item.
I'm really fascinated to see where this goes. One ASA. Down the other end of the table, though, Pika is currently our lowest health player. So we haven't seen anyone completely streaming out health. And in fact, we'll get to see exactly what they're up to here. As the Renegades, you called it from before, and it turns out to be true, being paired with a couple of Rammus to try and make a pretty strong-looking front line.
And this is a comp that enjoys losing all of stage 2 and 3, trying to get as much money as possible. Talon's a very good unit at killing units, so when you do lose, you don't lose most of the time 4-0, 5-0. You end up killing one or two of the backline carries that are still 1-star and taking less HP that way. In this case, not the best example. Pika is now already at 70 after these 5 fights, but that's the general idea of it, the same as it's been with Talon. In pretty much every set that I've played, Talon's always a unit that likes executing targets, and that's very good for losing less HP in the early game.
Yeah, very, very smart play. Even if it didn't ultimately work out so well against one ASA, of course. It's actually, doing pretty damn well for themselves in the early going. It's managed to hold on to 30 gold, or at least until just then, as well as a full win streak. This feels like a solid base to build from.
And players with hero augments, it's very, very important. I imagine everyone at 2-1 was either picking their augment or scouting everyone else to make sure if you're picking a carry augment, you're not contesting, or even a support augment like Camille's support augment. This is a clear indication to go for a Viego comp, and you don't want to have 2 or 3 other players doing the same thing because you will be griefed on that level 7 roll down trying to find Viego 2. So very, very important players try and pick a lane that is not really too contested. In the case of comps like Recon, comps that, if contested, perform a lot worse, like we saw in day 1.
I was double checking this because I wanted to be absolutely certain what I was seeing here from 1ASA. So they've gone for the bigger, better buckler. So that's 200 extra armor onto the Poppy. Of course, the favorite of people who like to bring out something really weird, like the Defender rerolls. But I mean, from what we're seeing from 1ASA, is that even a remote possibility?
It's really just a tempo pickup. You're not really thinking, hey, I'm going to play Poppy 3 in stage 5 and still win fights. It's not always. I mean, sometimes you get a free Poppy 3, you're going to play it, sure. And there have been players that do enjoy re-rolling for Poppy, but I don't think it's going to be the most common game plan. It's a little bit risky. If you don't hit, you find yourself in pretty unexplored waters when it comes to Poppy re-roll. So I think it'll be a tempo thing. I think it's a very good idea if you played Recon, for example. Giving that to Defender to Rammus is nice, and you have also just an extra tank. You can play with Ribbon, for example, with also 3 cost, which you're rolling for anyway when you're playing Recon. So there's different avenues to explore for sure.
We check in with Kevin Parker, of course, our Draven reroll player. We can see that they've got a few supers on their bench already, but running themselves down towards the bottom of the table right now. Pika continuing to take losses down to 59, so starting to get a little hairy down there. While 1ASA continues to dominate, their win streak remains intact here at the beginning of stage 3.
And second augment is coming up, Prismatic. So definitely an interesting mixture. Hero augment at 2-1. For most players, giving them very, very, flexible direction. And in this case now, Prismatic augments. It's going to be an interesting combo. We'll see how these players navigate and what picks they end up making. Some of the mentions for the hero augments we haven't seen yet. There is a corpse focus from Armatruck, so he's going to be going almost assuredly into Recon, but it could be Laser Core as well, because just straight up attack speed is going to benefit pretty much anyone that you play alongside that Ashe. As you mentioned, lots of Poppy. We saw one Asa, but also Shenandoah with Steadfast Presence. And Channeled Ferromancy for 6-Dot, a player that played a lot of AP yesterday. And Channeled Ferromancy, definitely one of the hero augments that can lead you into Yuumi reroll because you are playing that rel on your board anyway.
We'll definitely be keeping an eye on it. As you said, we've got these early hero augments coming in, so our players maneuvering around them as best they can. I do like the Battle Mage setup here with the with the Poppy holding the front line very well, with, of course, sharing her shield across. We mentioned that Sure Shot has been absolutely everywhere, and for Shenandoah, they're going to be the first one to get it active on the field.
It's an interesting mix, though, having already slammed the Last Whisper, playing an AD-centric item and comp for now. Of course, Laser Core does have magic damage. Alongside Battle Mage is not the most usual pairing. We usually see Battle Mage for Viego and Talon. Yesterday, we saw it a bit with the AP comp we saw from that very last game with Alush and Aug, both playing AP into the top 4 with Battle Mage as well. So I'm curious to see where Shenandoah takes this and what route he tries going for, because it is a Prismatic augment as well. You can't just... Sometimes if it's a silver or gold Battle Mage, you say, oh, it's an afterthought. It's not the make or break of what my comp does. But as a Prismatic augment, you really have to play around it to get the full benefit.
Well, we haven't to check in with Enzo's for a little while, and we are seeing one of the comps, which is is one of the AP lines where we kind of explored a little bit at the beginning of the show. So we've got one of the strongest setups here. The Zoe with the heart emblem will be able to pump out a massive amount of heart stacks.
And we're seeing for now just the early Zed with the Renegade emblem built by Pika, trying to save some HP. I assume this will eventually become a 5-cost Renegade emblem or just an Aphelios if you're going to go for the more traditional board. But there is, as you mentioned, the heart pickup here as well. So Pika had a direction, and he kind of had to now maybe change the direction entirely after this next augment pickup.
And of course, remember, Pika is at the bottom of the standings right now, so every loss will push them closer to an early elimination. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on where you sit, Kevin Parker is racing for the bottom along with Pika, dropping below 50.
We saw it with double yesterday. This is a place where you have to stabilize at some point. Sometimes it's 3-5, sometimes it's past Wolves going into 4-1. There's still quite a lot of HP to work with here, so it's not going to be, I think, the end of the world at this point for Kevin and Pika, as long as they can stabilize in these next two fights, because this is stage 3 where, as you know, Peter, in the set, you take so much more damage from losses if you're not careful.
Well, at least for Kevin Parker, if not for Pika, there's a lot of items on bench, so I feel a little bit more confident that Kevin Parker's going to turn the corner going forwards, but of course we'll keep an eye out on their win-losses. In fact, we'll go and directly check in with them. So you noted that the Last Whisper was something you really wanted to see for the Draven. It's available right now, though the rest of the items have been a little less cooperative.
Yeah, a little bit too many AP items for the comp that Kevin's trying to go for here. Going to be trying to wait it out, it looks like, until Wolves to then have a full roll down. The board looked very nice in stage 2, but we haven't naturaled into more Dravens until, just this 1-2-star right now on the board. So it looks like Kevin's a little bit behind where he wants to be at this point in the game.
But it's also going to hurt, as you say, to not have more of these units on the bench. Preparation at Prismatic means you really need to be getting in the fully prepped units to get the value out of it. Right now, we've just got one stack across everybody. Kevin Parker, I think it's going to struggle here. This is our two bottom players, and apparently Pika is going to challenge to the lost streak. The Draven, with no life still, goes very close, but just about survives. Kevin Parker, though, now has no more lost streak.
This is the difference that Last Whisper makes. It really is the make or break item for this Draven. I've seen players with what looks like a very, very strong board, but no Last Whisper on Draven, and they end up going bot 4 in that case. So this is essential to build for this unit, similar like Redemption in the Yuumi comp, or maybe Blue Buff as well for Yuumi.
All right, so again, just before we end out stage 3, a quick update. One ASA remains undefeated up at the top. For everybody else, we're looking around 60-70 health for the most part, with of course our two brave adventurers, Pika and Kevin Parker, racing down towards the bottom. Of course, with Kevin Parker having just turned the corner, perhaps we'll see a little bit more of a shake-up in stage 4.
And we'll see how long his win streak can go on for as well. We mentioned the power of duelists as a trait in stages 2 and 3, and then it falls off drastically, even with 6 and 8 duelists later in stage 5. So we'll see what avenue exactly Asa wants to take here.
I do like the one there say, they've got most of their damage coming out from the Vayne, who's staying very, very safe in the back line. Rather than, of course, we'd be expecting maybe to see the Zed coming in later on, who can potentially get picked off. One ASA, incredible level of consistency to streak through stage 2 and stage 3 both.
Back in the shop can be a good addition. But I'm curious now how he's going to defend this win streak, if he wants to continue rolling on 7, or if he wants to instead just kind of change the outcome, just go straight to 8 and try and roll there and look more for just trying to get the highest cap possible in this game and going for a win instead of just a top 4 in this case. One very important thing that you have to consider when you are on a 10 win streak that can become an 11 and 12 win streak is the fact that the win streak gold you get is worth 50 interest essentially. So using up all your gold is not really a huge downside compared to other ways of playing with your econ, as long as you're sure you can defend the win streak. If you lose the win streak and you're at 0 gold, all of a sudden you're in some trouble.
Yeah, one ASA would definitely be keeping a very close eye on them, as Kevin Parker and Pika both down in the mid-30s. Everybody else kind of spreading the damage from one ASA out across them. But we've suddenly in a situation where we could be looking at a couple potentially of rapid eliminations. We've got level ups, and we've got the 2 stars coming in across multiple different people's boards coming into stage 4.
A lot of different options and pairs, but nothing concrete in the direction Natasha wants to go for right now. The thing with the hero augments at 2-1, even if there's support augments, that you don't play the exact comp you want to in the late game unless you want to drop that 1 or 2 cost unit. So it's going to lead to some slightly strange boards compared to what we've seen throughout most of day 1.
I suppose, Phil, that's what you were saying before, suddenly picking up the 1 cost and making the most of it seems to make a lot of sense. As Natasha will be in a little bit of trouble here. It's going to be quite close to the end. 1 more cast could do it, but no. That will be a loss coming back in, keeping the mid-table, knocking backwards and forwards without building up big streaks of their own.
Ooh, that's a very good hit. Fiddlesticks in the shop. Before you're able to actually pick your augment, it's pretty big. Could have picked threat level maximum if we have the Rammus, the Cho'Gath as well, and the Bel'Veth already itemized, but instead wants to keep it flexible. Picks Ascension instead, which is something that works in pretty much every comp, as long as you're able to stall enough to get that bonus after 15 seconds.
And more 2-stars coming in while ASA remains winning. But yes, but Natasha putting together
so
the
Mirror 2 is huge. Bel'Veth will now be sold, items transferred, and now it'll be what looks like a more standard sure shot board with just a strong front line. Could be defenders, as we see the Ribbon and the Poppy. But we do have a technical pause.
Natasha definitely not pleased with that happening. But of course, with the stakes being so high with our players, will be cut after today once more in half. 32 going forward to play in day number 3. Fighting, of course, for anyone who's new here, for a space in the EMEA regional finals, guaranteed if you win the event. That's why we do have occasionally these pauses coming in. We want to make sure every game is absolutely flawless.
That's Samira 2 at 4-2, a little bit too fishy. Admins have to pause and see what's going on. I mean, it's a pretty standard time to hit Samira 2.
All right, well, from where we are in the lobby right now, we've still got the problem with one ASA, keeping the pressure down on the rest of the lobby. From experience, Panda, games like this where we've had one player who's managed to stay on top for just as long as they have, how does that affect the general, way the lobby is played?
I mean, it increases the tempo because everyone's just taking a lot more HP in those losses against this player. So it tells players, hey, I'm taking 10 HP per fight all of stage 3 because of this player and a few others. And it causes this snowball effect where everyone feels the need to get stronger, has to roll preemptively in spots where they would like to greed. And instead of having kind of a fast 8, fast 9 lobby, we're going to have a lobby where people are forced to roll on 7 after 4-1, are forced to get stronger if they don't want to just bleed out to an 8th or a 7th or 6th place. So it makes everyone in the lobby, by kind of ripple effect from 1st to 8th, continue strengthening their board earlier than they would like to, and players end up capping out maybe a little bit lower than they would normally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in further to what you're saying, with Pika and with Kevin Parker in particular, because they're the players who are in the most peril of taking those losses and getting knocked out early on. Presumably they are going to have to push through all the gold and just try and get the best position they can do, rather than getting the perfect setup they like if they had a little bit more time to work with.
Well, the loot tricks are very intentional where you're playing Renegades. You know that once you hit that Viego 2 at 4-1, you're 100% going to be stable. You're going to be even, good to go 8, sometimes even 9 if you hit Aphelios as a dual carry. So the spots that players put themselves in when they're loot streaking, if they're intentional, it's with a very clear direction of, I know I'm losing 60, 70 HP in the first 2 stages of the game, but I know that once I'm at 30 HP, once I do roll down, I have enough gold to stabilize and guarantee this. That's the thing where, most players that are loot streaking are not really in any, major danger. Unless they loot streak, they miss on the roll down, and then they just go 8th. That's kind of how TFT works sometimes.
Well, since we've got a little bit of time, since apparently the issue has come up, one of the players had some connection issues, I just want to talk a little bit more about, one of the comments we've only seen a couple of times in passing from Enzo, the heart composition with the Zoe. We already mentioned that Zoe can pump through an enormous amount of stacks, building up AP for the whole squad every single time the heart unit's cast. In the kind of environment we've seen so far, in this particular lobby with the high tempo and everything, do you think this is a comp that's going to do well?
It's going to depend because now that the mecha frontline isn't as relevant, we've once again gone back to the default. Good frontline tends to usually be Aegis, both with, of course, Alistar being available and played a lot in the Ox Force Renegade comps as well, but just Leona being a good unit, Echo being a good unit as well. So there's that inherent MR reduction. With recons as well, you have the Cho'Gath that can mana read, which is also problematic for AP casters. So it really depends on the lobby and if you're uncontested. If someone's contesting you on AP, it's hard because if you don't 1-star your Soraka's, your LeBlancs, if you don't 3-star your Zoe, if you're going for the Heart Zoe, it becomes a very tough game to navigate. But if you're completely uncontested, which has been the case, AP has not been played as much in day 1 compared to AD, then you have a chance to 2-star everything very early, become very stable. We saw with Lelouch yesterday in that last game where he was able to go fast 9 essentially with a pretty normal AP board, just where everything was 2-starred. Then you go fast 9, and then when you add in Syndra and Nunu 2, that's when the comp becomes very, very good.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if it works here because there have been some of our players in day number 1 who absolutely did manage to get it through. You said, you're certainly not fighting people for the units a lot of the time, but of course, our immediate concern once we do come back is to see what Pika and Kevin Parker have gotten up to. If you mentioned, of course, the missing on the roll down part, I would assume, for the Draven in particular, I don't think we've seen Draven correct me if I'm wrong on this, I don't think we've seen Draven actually hit 3-star as of yet. So that's going to be first and foremost on Kevin's mind.
Not in this game one, yeah. For Kevin, he was still waiting for the roll down after Wolves. We didn't expect it his lobby state or his game state, his board state at that time. But that's the biggest thing. If you don't hit Draven 3, it's not the end of the world. You have obviously all of stage 4 to continue rolling if you didn't roll down to 0. But it depends where his econ went and how much he pushed that and how much danger he thought he was, because Draven 2 can still carry a lot of stage 4 as long as you have all your other upgrades online and you have the last whisper we mentioned, and just the 3-item Draven especially, I think is the most relevant part.
Yes, no, and I think to further your point, I think we did actually manage to see a player yesterday who managed to get quite a lot of mileage out of Draven 2. So I believe we will be coming back to a game pretty darn soon. But again, another Organ we haven't had a chance to talk about any kind of length. For 6-star, they did manage to fit in the level up. We actually saw it coming through for them. Where do you feel like level up is right now in the meta? Is presumably getting to those high levels seems like a pretty good thing when we know that legendaries are so influential right now.
Exactly. The big shift 2 patches ago made it so that the tempo of the lobbies was not as fast. It wasn't so reroll dependent, with obviously the hero augment and supers being so strong. That changed drastically, and that allowed players to go for level 8 and for level 9, and gave players a reason to do so, because now 5 cards are all really, really good across the board. Fiddle last patch was, the moment you saw him, no matter what you were playing, you would immediately find a spot in your board to play him. Same with Urgot in terms of accelerating your item economy and just overall your power on the board. So I think it's one of the best augments in the game right now. Level up. It's really just an econ augment. It allows you to go fast 9, but it's kind of like giving you gold, because you're not having to spend that gold to level up, as the name indicates. So I think it's a very good augment, and especially in the right hands, in the player that knows how to cap their board, it's especially good.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Certainly every time it's kind of come across my radar, it's definitely been a situation where it seems like you're getting an enormous amount of value out of it. As we are back in the game, thank you for your patience, gentle friends watching it from home. We should be all good from here on out. As we will again check in, Pika and Kevin Parker, they're both down in perilous situation. Everybody else is feeling okay right now. But there's a very little room to work with for both Pika and Kevin.
And one quick mention, we saw there the augment to the right. The Rel augment was a player to pick level up after, so definitely not going to be any Yuumi reroll happening there. 2 augments that are giving you directly different game plans. It will just be kind of a traditional AP board, as I mentioned, that has to play that Star Guardian with the Rel, and possibly not Defender. I think Gadgettine with Poppy is not going to be so great in that late game. But Samira trying to get it done here, not quite enough. Natasha taking another loss here, but still fairly healthy in the middle of the table there, 55 HP. Not in any dire straits just yet.
But Kevin Parker and Pika, though, they absolutely are on the edge of the knife, going out on 8th on their very first game. Again, yesterday, of course, we had our enormous field of players. Now it's been cut in half. Today, again, you're looking to get into the top 50%. Getting an 8th in your first game, not irrecoverable, but does require you to play a lot, to get some really good finishes for the rest of the day.
And this is a coin flip kind of situation we mentioned with this kind of comp and with this play style of blue streaking so heavily the first 2 stages. Only Viego 1 doesn't even have the pair there. Doesn't have the Leona hit either, which is of course a high roll level 7, but that would be the ideal to be able to hit 6 Renegade at this level. Not the case, and now Pika is in the spot he's in, 5 HP, 5 loss streak, and with a chance of losing here. The moment this Viego's dead, it's only up to the Zed, and it's gonna get pretty dangerous with the Fiddle coming in as well. Sunfire, the CC, Samir still alive, and Pika taken down in 8th place.
Definitely not happy about that one. Kevin Parker, I think lucky to hold on as well, going down to just 1 HP. What a difference between our bottom 2 and everybody else in the lobby. Kevin Parker at least gets a chance to go into Carousel, find this last item grab to be able to put together a board that's going to streak perhaps all the way to top 4 if they have their way.
And Travis mentioned it yesterday in the winter interview, where he talked about Yuumi being a comp he doesn't want to play very often because it doesn't give the player agency to really control the game. A lot of it comes from the roll down, and if you miss, you end up going bot 4, and it's not really, your decision. You can't really do much to change that, and that's the case here with Kevin Parker possibly as well. You lock into Draven reroll, you build the right items, you build the right board, you play supers, everything is correct. But if you don't hit, if you have only 6 Dravens when you roll down to essentially 10, this is the spot you find yourself in. Lose streaking and pretty much out of the game at this point with just 1 HP.
And of course, you made the really good point before about how the streaks, are the economy for Kevin Parker right now. And that streak has to come to an end in this round, or they will just die anyway. At least the Bloodthirster coming in will mean that Draven will be a little bit more sustainable towards the end of round, where Draven, of course, is very, very powerful. But, oh boy, we just need one bad matchup. Will this be it?
And to add to that, it's not just the not hitting the Draven, it's the items as well. Having to play a Locket, a Chalice here is not anywhere near BIS for this comp. You were kind of, and having an open spat as well, you have to do something with. Overall, it did not really go well for Kevin as he expected with the items especially and the roll down. And in this case, the Draven all by itself can't do enough here. Kevin will be going down in 7th place. So a bad start for both Pika and Kevin, players that I thought would actually do very well in this lobby.
Well, I was expecting to do as well. I mean, based on what we've seen on stream, of course, there's a lot more games going on like this. We've seen a lot of our players who have been going towards more than the loss streaking angle, really suffering getting knocked out early on. Is that an inevitability, or is it just a matter of it's more volatile to be playing a low HP than it is a high HP?
You're putting yourself at the mercy of hitting or not on that roll down at 4-1. That's the biggest thing. You don't have that much agency to control the outcome. And if a player is just incredibly high roll, where a comp that even if you hit, you can't win them, you have that one loss, that might just be it with how low your HP total already gets. So it's a high risk, high reward play style. We saw players doing well with it yesterday, like Coco, for example, at 6 HP with a huge comeback at top 4. But other players, like we saw in this lobby, not being able to bounce back and stabilize. Looking at this board though, Lee Sin 3 out of nowhere, Prankster emblem as well, incredibly good. Not surprised to see Enzo on a 5-win streak here.
Yeah, really good turnaround. We didn't know quite what to expect from the Heart composition, but this has been creeping through in day 1 and doing pretty darn well here. The Prankster 3s means that those dummies will be stunning when they fall down, and with one ASA having been knocked off of their win streak, we've now got Enzo and Sixdot both on streaks of their own.
Nunu could be a pickup here, but you do want to have the Lulu in for Heart. You haven't found a Syndra just yet, and ideally, with this current HP, with this win streak, with this projection, maybe Enzo's considering, hey, do I have a chance to go level 9? Can I do so before hitting some upgrades like Echo 2, like Soraka 2? That's really the decision point that Enzo's trying to go down here, and also having to play a slightly unconventional board here without being able to slot in the Echo just yet as well.
Well, speaking of slightly unconventional, we do see Sixdot, of course, the beneficiary of the level up augment, has got to level 8 quite quickly, but has decided to go down a less traveled route. We got the Spellslinger crest coming in, so Sixdot definitely going to be playing some form of Spellslinger for the rest of the game. Up to 6 right now, and a pretty solid setup with the Taliyah.
Yeah, the IE, for any viewers that might be new to this set, looks very strange on an AP carry, but essentially it just allows a spell to crit. IE and JG do the same exact thing in set 8, except for the bonus AP or AD you get from the actual rod or sword component that you use to build the IE or the JG. So in this case, slightly less AP on the Taliyah, but you get so much AP from Spellslingers anyway, it's not really that relevant. And if you have a sword, you don't have a rod, this is the item to build if you have a chance to.
And thank you to production for highlighting it's sunny weather, so the Janna will be putting out a shield. Of course, with Sixdot having leveled up and a decent amount of money in the bank, we should be expecting to see that Janna ending up being a 2-star and that shield growing as well.
And no surprises here, we saw Armatruk pick up that Corpse Focus, the Ashe Augment. He did end up playing Recon in the end, a comp we saw doing so well yesterday, especially if uncontested. A big win here, a loss for Sixdot, who's playing Taliyah. Not really one of the best performers in this tournament in day 1 or in the patch in general, despite the small buffs that came through. Although this game might be kind of the one game to change our mind, because with level up, you're able to go level 9, as I mentioned earlier. That's where AP comps really start to shine.
An interesting development in the overall game, though. Both Sixdot and Enzo's lost their win streaks there. So Armatruk and one ASA, who were winning earlier on, are now back on top, maintaining their position. Chilanzario now up on the chopping block themselves, with Kevin Parker and Pika still already out of play. This board looking pretty good. 6 laser core and 4 duelist.
Also 6 HP though, so not looking so good on that in that standard. You are at the mercy of losing a fight here and eventually being knocked out of the tournament. Also in 6th place. Too many coincidences happening here, Peter. In this case, the Zed trying his best. A few more attacks on the Kaisa. Not going to be enough. And I think the lasers will just be able to do it, keeping Chilandario in this game. His board is not at all surprising, Peter. I'm not sure if you know, but he played entirely only Belveth in day 1. He seems to have a very, very clear preference for this unit. Not surprised considering how well it performed yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Chilandario looking unflustered despite how ridiculously close that last round was. I mean, saying the Belveth absolutely Would be lovely to get that up to 2-star. Would be lovely to have some kind of healing item as well, but neither of those seems to be possible right now. Jindaro is going to have to try and put together a win streak or lose up against 6-star, Natasha, or Enzo in the next round.
And it's dangerous here with the lack of upgrades on both the Sejuani and the Bel'Veth. Makes it so that this fight might not go the way that Shindari was hoping for, playing a player that is now one of the stronger players in the lobby, sitting second place in the HP standings. Urgot as well. The Undertow, the CC comes in. Zed able to take down Talia, but still a few too many units left alive, and that will be the end of the journey for the Portuguese. The only Portuguese player in this day 2 ends up 6th.
Well, this has been quite a spicy lobby from the very beginning here, so we were expecting to see our players drop thick and fast. 6-star going down to 12 HP. They must have taken a pretty major loss there. That's our Spellslinger level up player who may not have too much more time to enjoy those extra levels.
Soraka with Rabadon's a very appealing option. If there were any Oxforce Viego players that knew the Oxforce Emblem would be almost, yeah, just an insta pick at this point in time, but Pika did go down, as we mentioned earlier. And we'll see the Soraka player. Yeah, it was Enzo that picked up Soraka. He was looking for Soraka too, so maybe he just got the absolute god carousel in this stage 5.
We'll pop across there in a second, check in and see if that's the case. So
yeah, just needs to find the Soraka. And it's so important
no
because
money in the bank though.
If not, the item is on the bench for 1 or 2, potentially 3 fights. So this upgrade more important than ever. We'll see if he wants to sell off anything to try and find it here, or if he thinks he's still, you know, his HP is good enough to maybe lose 1 or 2 fights and still be okay.
With Armatrick going up to 3-star Kaiser, we have again seen the lobby having the tempo stamped on again. So this will be 6-dot fighting for their life. I don't think they've quite managed to bring their board fully online as of yet. I think they were looking for the 3-star Talia. I don't believe that is one right there right now. I think selling off to try and make sure they can keep on for at least 1 or 2 more rounds.
Big ult from Rammus, that might be the difference maker. Talia has not hit the Kaisa once. She's been completely untouched on that left corner, and that should be enough. The dodge might come through on this next ult. It doesn't even need to because the kill comes through first. Huge win for Armored Truck. We saw Travis in the win interview yesterday, he mentioned it. If no one is playing recons, I'm going to go for this comp because uncontested is one of the strongest comps in the game. Unless someone else starts playing it or 2 other people start playing it and you don't hit that 3-star when you need to at stage 5, and you go out, maybe bot 4, maybe just a 4th or a 3rd. So in this case, Armored Truck, he was left alone on recons and he's looking for the win in this lobby.
Yeah, very close to hitting the Cho'Gath 3 as well, but 6-star still needs to try and find a way to get back in. Up to level 9, has got the couple of Shrouds to go across the field. We're trying to take down the board here of one ASA who has got themselves now an Oxforce emblem on that Bel'Veth.
We'll see how much the Syndra can do, pulling in the Fiddlesticks now. That would be the last pull of this fight. Nothing else left on the bench, no gold either. Talia still doing a very good job of doing damage, but also healing up the team with the Gunblade as well. And it looks like it will be enough to win this fight. Bel'Veth incredibly low at this point, and only a Mega Tank left alive that Syndra and Talia should be able to deal with. So big loss for one Asa, and big win for 6-dot, who is at 4 HP, Peter. 1 loss and he's out.
And Armatrick did take a loss in that last round, I believe, even with the 3-star Kaiser being part of the mix. Natasha, aka Hatawa, on a win streak of his own in the middle of the table. We're really seeing the HP totals from the top being dragged down into around 30, 40 HP, with just Armatrick and 6-dot in real peril.
We see Bel'Veth on so many boards. One of the biggest surprises for me in terms of what I expected and what we're seeing here. I know Bel'Veth was strong, but even in this board, it's not playing a full threat. You still have the sure shots for damage. You still decide to keep this Bel'Veth on. I assume until maybe an Aphelios 2 is found, if you go level 9, and then you switch that Gunblade onto Aphelios instead.
All right, let's check it. Our final items coming in as our players draw their battle lines for stage 6 with Armatrick and 6-dot. And it's still so very close to getting knocked out. For 6-dot, I'm honestly kind of impressed they managed to hold on as long as they have. We've got one more Cho'Gath waiting to be found here for Armatrick. I don't know. I think it might actually not be here.
The more important upgrade is the Rammus, though, because this is fully itemized, but you were so far away, it just wasn't maybe realistic to actually find that those extra 3 more Rammuses with so little gold. And again, as you mentioned, you were so close to both Cho'Gath and Vayne, you want to try and hit those first.
Instead, hitting neither. A last choice coming in, it will be the Zephyr. So joining in as a second Zephyr to try and disrupt the front line against Natasha on the win streak right now does send our friend Samira up into the air immediately.
The correct corner was picked there, but we'll see how this fight goes. The Kaisa still untouched, but Rammus now is dead. That opens up the frontline damage to come into and bleed into the backline as well, but it might be a little bit too late. Only Samira left, and the crits on the recons are able just to immediately burst her out of existence. One key thing to mention, Peter, we see only 3 recon on the board there for that player. It is because you have the Jeweled Lotus as an augment pickup, so you don't need to go for recon to have the crit on all of your spells as well.
Well, 6-Dot taking themselves out of the game there in 5th place, not quite able to put together everything they wanted to. There's the 3-star Vayne coming in. It's going to cause some sacrifices here from our trick. I think they have to give up on the dream of the 3-star Cho'Gath as well if they want to stay alive.
And the Vayne being 3-star with Thief Gloves means that a lot of the power of this comp is going to come from what items are rolled on each specific round for this 3-star Vayne. In this case, Guardbreaker is going to be a good one. The tank item, not so much. The Vow not doing too much for the Vayne in that backline.
No, not at all. Not unless she takes a lot of aggro early on. 1 ASA on 24 HP. Could accept this loss. Another good set of Zephyr hits here. Again, taking away the main carry out of the fight for quite a while and allowing for Kaiser to scale up and get her damage really online.
And the ult comes in from Limb a little bit too late there in the end. The mecha tank ended up melting faster than predicted, possibly. That will be yet another win for Armatruk. Very close HP total to the very bottom end here, but Enzo still level 8, did not end up going 9. I think he very correctly had to use that gold to try and get the upgrade like Soraka 2. He did finally get it and has a Rabadons now onto that unit.
Yeah, the Soraka 2 being joined by a Zoe 3, so this board pretty friggin' strong right now. The Urgot 2 in here as well. Enzo definitely been hitting everything that they've been looking for. Even if it took them a little while to get there, they're the player who is way ahead of the rest of the pack. For Natasha or Hatala, as we're seeing here in the game, they've got a chance to eliminate one of their closest competition in 1 ASA.
Sure Shot versus Sure Shot here. The Urgot 4-1 Asa not correctly placed, not going to hit really any of the valuable damage carries on the side of Natasha. On the opposite side entirely. We'll see if that will change though. The Belveth Gunblade trying to heal up the tank here. Will it be enough though? Finally the front lines melt and it looks like Natasha is going to come out ahead. As you mentioned, if that Urgot was on this right side instead, completely different fight.
That will be an elimination. 1 ASA from the very impressive early win streak, ultimately going out in 4th. I'm kind of shocked, because of course this has been a long-term kind of idea that's been going through the circuit. If you do play strong early on, managing to turn that into a 1st or 2nd rather than just going out in 4th or 5th.
Nothing too interesting in this carousel. The mascot emblem, of course, not really a consideration to be played ever since that Yumi mascots comp got nerfed a few patches ago. Last few rolldowns here for Natasha is level 9, has really kept his board as highly as it can. Still has that Poppy in because it is the support Poppy augment, so still helping out the rest of the team. Compared to, for example, I think it was Shedandario that had the Poppy carry, and he just decided to just stop running Poppy past stage 4, which I think is the correct decision.
No, absolutely. In this case, yeah, the extra shield almost like a locket for your entire squad. Armatruk, they've got a chance to go up against Natasha. This will be another elimination. Again, Samira being sent up into the skies by a very well-placed Zephyr, so no dodge this time. Kaiser, of course, will continue to pump out the damage, not taking the CC on the backline nearly at all. You can see both backlines are still intact. The Zac dropping down buys just a few more seconds to get hit in, and Natasha is gone.
And the tornado from Janet was about to be cast. That might have changed the outcome of that fight with the CC maybe locking up all of those recon units, but didn't come out. It was just a sliver away from being casted. The timing was not quite there. So huge win for Armatruk, who, as we mentioned, if you're uncontested on recons, you're going to have a good result. Sitting 2nd place right now, but having to face off against a pretty capped out AP board here from Enzo. Has a Zoe 3 online, has a Urgot 2, has Soraka fully itemized, and has that Lee Sin from the very early stages of stage 3, a very quick 3-star and a very good frontline as well.
All right, let's theory craft here, Panda. We know that it's looking extremely like Enzo's going to win. For Armatruk, is there any small tweaks we can see them do? Any last-second changes?
Zephyr on either side, that can be obviously a difference maker in these fights. The Rammus being put up into the air could be massive. Instead, it will be the Zac, it looks like in this case. And the Alistar not going to be too impactful on the side of Enzo, or maybe Soraka, Zoe, or Urgot being thrown up in the air. Could have been more devastating. For now, the Urgot Undertow is pretty good here. Knocks up the Vayne and the Ashe and buys enough time for those kills to come through. Only Kai'Sa left alive. The second Undertow is massive here, pretty much locking up the fight and guaranteeing the win for Enzo.
Yeah, and that wasn't the composition we're expecting to see go through and be that level of successful, but especially to go up against the Kai'Sa threat reroll composition, which was a pretty damn good one. I know we have seen some versions of that build which have capped out maybe just a little bit higher with the 3-star frontline. You mentioned the Rammus, the Cho'Gath as well, and potentially versions of that build were a little bit stronger, but from what we saw, I'm more excited to see more hearts going forward.
Well, the biggest difference maker there was the very early Lee Sin 3, because with Hearts, obviously the trade itself scales over time, and with Morello, it's the same exact, with Zoe as her whole kit, how it works. The entire comp is trying to stall as much as possible. You need to have a very strong frontline for the comp to work, and the Lee Sin 3 coming in very early helped in, I think, the most pivotal moment for that comp, which is, early stage 4, when you're trying to really stabilize to go 8 and be able to get those upgrades on Soraka, on the Urgot, as we saw as well. So that was a difference maker, having a very strong frontline that bought you the time to go level 8 and find all your upgrades.
Well, Enzo may have been looking to stall, but we shall know longer. We'll be heading to break, where we'll actually be hearing from Enzo himself, very conveniently. We'll be back with our desk in just a few minutes' time, so stick with us and we'll see you soon.
My name is Enzo. I come from France, and my age is 22. Ladder is not really competitive, because we have not a lot of spot in the ladder, and player now think they just need to be good in tournament. But for example, the tournament of France is private. All player can't participate, So I don't really like. But maybe if we have open tournament in France, it may be good. I think best comp at this moment is maybe Piba with Urgot, Fiddle, with all legendary too. I think. I don't really know. We have a lot of good players in Europe, and not one really afraid me. But I think maybe Daisy, Double 61, Ging. We have a lot of really good players. Thank you for all the support. I love all of you, and be ready for this year. It's for me, dude. Yeah.
back to our analyst desk here. We're so excited to have seen a game number one of this day. Maybe this already gave us a little preview of what we can expect in the upcoming games. But before we go into detail, I just want to remind everybody of what's going on here. We are on our second day with 64 players. Lobbies are happening at the same time, and we are reseeding based on Swiss seeding system. So there will be a new lobby every single game. At the end of the day, half of the players won't make it to day 3. Only 32 can move on to day 3, and that's going to be the big lookout what these players are looking for. But with that, Wida, why don't you tell us a little bit about that winning comp?
Absolutely right. As I was alluding to yesterday, I have been opening tier quite a lot to try to play this composition, because this composition is incredibly fun, right? Enzo did hit that Lee Sin free very early on, but when you get that Burning Spirit from Annie, it's one of the many augments actually that helps this Zoe comp really perform. And getting the Heart Emblem onto the Zoe when you have the blue buff and you have the Morello just provides so much team-wide AP, because her cast is like so low cost with the blue buff on top of everything, that you end up like getting these fights that are super long, and then all of a sudden the entire backline just dies to these AoE, like to these dot ticks. It's super fun to watch, right? And again, I like how he was able to like prioritize his items here, getting the Zephyr in there. Like just doing a lot of putting in a lot of work here, I think is super cool, and it's one of those comps that is very flexible in what it can do.
Yeah, and going from this one to Almatrix's Wrecking board, he had one of the most amazing augments in the game, which is Corpse Focus if you're uncontested in that lobby. Now, that might have been a little bit of exaggeration saying it's one of the best augments in the game, but it definitely is when you're the only one playing that. And no one else got a Rider's Pulse or a chance to contest that. With the item grab bag, he also got some really good items to put in the front line on that Rammus and that Shogoth and a Nyla that made him survive the early fights in Elion, and the cherry on top of the cake with a Jewel Gauntlet. So he also got one more damage item where he didn't really have to play or go for 4 Recons, so that gave him one more frontline unit, aka the Zac, and he put Warmogs on him, so he had a real good variety and balance between backline and frontline. So he had a lot of damage. He easily got the Kaisari 3-star, and that move at the end where he got the Vein 3 with the Thieves Gloves, he almost hit perfect items on her every time. So the Jewel Gauntlet existing, making him not need to put on the 4 Recons, gave his board some very, very good early power. But as Wida said, that winning comp was just too broken for him to do anything against really. Otherwise, it was almost a free lobby for Almatrix, because Recons when uncontested are just very nasty to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some great play from other players as well. I'm not going to name any names in fear of jinxing them, but unfortunately the Draven reroll didn't come into play, not being able to hit that Draven 3. The Duelist Bel'Veth also not being fully unlocked, didn't get that Bel'Veth 2. That was a little bit vital for that comp. Then we did see a Talia comp in there that also wasn't able to really hit it. But with that, I'm really, really interested to see how our standings look after the first game, because you know that is going to impact the mental approach that players will have. If you do well in the first couple of games, usually you have an easier way to get through, whereas if you do a little bit worse, it is a little bit rougher. Lots and lots of Germany here on our top 32, page 2. Snooty also in there. We talked to him yesterday. Anything that speaks out to you, Wida?
I mean, it's always hard because, again, these are the players that finished 4th and 3rd, right? Like, it's hard to really draw any conclusions from this. We don't have any gameplay patterns. We don't know what this go with the other lobbies have been, right? At the end of the day, TSW5 I was talking about this for a second, right? He's back at the top of the standings here. And just to connect one little point to Armatruk here, the second place here is probably pretty good for him, because he did make a minor adjustment when he was rolling down and hit the Vein 3 in this game, where he played it really safe compared to taking the risk of locking the shop. Which is something else that we might see people do differently when we enter the later stages of the day.
Yeah, maybe. I'm really happy to see that our pre-show interview buff has come into play once more, with Kubak having a first place leading our standings right now. Of course, he's not the only one that had a first place. They're all equally ranked. Just no other way to show that. But remember, new lobby now. They're going to meet new faces. We're going to be reseeding. So that means things could change depending on what players really go for. And with that, I think our in-game casters are ready to take it here. And I'm just going to throw over Impetuous Panda and Counterfeit. Take it away.
All right, thank you, mates. We may be on our second game, but as we said, with the reseeding, all of our players will be playing against players with similar records. And coming into our second lobby, it's going to be all of our players, or at least most of our players, who got themselves a third place from the previous game.
So not the absolute best, not obviously a straight up win, but I think in TFT wins only really come when you're also high rolling. I think a second and third is almost as good as a win in this case, especially for the confidence. These players coming into day 2, you know that now it cuts off once again. Half of the players advance to day 3. You have to get these good results to start things off. And one of the players we're going to be seeing in our lobby will be Snooty Boo, someone who yesterday started off with a 7th, but still qualified, still had the mental to actually make it through. So excited to see what these players can do when they actually had, a good result in game 1.
Yes, and of course, we're both going to be able to bring out our internal biases here. A couple of Spanish players and a British player as well. Oh my gosh, so rare I get to say that. Of course, Salvi, been around the scene for a long time as well. It's great to see you. Of course, with the TRCs coming in, for anyone who's just joining us today, the TFT regional competitions mean there's so many more routes in, so we are seeing some new faces in these competitions, but we'd love to see our old faces as well.
Yeah, old faces that have won actual tournaments before. Both Salvi and Lumarpin were GSC winners in set 7, so this is definitely a championship caliber lobby with someone like King Dans, who's a player that we don't see as often in final days of the regional finals or of GSCs, but he is a player we see very, very often on ladder. If you're checking out the rankings or if you're playing at a high level as well, you probably queued into this player many, many times because he's been top 5 pretty much the entire set when it comes to EU West. So really impressive stuff on ladder. We'll see if that can translate to tournaments though.
Yes, that is of course the eternal question. How much value do you get from playing really well on ladder, or playing a little bit of tournaments, or playing a lot of tournaments, like players like Salvi and Lumarpin, as you said, have really they've got that experience in there. And certainly, of course, you've got the whole different skill set of knowing when you can't step away for a break between games. I mean, of course, we don't try and run lobbies straight into each other, but you're still here for the whole day. If you found yourself tilted, you find yourself not in the best mental space, you still got to keep playing.
A very offensive opening carousel to open up. We saw a lot of bows and a lot of players contesting those bows, but only 3 can get them. The rest were able to get a few swords and a rod or 2 in the end there as well. But bow continues to be, I think, the most preferred item to pick up in the early stages of this game. Can lead into so many absolutely key items like we saw with Last Whisper on that Draven for Kevin Parker last game. But overall, on any AD carry, well, talking about Last Whisper, Snooty has one available.
All right, Panda, you're not allowed to say any more item names, otherwise it'll just keep showing up.
Oh, well, this is a Spanish player, Counterfeit. Obviously, I'm trying to give him item blessing as well. Not just the placement blessing, but the item blessings. My powers are evolving.
It's getting worse and worse. The Weather Witch is in full effect, and it will be windy weather today, so keep an eye out for that much later on. But for now, nice item setup for Snooty Boo. Of course, playing it for Team Liquid. And we'll be seeing if they decide to go for the slam early on, because we've got more AD focus with the sword being dropped on as well. Snooty's got to be feeling pretty good.
Oh, 2 ashes, 2 poppies also in the shop. I expect Snooty to try and go for Wukong as well. I mean, a very, very interesting shop. You do know you have 3 items already on your bench, which means that you will be getting a gold drop in this last PvE round. So you're going to have the time to buy out the shop anyway. But I think he knows that with this front line with 2 poppies and a Wukong, there's really no way he's playing mascots in his early, stage 2-1, 2-2 board. So instead, he's just going to free it up immediately, not even have to think about it. And Galio did get nerfed with the recent patches, so he really isn't that much of a standout tank in Stage 2.
Yes, we're quite a long way from those days when he was just the most dominant. So we got our first options coming in. Celestial Blessing certainly would seem like a pretty good generic augment here. Axiomark, of course, pretty spicy. Starguard and Crest, we've seen a little bit of being played, but I can't imagine it's going to be relevant here.
With the item Snooty has, the direction he's taken, it can really only be CB or a reroll in this case. But of course, we don't have yet the infinite rerolls that Mortog has promised us. So I don't think it's usually wise to roll on this gold augment, especially not in a tournament setting where a low roll with augments in stages 3 or 4 could doom your game entirely.
I mean, we saw, that a lot of players are very, very happy just to have, one form of healing. But no, the reroll is good.
Spicy. Go for the reroll. Want something better? Exiles and Thrill is it if you plan to win streak throughout this stage 2. But I don't think
Exiles it will be.
No level up to 4.
Yeah, Snooty will be going up against, let's see. So we've got the metabolic for Havali on the other side of things, with also a level 3 board, so it's still possible that Sunibu could get a win in here and start a streak.
If he was able to get a few of the upgrades on either the Ash pair or the Poppy pair, I anticipate 100% he would slam that last Whisper with the Ash upgrade coming through and go level 4. But in the case that he doesn't, he wants to try and maybe just play for gold instead, or play for options. Not leveling up allows you 4 more gold to buy out your shop entirely and have a better chance of upgrading your board in the next few natural shops.
Well, Havali, we just got a little glimpse of that with the Metabolic Booster or Accelerator. That's something we used to see a ton of in competitive play. We haven't seen it quite as much now. Presumably this is going to work very well as a lost streak augment that you can keep on, healing up the bits of damage you're taking while still getting your gold in.
Exactly. Players at 2-1, they have to look at their items. They have to see if the items are slammable and what items they are and what direction they lead into, and their augment. And then with all these different variables, decide, do I win streak? Do I lose streak? You look at the rest of the lobby and kind of think in your mind, what's the best route to take? In this case for Havali, it's pretty much the answer's already given to him. You're playing Metabolic Accelerator. You want to lose HP to then regain it back, and you're going to stay healthy even if you lose quite a few fights. So decides to go for the lose streak angle with Underground.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we have seen Underground coming through a few times. I mean, we've seen Underground on our stream, at least, not necessarily do super well, because I guess we're starting to stray into the more risky area we were talking about previously. What's your kind of stance on playing Underground, particularly with regard to do you go deep into Underground, or do you potentially just keep cashing out again and again?
It's very lobby dependent, and obviously the situation you're in with how much HP you lost, how stable you are. So it's really hard to answer specifically with such a kind of broad perspective. But overall, I think Underground's in a good spot. If you're in a spot where you want to lose streak, I think it's good. But if you're not, you're not. It's kind of where it should be, I think, in terms of how balanced or how relevant Underground is to the game right now. It's obviously not as exciting maybe as Mercs in set 6. It doesn't have the same explosive payout as Mercs did. It's a little bit more staggered, but it gives players the option to decide. Can I risk even more? Can I go for the third or fourth cash out, or try to be content with the first for just that 10 gold tempo, basically?
All right, we'll check back in on the Underground a little bit later on, as we actually were checking in with Lana from the UK. Yes! Who has got an Underground going of their own. Looks like he's currently not got too much gold in the bank, so I wonder if we're going to be seeing a couple of lost streaking players. Lana, right now, playing under the name of Tinker Tonka, is towards the bottom, so we are expecting that lost streak to be good. Natasha, of course, very happy to oblige Lana.
Portable Forge, a good pickup for the augment number 1, because it just gives you a lot of different options, especially if you have 2 stars. It allows you to really push that win streak if you have a good tank or a good damage dealer to kind of give that extra, not even just an extra item, but an extra item and a half or so, because these Ornn items are, of course, more and more powerful. Looking at the carousel here, 2 patches ago, that Jax with the bow would be very, very appealing. In this patch, maybe not as much.
No, I've spotted a couple of Jax players through, the whole 128 players we played yesterday. Of course, thanks to for scouting out so many of those lobbies, but yeah, we're in a very different world now, and we can see that the majority of our players have actually been holding off on their slams.
Solvi already going for level 5 here, has a Churchill online, has Laser Core as well. In this case, with the Ashe, the Senna, and the Renekton. And overall, looks like to be a very good projection going forward. Would love to have maybe a glove here or a tier for Shiv as well with Laser Core, especially good, but it's not going to have to float both Dispo on the Senna and the chain that can go on Renekton for now or on Galio, but I think you're fine just holding off on this until you make a better decision with your item components at Kravix.
All right, we'll see if Salvi decides to go for the Pika Special and stay on the civilian line. King Dance actually going to be built different, which I don't think we've seen nearly anybody playing, at least on the records of the people who made it through to this day. I believe there was one instance managed to find, and it went dead last, so I'll be fascinated to see if King Dance can do a better job with it.
It's a very strong augment as long as you're able to play it well and as long as you're able to hit those key upgrades at level 7. And it's a tempo augment, really. If you're not win streaking with Built Different in stage 2, or at least staying very, very healthy, you're going to fall off as the game goes on for the most part. But it is an augment that really builds onto only one comp in this set. With past sets, Built Different, I think, was a little bit more flexible in what you could do with it. In this set, it's really just all about playing aces, having them cancel each other out so that the trait isn't active, and you can play something like a Samira and an MF dual carry with both an AP carry and an AD carry as well.
We're checking briefly on our underground players there, Tinker Tonka and Havali Nick, who both are keeping themselves relatively healthy while keeping those lost streaks kicked in place. Natasha, of course, will be trying to keep his win streak going here up against Org. Looking like that won't be a problem with the level advantage.
A very good spot here for Natasha. Has Renegade in, has a lot of upgrades, has a Gunblade already built in. I mean, normally you lose streak into Renegades. When you're able to win streak into Renegades, you have so much more HP and gold to work with to guarantee that Viego 2 when you roll down on stage 4, and to guarantee that you can go fast 8, fast 9 and cap out this comp as it deserves to be capped out with so many different 5 costs, and maybe the chance to find a Spatula, either through augments or carousels, to get either an Oxforce emblem or a Renegade emblem.
Well, certainly that late game is very much in view for Natasha here, as I thought I saw Lumarpin taking a loss there to lose their win streak, but maybe it was just a trick of the eye. They're certainly not on a streak right now, so Natasha will be the only person to do that.
He has Metabolic Accelerator. That's why he will back up to 100. It's the tricky ones. They always, Tiny Titans and Metabolic always, if you're not paying very, very close attention, you're like, wait a minute, how is this possible?
There's some cheekiness. To be fair, though, from Lumarpin's side of things, that's pretty impressive that he managed to keep a streak going, considering he effectively didn't have an augment for most of stage 2.
Looking at the items here, not ideal for Natasha. I mean, the cloak does build into Ionic eventually, so he just needs a rod to really have that item work out especially well. Has the Annie upgrade as well. And the tier can build into Hodge, but really, despite Viego being kind of an AP carry, she doesn't do too much for either Viego or Talon.
I don't know, I take your point here, especially with Natasha going to be outlast on the carousel if everything goes according to plan for the rest of the game. Their item choice is going to be severely curtailed. We check in with Alana, aka Tinker Tonka, who's got a pretty solid setup here. The underground's being supported by a surprise Belveth. I think the stack's just about to hit up to 10 to get the payout, even with a win.
The Belveth is going to be so good at getting unit kills, making sure that even if you are losing fights, you're not losing them 5-0, you actually are able to take down a few units. Unless, of course, you're facing someone as strong as Solving in this case. One kill comes through, but Laser Core is doing too much damage. A stun from Yasuo as well, setting that Belveth flying into the air. And yet another loss streak starting off here for Lana. We'll see what he wants to cash out this underground. It could be now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we've got time to work with, but it does seem like Tinker Tonga's got something else in mind in terms of the composition. I do like the rapid fire cannon on the Belveth. Of course, we know how potent the Recon emblem will be as our second set of augments come in, and they're all looking fairly generic.
Second Wind, pretty good on this patch across many different late game comps as well. And the underground comes in, and the cash out comes in. I think it makes total sense. When you have these things that are making you much stronger, for example, Trade Sector and Exiles as augments and Belveth with 3 items, you don't want to lose streak. You want to start winning because you have the board to back that line of thought up. And that's going to be the case here. Going to try and take out undergrounds or keep them in if you get the upgrades on the Vi, as we saw there.
Lana able to pick up a very early Samira to be able to keep the underground going for the time being. If you check in with Snooty Boo on a 4-round win streak, though not a lot of money in the bank, has actually gone deep into the Defender tree, which is not something we've seen very often.
I was able to get the emblem as the second augment option here, so gonna play this for now. It's gonna be a big spike going from 2 to 4 defender in terms of the front line, especially with this Ashe being able to deal a lot of damage with 2 items, and those items being IE and Last Whisper especially, and the laser damage coming up as well.
On the other side of things, though, Lana, we'll check back in with them again. That Belveth, even without the kind of the comp built around her to put it up to full capacity, is still being able to ramp out a lot of damage to make sure that this won't be a major loss, even if it will remain a loss.
And one more kill on Renekton, and Yasuo will make it just a 2-unit loss in this case for Lana. So even if he is still losing fights here, he can continue that lose streak without losing too much HP, which is really the goal for players that are trying to lose streak throughout most of stage 3. Havali, also an underground player, decides not to cash out, unlike Lana. So going for the 3rd or maybe 4th cash outs in stage 4.
All right, so our Turkish player playing things a little bit more risky. So talk to me a little bit about this style of play then. If you're going deeper into the underground heist, and we're on a really big loss streak as well, it feels like you've got double the potential rewards from loss streaking and getting the cash out, but you're also, this is pretty risky that we're going to be dropping down. We're already below 50 HP and presumably going to lose a lot more before this cash out is completed.
You have metabolic, so it works out. You're synergizing with your first augment pickup, so it gives you that extra HP that you're losing anyway. And the fact that right now, with the current 1 in 10 underground points right there, he has exactly 3 losses, and he can cash out right after Wolves. So it's a really just good, even integer to do so, which is, I think, why the decision was made here. But he has to make sure to lose every fight, because if not, you're forced to play underground at 4-1 for 1 extra round, and that can be very dangerous with the HP is going to be going at 34 already.
Yes, and of course, once Havali does start winning, that metabolic will still be in play and still be pushing up the HP total going forward. So much better recovery chance going forward. But of course, we've still got ourselves a lobby that's looking pretty spicy.
Talon with a spat going to be very interesting for our Renegade player. You can pop it off. I think he had, I believe it was Natasha that had 5 Talons already at Krug, so maybe hoping to get even more of those. It looks like Natasha is going to be last pick, but I think no one else is playing Renegade, so the spat's not as appealing. It really only works in a very good way for both the Renegades and Laser Corps. In this case, a pretty free pickup here as the last pick on this carousel.
And we've still got Natasha and Lumarkin with 3 items. There we go. Yep, absolutely. So we've got a chance to see one of the rarer birds. I mean, we're at level 6 right now. Do we still think this is the world in which we could see the 3-star Talon?
It really depends, because you obviously want to itemize Viego instead. It depends if you hit it kind of naturally. You don't really chase for it. You don't start rolling on 5 and stay at 5 the whole game. It's not really how it works out. But I love this here, leveling to level 7. You still have 30 gold left over to get interest for these next 2 fights. And you put in 4 Ox Force thanks to that emblem. So huge power spike for Natasha. As we mentioned earlier, you usually played Renegades into a loose streak and then spike later. But he was just, from the very beginning, incredibly strong. So I predict Natasha, maybe not at first place this game, but among the top 3, almost 100% at this point.
David, I love you crediting me with the stuff that you said before. It's great. It makes me sound very clever indeed. But Natasha,
just general things that were mentioned, in the air, not from anyone specifically.
We still got Snooty Boo up at the very top of the table on the win streak. Natasha is going to be pushing up and starting some extra presence of their own. Snooty Boo loses the streak actually in this round, so we're getting close to the end of stage 3 with things still up in the air.
And the roll down for Natasha will be incredibly interesting at level 7 if he rolls down after Wolves, or if he decides to maybe just go fast state if he thinks the Talon is carrying him and is strong enough. It's quite odd because Talon is a 1-cost unit, but at 2-star, fully itemized, he's still able to carry fights all throughout stages 3 and early stage 4 as well.
All right, so for King Dance, our build different player, of course, no traits active whatsoever. As you can see on the left of your screen, so it's extra health and extra attack speed. Of course, all of these units benefiting immensely, whether they're front or backline.
And we'll see what exactly the comp looks like for King Dance in stage 4. This is, until now, very much by the book. Kaisa is the AP carry you want to go for in stage 3, and Senna is the AD carry in this exact stage. And stage 4 is when you upgrade both of these units to Samira and usually Misfortune, because those aces cancel each other out, and you end up getting the benefit from build different on both units. Usually the front line, though, is something that's a little bit more dependent on just what you hit. It could be Echo, it could be Sejuani. And one key thing to remember, Peter, is you can just play multiple units with build different, and that's completely fine as well.
Avalinik down to 17 HP, very close elimination, but fortunately, at least making it to Wolves means a few more moments to take a breath and recalibrate for what's going to be an extremely important moment for our Turkish player.
Cash out came through. Senna 2 has been found. Immediately underground has been taken out. The item's going to go on Senna for now, I assume. Or you could wait until the roll down and see what you hit. I guess he will still be rolling on 7 considering he's at 19 HP. He has to guarantee he stabilizes. And if you were to hit, for some reason, a level 2 Samira on this next roll down after Wolves, maybe you would regret slamming these items right away on the Senna.
We are receiving an update on the cash out that was done by Havalinik. Apparently he went for a pure gold cash out, so around 50 gold or so straight into the bank account. Again, that's why we can see so much gold right now. Havali has got just a few rounds to try and spend this gold now. I think considering going up to level 8, but stopping short of actually digging into the gold reserves and cutting down on the interest.
essentially the underground gave him a full level advantage over everyone else, a level without having to waste. He only got like 50 gold, I believe, on the cash out. So instead, going to greed it even further, try and just 100% guarantee stabilize. Going to go level 8 and roll down pretty much all the gold he has at the even integer after this fight. So win or lose, as long as he loses by a little bit, it's not actually a bad thing because he has the extra lose streak gold from the 10 loss streak he's been able to accumulate throughout this game. But he does win it here in the end. And now I imagine this will be a massive roll down that can hit so much. He will be level 8 with like 40 gold left over.
So let's talk dream scenarios for Havali Nick here. With all this gold, you said the roll down. In an ideal world, what kind of board will it end up with by the time coming out of this next tournament?
I was going to say, depends on the augment. Threat level maximum is an option, and it is going to be a pick because your entire board is already made up of threats. So I imagine this will be trying to cap his board as highly as possible with an Urgot 2, with a Fiddle 2 as we move along. Possibly utility, 5 cost like Gana coming in as well. And I imagine these Sen items will eventually go on Belveth, at least for most of this stage 4. Belveth pair is found, Janna pair as well. You have to continue rolling here to make sure you're stable.
Down to the bone. Iranian Soul can be put in as the 2-star and will be done so. Havali Nick, of course, with the Metabolic Accelerator, will be pulling themselves back from the brink up to above 20 now. They can keep their win streak going, perhaps even removing themselves from a realistic elimination possibility in the bottom 4.
Such a tough decision. You want to slam these items on Belveth, but right now in this current fight, the Gunblade will be better on Asol. It's a tough decision. You don't have if you had 2 generically good just carry items, for example, Guard Breaker and Gunblade, you can slam and play around both Belveth and the Asol. Because you have Last Whisper, you want to make sure you're getting 2 items on 1 carry. So not hitting Belveth 2 is actually pretty massive for how strong this board would be in this fight.
All right, well, Nick, looking pretty good right now. The threats, of course, that threat level maximum, providing the extra maximum HP across the board for every different, well, not even every different threat, every threat that is on the board is making everybody stronger, including now the 2-star Zac, with room to throw in another Belveth, and why wouldn't you?
And threat level maximum, especially good on Zac, of course. The extra HP helps him even more so considering how he scales off of HP with his ability.
So looking across the rest of the field here, of course, we've got ourselves the win streak coming from the upper part of the table. Limarpin is the closest opponent for Havali Nick right now in terms of raw HP, but of course Natasha is still up towards the top himself, also with the Renegade Oxforce board.
In a pretty disgusting spot. As long as he's able to get a rod on either this next carousel or the final PvE round at right before stage 5, it's going to be a really, really crazy spot for him. Has a Viego 2 already, which is the hardest thing to get, is already level 8, and has a champion duplicator, so he can go, once he gets strong enough for a fast 9 angle and play around any 5 cost he hits, Aphelios especially for the Oxforce.
All right, on to Carousel. We still have no eliminations at all. Of course, with Nick building up from the bottom.
The Belveth has been found. He immediately speeds towards it. Has a cloak as well, which can build into a Bloodthirster or a Runan. So that should be the Belveth 2 for Havali.
Yeah, and of course, that's going to be absolutely massive. We've seen how dangerous it can be for the Belveth to be diving into the center of things. Tinker Tonka, though, aka Lalana, on a win streak from the 3rd position. Nobody else has been able to streak. Salvi dropping down as well. There has to be a limit to how far these metabolic accelerators can take us.
And very cool comps overall that are played in this game, because you have augments that open up completely different playstyles, like Built Different, like threat level maximum as well, just playing all the threats you can, for example. So a very, very interesting lobby. Urgot pair is now found. You're going to play both just because Urgot is an absolutely boss of a unit in terms of damage. A lot of times I've seen players, they have a different carry itemized. They look at the damage at the end of the round, and Urgot did the most damage without any items at all. So double Giant Slayer Urgot should be doing a lot of work, and especially the CC all throughout the stage is so important for winning fights.
All right, we'll see what Limarpin has got for us here. Currently in 3rd position on 41 HP. You see that their Recon's doing a pretty decent job for the backline, and with the Duelist Kaiser setup, that's a ton of single target damage. Unfortunately, not going to quite be enough to keep Starweed from the door.
For recons where attack speed matters so much and continuously attacking, especially if the Kai'Sa has a Shiver, Rage Blade is so relevant for the damage they do for that fight. Things like the Urgots you see, like the Undertows coming through and stopping that entirely is so big for these fight wins for Salvi. Let's see now. Any more rolls that Salvi can finds a Fiddle in the shop, finds a Nunu pair as well. So lots of pairs here. Salvi is so close to spiking. The only problem is only has a singular Samira, which is currently his main damage carry with 3 items, and that is not going to be a good spot for Salvi. So has to find these upgrades soon, or he might find himself in trouble, despite having a board full of 5 cost and 4 cost, really.
I mean, there's certainly an enormous amount of disruption on here with, we've got the double Fiddlesticks, the double wave from the Argo as well, but it does feel like there's so much being put on this Samira to do most of the actual damage from the comp.
And there it is. Even with just mostly a 1-star board, the Urgots getting him a few extra rolls every single fight is so big, considering he is rolling at level 8, so this might still be a loss here, but as I mentioned, Salvi is so close to spiking and becoming one of the strongest players in the lobby if he can hit all these upgrades.
All right, so Salvi taking a loss. Havali Nick on a win streak from the bottom
pair as well.
Oh, not bad at all. So Salvi very close to getting some significant level ups here, but at level 8, you have to wonder if they're going to be able to put together enough money. We've got the champion duplicator on the bench for Salvi as well, though, so he's got the choice to get an upgrade immediately or hold out for something a little bit better.
Yeah, he's greeting out until the moment where he really has to go all in and has to commit everything he has to, because imagine you use a champion duplicator right now on the Nunu, and then you roll a few more rounds, the next round, for example, and you find a Nunu in your shop. It does feel quite bad to think that you kind of missed out on the opportunity. We'll see what these item plans end up becoming. The bow is open, I imagine, for a 3rd Urgot item, or we could lead into Rage Blade for the Aphelios as well. There it is, Nunu 2, Samira pair has also been found. A few more rolls to go. You can sell the Belveth as well to see if there's any other upgrades, but it isn't the case for now. Do you now decide to champion duplicator the Samira? Yep, you do. Salvi knows he is in danger otherwise.
All right, Limarpin getting some upgrades on their recons as well. Snooty Boo getting in 2 stars across the board. Limarpin up with the 2-star Sejuani as well, which I'm sure Salvi is going to be a little irritated about seeing that come through on the side of the screen. But have a chance for Salvi to go directly up against Havali, who is on a win streak.
And Havali's spot is actually very interesting, because even if you go down to 19 or 20 HP from that massive 11 loss streak to start things off, you're continuously healing HP now every fight that you're able to stay healthy and stay stable with how much he was able to roll at level 8, as we're seeing here. So Havali, a player that is going to definitely jump back into the top 4 as this stage 5 goes on.
Salvi taking a fairly substantial L, not one of our players with Accelerator to pull him out of the hole, but Limarpin, who just got those upgrades, going it down to 4 HP. Looks like they'll both be trying to fight each other to stay out of 8th, because Havali Nick, who's in 6th right now, is on his way up.
Limarpin is in big trouble, hasn't hit any of his 3-stars, and we talked about it. When you don't hit your 3-stars in Recon, especially at this point in Stage 5, this is where the rest of the boards the opponents are running start asking questions like, are you strong enough to be able to just win with 2-star Recons and threats in this stage? And the answer is usually no. Even if you do have great items on this Kai'Sa, you need the extra power from the 3-stars.
So we've got Recon 4, we've got a fighting line ready there for Limarpin. It's going to be up against a pretty damn tough board. Havali, all those threats, and of course Belveth, going to be able to stack up to ridiculous levels of firepower. At least the Shroud was pretty good to buy a little bit more time, but Limarpin, the back line is staying up for the time being, but the front line is starting to drop, and Belveth into the soft underbelly of the comp.
That should be it. The Ram is taken down, and Limarpin also taken down in the process. We talked about it. Recons is very strong, but you have to hit your upgrades if you want to stay on par with the rest of the lobby for, stage 5 and 6 especially.
So very bad news for our first Spanish player. For Salvi, just holding on. Nick, actually going to be our only win-streaking player coming back from the brink before, really accelerating the pace of everything that's going on, and is about to find everything that Salvi's been looking for.
This is part of the problem with Lumarpin as well. It's not just recons that were contested, it's threats contested all across the board, with Havali going for just the threat augment specifically, and us seeing different, Cho'Gath and Rammus just sprinkled into different comps as well. So that's one of the bigger downsides for Lumarpin trying to find those 3-stars. He was just contested a few too many ways.
And that is sometimes the way the cookie crumbles. For Salvi, still trying to hold onto the brink. Did at least win the last round, so he's hopeful to be able to keep staying alive and maybe push up 1 or 2 more places. Fortunately, we do see some good disruption coming in from the Nunu front line. That 2-star staying alive long enough to keep Salvi alive themselves.
Not sure at what point or how this Aphelios 2 was hit from the last time we saw the board, but the Urgot was sold and the Rageblade was slammed in the end onto the Aphelios. So Salvi, alongside Havali, going to be the 2 players essentially playing spoiler. They were kind of already dead and out, and all of a sudden now they're the 2 players that could be building to guarantee their spots into the top 4.
So Salvi going to get their first choice here. Of course, has Havali Nick zooming around the place. Thanks to that accelerator, will go and grab himself a giant Slayer early on. Certainly not bad at all. I suppose this is the advantage of fighting back from the deficit, getting that early carousel priority, especially later on with these full items.
Leona was picked up by King Dan's. I'm not sure if Natasha had a Leona already for his Renegade board. Possibly already did. I'll check that out later. But Natasha is currently falling the HP a tiny bit. Ends up now at 43 and no longer the HP leader for this lobby. We saw Havali hit the Cho'Gath 3. We saw Snooty hitting his Ribbon 3 here as well. This 4 defender board has evolved quite a bit. We're now playing the set with a Mecha Prime, sacrificing both the Jax and the Wukong. So we're kind of back to last patch, essentially. It's kind of the comp that everyone was going for at that point in time.
It's really fascinating to see us back here, especially with 4 defender as well. Of course, with Sure Shot being everywhere as it was previously, certainly defender would be feeling pretty damn tempting. Salvi, though, in some pretty serious danger. Snooty Boo could afford to lose this round pretty comfortably and still be totally fine. But for Salvi, this could easily be the end of the line.
Aphelios 2, Samira 2. It's going to be close here, but I think this last cast from Samira should do it. Salvi stays alive. Snooty getting taken down a tiny little bit here as well.
All right, so
Natasha,
it's still totally fine.
One play I'm surprised at. I'm not entirely sure how Natasha's stage 4 went, but from the last time we saw him until now, I'm surprised he did not try and go level 9 with the HP he had and the Viego 2 already found very, very early on to try and cap out his board even higher. It seems like he felt he needed to roll a little bit more than he should have, and now was not able to really hit or power up his comp at that point.
All right, well, it's time for me to be putting the sad faces on stream, because Lana Tinker Tonka, 4th place from the Fates Championship, strongest performing Northern Legends player to date, is on just a single HP without even the boost accelerator to be able to bring them back from the brink.
I mean, it's a fiddle too.
Though.
It looks like a strong board. I think the upgrades were hit recently. I think the HP total right now is not really the best indicator of his current board strength, because the board looks pretty good to me. That being said, there's many very strong players in this lobby we're seeing from the win streaks. Havali Nick especially. I don't know if you remember, Peter. He was 19 HP at 4-1. Just the metabolic, he's already climbed up 20 HP and hasn't lost a fight since.
I couldn't forget that one, Panda. It's been a hell of a climb back for Nick to still be on a win streak since then. It's just astonishing. But you're right, we have Salvi, Havali Nick, and King Dan's all being on win streaks means this is going to be a tough climb if indeed it happens for Tinker Tonka at all. Salvi has still managed to hold on and actually put together a win streak of his own. So we've got several players with very strong boards who are all clawing at each other to try and stay out of those bottom places.
Gonna have to hope for another fiddle item here, I imagine, with only that singular Morello on the fiddle for now. Archangel Staff is a possibility, the rest not so much the case if you're trying to itemize fiddle specifically. But it could be Urgot as well. That's an Urgot too, so yeah, definitely a few different options here. But with Archangels, I think it will be the fiddle.
Well, certainly with everyone else's boards hitting out some ridiculous level strength. So we've got the full strength Morkais, we've got full strength Belveth, and exactly as you said, the Archangels going onto fiddles. Of course, and we've also got the Dual Lotus in play as well. So there are some big hits this board can dish out.
playing up against the Built Different board, playing up against King Dance, who very surprisingly is still running Senna and Kaisa as his carries. Actually, maybe not so surprising considering we've seen so many Samiras being taken out of the pool already. Maybe he felt like this is the avenue he had to take at this point with the 3-star 3-cost instead.
Well, that's being locked down for a lot of this, but wow, Senna is doing absolute work, pretty much full health, and I think this is the end of the line for Tinkatonka.
The wave misses. Senna just gets a little bit of a splash in the face, and Tinkatonka gets a little bit more than that, taken down in 7th. So I'm sorry for your UK biases, Peter. Well, actually, yeah, I'm also down there in 8th place. So we didn't do too well in this game.
We've both been punished for our league.
Wait, Snooty was 1 fight away from losing as well. Oh no, this has gone downhill real quick.
If the UK is going down, Panda, we're taking Spain with us. That's what our holiday makers will do. That's what we'll do here in TFT as well.
Like the good old days in the 16th century. I think that's also how it worked.
Oh boy.
Looking at the board now from Og, though, he is sitting in a very dangerous position as well. Both him and Snooty 1 fight away from being taken down in bot 4 for this game too. And he's again facing off against the scariest player in the lobby, the player that's climbed all the way up from 19 HP to 41. The full threats board, HP for everyone. Cho'Gath 3 with great items. The Belveth doing what she did best yesterday as well. And Og taken down. Natasha, I eat my words, taken down in 5th despite the crazy start to the game with the Renegades.
Oh boy, so Og and Natasha both out of the mix. King Dance and Snooty Boo barely holding on, with Salvi on a win streak and has maintained that win streak from when he was down around 6 or so, now in 2nd. We are looking forward to some very explosive final rounds.
I'm very curious to see what happened with Natasha's late game in stage 4 and 5 to end up 5th. I mean, I do agree that the rest of the lobby really did spike in a way where there are incredibly strong boards that have been assembled here for stage 6, but still, it's quite surprising with the setup he had in stages 2 and 3, the Octforce emblem. It's hard to understand how that ended up happening here, but once again, Snooty facing the boogeyman in this lobby, Peter.
Yeah, Nick, what an incredible run it has been, from all the way down the bottom to recovering to the most HP in the lobby. Definitely thinking about picking up accelerators in the future, because this board is titanic and it's ripping through everyone, though
Aphelios?
Maybe I'm speaking too soon.
Aphelios is big here. That should be a fight win here. Vel'Koz can't do enough damage-wise. Still Samira left alive as well, taking part of that hit. Snooty staying alive, and this is really all he needs, because Salvi gets taken down in 4th. Also a player that was very dangerous to face with the board he had assembled. And the top 3 has been guaranteed. 1 German, 1 half German, half Spanish, actually, in the case of Snooty, and 1 Turkish player currently in the absolute lead with 28 HP.
Of course, we'd be expecting Nick with the accelerator to be able to keep alive. You know, the bonus HP has been stacking up for such a long time. All it's going to take is Snooty Boo or King Dance to drop a single round, and top 2 is guaranteed.
The level 9 spike here now as well for Havali. Oh, never mind. I said couldn't find anything too relevant, but finds a second Janna if he wants to just slot that in for now, or a second Fiddle, possibly just even better. Havali knows there's going to be only really 1 or 2 fights left. Maybe just 1 if he can win out here, especially.
We'll be going up against King Dance, or perhaps King Dance Ghost. We'll find out in a second. You can see King Dance looking very great trepidation upon this board, now even stronger than it was before. We shall see if built different is built different enough.
Some great augments here for King Dan, just for the board strength, both to makeshift armor and second wind, doing a lot for helping this frontline stay alive, for Senna to do her thing, to ramp up that Rage Blade to deal as much damage as possible. But Vel'Koz, a direct counter, freezing up that Senna, stopping her from getting that attack speed going, and that will be a pretty decisive loss there for King Dan's, taken down in 3rd place, and Snooty trying to fight for his life. It looks like he can do it for at least 1 more round.
Yes, absolute sigh of relief for not having to go against the full up force right there at the end. Snooty Boo got one last chance here to try and make this one happen, as we see the face-to-face between the two. These threats look unstoppable with the level 9 coming in. There's so many upgrades.
The key positioning differences here will be the Cho'Gath positioning, so that Mana Reave, the Cosmic Barrier, comes out at the right angle, and also the Urgot, of course, incredibly important, especially with the blue buff where you're gonna get very early cast. You want to hit that Janna side of the board with the Bel'Veth and the Aesol, and unfortunately you kind of hit it. Maybe with just the edge of the wave you might swoop in both the Bel'Veth and the Aesol, and that will be the case.
All right, we'll see. One last chance here for Snooty Boo to stay alive. Of course, the Shogath laser will cut through so much, and the Janna Whirlwind as well, buying just an absolute ocean of time to work with. The meteors drop, Snooty Boo gets blown to pieces, and Havali Nick, with the comeback of the century, goes from the very edge of annihilation to a first place finish.
Huge props to Havali. Every decision they made in this game, I think, was on point. If you want an example of how to play Metabolic and Underground, we were talking at the very beginning, Peter, if Underground was good or not, this is how you play it. Went for the third cash out, was down to 19 HP, was using that Metabolic Accelerator to get some HP back to make sure he wasn't in the danger zone, and then was able to get a little bit lucky and get the threat level maximum as his last augment, having a threat board already assembled, was able to hit the upgrades, and since then didn't lose almost a single fight. So props to Havali for a very, very clean game.
Yeah, and honestly, it's really fascinating the kind of place we're in now where that was a possibility to put together a board just that ridiculously strong, mostly leaning on what should otherwise be generic threats. But, of course, we are only barely started here today in day number 2 of Golden Spatula Cup number 1. We have got Interview with Gunmei coming up in the break, and we'll have our analyst desk after that. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
My name is Gunnar Mayol. I'm known as Gunmei. I'm originally from Spain, but I live in Sweden. I'm 28 years old. To me, it's probably the best set ever, actually. I'm one of those that like the old sets a little bit better, like set 2, set 3. But set 8 has probably been the perfect combination of every new system together with like old set balance. So to me, it's the best set ever. Yeah, I enjoy the new systems as well. I think it involves the countries more. Like you get a bit more of a regional pride out of it as well, like some rivalries. I think it gets more people involved, even if you're maybe not the top player of everything. I personally qualify through ladder, so I haven't really participated much in the TRC this set yet, but I think it's a good system. I think it's good. It was the first LAN event that I went to. Like the Spanish scene had like a LAN event for the players, the Spanish players that qualified. We were all there. We had a lot of people attend and stuff. So it was my first experience, like living, I guess the esports dream or whatever. Like I'm getting close to 30, so like it's kind of weird to say that now, but that was really fun. Thank you to everyone who supports me and cheers for me, whether it be from Spain or from Sweden or from any country. To me, it means a lot. I feel like I have a lot of proof. I put a lot of pressure on myself to get to the absolute highest level, and I hope I can make myself proud, but also everyone else watching. So we'll see how it goes this set, but I have a good feeling for this set.
Welcome back to our analyst desk here, and this game definitely was a little bit different to others we've seen so far. Something that really changed up the tempo right from the get-go has to be our key feature, Metabolic Accelerator. Morgan, why don't you tell us a little bit more about that?
You know what they say, the turtle always wins the race and slow and steady has it at the end. Metabolic is not one of these augments that help you at all during your combats, and it's not one of these augments that you can win streak with at all. It's not something like Three's Company, True Twos that gives you a head at the start. But yeah, we'll see who played with it best at the end of the game.
Yeah, I feel like when you have 3 people picking this up, right? I spoke a little bit with Alana very briefly. He went into one of the discourse that I'm in, and he was like, once you saw there were 3 metabolic accelerators, you already kind of knew it was over, because the thing is that when you have people that are going to fall that heavily behind, the entire lobby, like, it doesn't matter because they don't get punished for it, because they just end up like chewing back that HP, right? And we saw that with the amount of people being alive towards the back end of the game.
Yeah, something I do want to mention before we get into those winning boards, though, has to be Salvi. Salvi found himself between a rock and a tough spot at the very beginning of the game, and then managed to come back. Even though the metabolic wasn't on him, he was able to edge out that comp, to hit that duplicator on the Samir, then naturally hit that Aphelios too, which was so big for him. Had to sell those ergots for it, and then in the end managed it into top 4, so that's definitely the hero story for me here. But why don't you tell me a little bit more about our top 2 comps?
Yeah, again, I did speak about Metabolic being that comp that makes it slow and steady, so who do you think that would be best friends with this augment? Of course, Undergrounds, because they're that comp that wants to constantly lose. They're that comps that constantly wants to stay with these lose streaks and making as much money and econ as you can. So among all of our 3 players, the only one that had a good Underground to start perfectly from the first round and managed to get 10 lost streaks straight was Havali. Now, it was a little bit underwhelming when he got that gold out. We got the gold cash out, because anyone would think like at this point you would be expecting what did you call it? A fun or a tactician crown and maybe some items to help you cash out. But with the gold, he had a very smart idea, because going on with threats was a very good cherry on top of cake when he got that threat level maximum. So the cash out with the undergrounds and the metabolic allowed him to be on 10 lost streak without getting absolutely punished for it. He still survived with over 40 HP with 10 lost streaks, and then the gold cash out into the threats was really smart. Being able to get Shogat 3 as well, because that unit was not contested and the threat level maximum, it gave him a free win.
I'll actually refute this point here. I actually think that the gold catch that he gets here is actually one of the best ones he could have gotten, because at the end of the day, he's gonna have the ability to fully transition if needs be, right? He gets incredibly lucky by the fact that this is not a hero augment as well, right? Like, but he plays it smart. He sits on his gold and then goes for the massive roll down, because again, getting that much gold to work with is super nice. Yeah, sure, it's only like it's technically like 2 windfalls, right? If you want to put it like that. But when you get that huge spike of gold, it means that you can very actively make a decision. You don't have to scramble, because sometimes you end up getting like a Sonia's Paradox and like a Blitz Hook, and then you get like one random component or something along those lines where it doesn't feel that impactful. But when you get the gold, you get full autonomy over what you want to do.
Right, you guys, with that, let's have a look at our standings before we get into too much arguments about what you want from those undergrounds. And it seems like there's been a little bit of a switch around. France has moved to the 2nd page of our standings. Ixula still defending Germany here in between. Natasha has moved into that region as well. Actually, I do want to shout out Greece. They've done fantastic throughout this tournament so far. Very, very good showman from them. Also, let's see who's on the current lead. That's always the biggest question, right, Morgan?
Yes, W5!
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, it's the interview buff. We're going to have players beeline to talk to us prior to the games with this continued.
Yeah, back-to-back wins right now for DSW. I mean, okay, you know it. He said that his good luck name charm was Quebec, so let's call him that so he can keep his top 2 position. And also, huge shout out for Epchimus Prime for being the only female in the tournament and still being able to stay at the top 5. So, you go, girl. Absolutely slaying right now at top 5. I'm very proud of her, and TSW5 at the same time.
A Dark Hydra as well, right? Like, Makes you're German.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the German players. I have a duty to fulfill. I cannot jinx them.
But Dark Hydra coming through, like again, we talk about this all the time. But like again, Hydra was one of the players that kind of removed themselves from competitive TFT before Rising Legends really became a thing, then kind of started to make a comeback towards the back end of Set 7, right? It's been performing quite well in the Summoners In League that has been going on for a couple of seasons now as well. And seeing him, transition that into a good GSC performance so far is, honestly, for me, it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, absolutely agree. But with that, we're going to go into a break. We have an interview ready with Chasu. And after that, we have some really cool in-game casters, I heard.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Paris Hadjic, known in Jasu on the US ladder. I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina and I'm 24 years old. I think this set is great. Like, it feels very refreshing after the set 7, which I skipped for the most part. And I got really hooked on this one after the set 7. I think this set is very, very good. I think, like, Polish players are really tough to face, like Lelouch, Travis Siwat and such. On tournaments, it's kind of different story though. I think French players are way more feared at tournaments, like Double 61, Voltariux, and other French players. Oh, I think this patch is by far the best we had since the start. First patch was a little bit bad for me specifically because it wasn't really my playstyle and it was kind of long because of holidays. But I think this current patch and the patch Golden Spatula Cup will be played on is like the most balanced patch we had for the entire set. I really like it. Okay, I want to shout out K6. I love you guys. I want to shout out Team Ambition and I want to shout out Boises. I think Boises is one of the best organizers in the entire TFT community and I think Riot gives him attention. He was organizing TFT Summit as well and I think he should definitely get a chance in Riot.
Did I promise too much? Very cool in-game casters here ready for you. Of course, Fana, you're gonna get another 2 rounds of in-game casting, and I am so happy to be alongside you. Now, this time around, we have a very exciting lobby, right?
Yeah, we'll be the lobby that's currently doing the best in the standings, the top 8 players, so we can really analyze, do these players have a better read on the meta? Are they just able to play comps that other players aren't contesting? What are they doing right? Or is it just, Mortdog blessing the first 2 tournament games they've had today? Could also be an option for some of these players.
Yeah, it could be an option. I'm not too sure that's the case. We're going to have a look at the lobby asset as soon as it's ready. But definitely a player I'm looking forward to. We saw her yesterday towards the end of the day. Now leading, we already spoke about her, Optimus Prime from Turkey, coming in here doing really well. I'm so happy to see her. And also Snooty, who we talked to yesterday, showing extremely skilled, flexible play, which I love seeing from him.
Yeah, the player that we mentioned at the very beginning of this tournament on day one, we had the pre-show interview with Snooty, and we talked about his mental and how that was maybe holding him back in terms of tournament results in past sets. This is so important for a player like him. Winning the first 2 games or being among the top 8 players after 2 games is huge in terms of confidence, in terms of how you compose yourself for those sometimes deciding moments in a tournament like this one, where games 4, 5, and 6, if maybe you get a 2 aces in a row for 3rd or 4th, you have to really be able to turn things around for those final 2 games. Contrary to the last carousel, this carousel much more defensive and AP focused, with 2 tiers available for anyone that wants to maybe play something like a Yuumi reroll for Redemption and for the Blue Buff. I'm not sure if you're thinking the same thing, Makes, but with Kubek winning 2 games in a row, I was thinking the first thing, did he play in Yuumi one of those 2 games?
I would love to see. I was thinking about it as well, just going through what these 8 played in yesterday's games. Most of them are leaning towards 80 more, which is the general trend that I saw in games. But Kubek was saying that he's open to go for those AP leaning things if he has an AP opener, if he lose streaks. So if we see him lose streaking, I think we can expect him to go more towards the Yuumis. But of course, it's also going to be dependent on what the first augment brings. If that one's a hero augment, we could be in for a little bit more direction early on.
Yeah, actually, Kubek was one of the players that was playing Yuumi yesterday on stream. So we 100% know he won a game with Yuumi yesterday already. He's open to the comp, he's mastered it, and he knows what you need to have in order to win a game with Yuumi. The main thing he mentioned on the interview at the very top of the show is, 1, not being contested, and 2, trying to secure that by playing Yuumi with gold augment instead of the hero augment, knowing that no one is really going to try and contest you. 2 Dravens in the shop, a spicy pickup, but also has a Kaisa on the bench. So 2 conflicting angles here.
Yeah, I think he's just going to wait it out and see. I don't think the Dravens will be picked up. Maybe if there's like a very strong lean, but for now I feel like the Kaisa is a much safer play. We saw Recon do extremely well, and while Draven reroll is a thing, it's not as dependent, I want to say, to get you into those top 4s, which is what players are
Sell the Kaisa. Oh no, he didn't bite in time. No. Oh, that is demoralizing.
That hurts.
Oh no, I've been there before. You feel like the game cheated you out of like a millisecond. It's happened a few times, but in this case, in the tournament, even more devastating, because that is almost a guaranteed win streak if you're able to get a Draven 2 with, I guess doesn't have really the best components just yet, with the last Whisper components missing entirely. That's tough.
That hurts. I mean, obviously that's not going to be game breaking, but he would have been so much more comfortable if he was able to hit that Draven 2 right from the get-go. Spirit of Exiles being picked up here on that Yasuo as well. So right now, nothing's really going on. There is an ace involved, there is a civilian, but that Draven would have been it, right?
Very good pickup on the augment though, so he's kind of saved by getting the best hero augment in the game at 2-1. Spirits of the Exile is sitting at under 4.0 average, which is just absolutely insane. If you're trying to think, what is actually broken and will 100% be nerfed in the next patch, if something is sitting under 4.0 average, that's usually one of the things to look at.
Yeah, and we can see the Dravens axing it out here for Kubek. Uko and Hydra both starting on a little loss. Now we're going to get some other players go in there. And I'm always curious, the players that have like the biggest losses early on. Oh, there he goes. He's redeemed. All right. I love that. There we go.
He just went for a small walk. The Draven had to get some air, and now it's come back and said, all right, Kubek, I got you. Don't worry. We'll win streak this stage 2 together.
Exactly. So let's hop on over to Kaspersky, who is on that recon angle. We talked about it for Kubek at the beginning, has also found that Kaisa very early on together with an Ezreal. So recon 2 already unlocked, and is going for some undergrounds, currently on a win, but surely would prefer to have a little bit of a loss streak going. And Kubek can get that done for you really quickly, I'm sure.
We saw on the side there, Epchi went level 5 at 2-2, so really fighting to defend her win streak at this point in time. We'll have to see how that ends up working out, because if you level to 5 this early on, you're really tanking your econ quite a bit. You rely on that win streak gold to get that econ back up throughout stages 2 and 3, but if that plan backfires, you find yourself in a bit of a pickle of a spot. Draven here, can he do it? The Edgewell cast will come through. I don't think so.
All right. I see you, Kaisa. But yeah, I want to check in with Epchi, see what she's up to. Wukong 2 could be hit here for Kaspersky. We'll find it and pick it up. It's not going to hurt to have that 1 cost 2-star at the very beginning. At least it's a little bit more beefiness that you can flex in. And definitely going to be helpful here. But Ketzer, Kaspersky, and Epchi all still on those 100 HP.
And looking around, seeing the different boards, seeing the different augments, when I mentioned that Yasuo is incredibly strong as a hero augment, it seems to be the case that players agree. 4 players have picked either a Yasuo support or carry augment. In this case, it looks like the carry augment for Uko, which isn't necessarily something considered incredibly strong in this current meta looking at the stats. So interesting to see how Uko navigates this game.
Yeah. Uko going for those duelists. Actually, a comp that I felt we would see a lot more going into this tourney. I thought vertical duelists would be a lot more popular, but every time we've seen it, it's been kind of like, man, like sometimes it's okay if you get the right augments, but most of the times you're just so much more stable if you go into laser corps instead of duelists, or into recons if you go into that direction of the Kaisa and the Vayne. Really, really stable backline that's going to give you a lot of damage if you have something to put at the front.
And if players see that laser core is incredibly contested, I've seen many players just play Yasuo, Spirit of the Exile alongside kind of maybe a Zed or kind of a duelist in the late game and still find value from the augment and be able to navigate the top 4. So not the end of the world. There is one player, Havali, who I believe might be angling towards Yuumi at the very first moment we saw when he fought Kubek in the first fight of this stage 2. Not entirely sure yet, but the items do indicate it. And I think from what I saw on his bench, he might have been angling towards Yuumi.
Yeah, for now, we're going to check in with Epchi. We talked about her going into this carousel. Also seems to be on Spirit of the Exile, if I see that correctly, and is still defeating her win streak. So very, very good position to go from here, but surely would like to have that Ashe too, to have, you know, a little bit more HP all throughout the board with nearly all items slammed.
The components as well were a little bit awkward with the chain vest, the tier, and the glove. Would have liked to keep the tier open for Shiv if she wants to go for laser core, but because she was trying to defend her win streak, she knew she needed to slam items to stay as strong as she possibly could for all of the fights in this stage 2. And I think it was definitely the correct decision. Vow is a pretty okay item to have. It works in any comp, so it's quite flexible. And for now, with Reaction 2 especially, going to be good enough to win this 4th fight and hopefully the 5th as well.
Yeah, you spoke about Havali going into this one. We just saw him get, I don't want to say defeated, annihilated by Epchi's comp here. I thought that Kaisa would have been a little bit stronger, but that was definitely a big stomp going out from Epchi over to Havali. And now Snooty is at the very bottom of the ladder leaderboard here in this lobby. Currently with not much to go on. 2 sure shot, 2 brawler, very basic, no 2 stars, no item slammed for now.
Has picked up the Unrelenting Force Vi carry augment. So interested to see where Snooty takes this, specifically if he wants to reroll for a Vi 3 to have this super tank with the carry augment, you know, allowing him to go that route with kind of a super Vi. And if so, what does he accompany this Vi with in the backline? Does he try and go for an Ezreal reroll game without the Ezreal carry augment, for example? I'm very interested to see where he takes this.
The Vi on the bench, like, you see me? You don't see me? I'm like right here. She's just waiting back there with the carry augment.
Also, there's no AP items, which is the one thing where if you're trying to play Ezreal carry, that might not work out. So I think he might just go for the Vi as a super tank and then just think about going for kind of a more traditional backline.
Yeah, we're gonna see Sivir in the shop here being picked up. Vi now moving in as we leveled up to 5 here a little bit later than the rest of the lobby, but has secured some economy. Now, if you are interested to talking to us about Rising Legends or TFT or honestly any memes, then you can join the conversation. Hashtag TFT Rising Legends on Twitter. We're gonna check on over there and feature the best tweets on our broadcast.
I'm curious to see how Snooty navigates a roll down on 3-2. He has a lot of pairs and a lot of very impactful pairs as well. I think he should probably be looking at selling some of these units to go 40 right now, or maybe just values keeping things like both the Lee Sin and the Jax to slot in 4 brawler with 2 sure shots once he does roll down.
Yeah, it's actually interesting.
So many
there
pairs.
is going to be another Rammus probably picked up for a frontline. Nope, doesn't seem like it.
With the
just
Vi
holding
augments,
on to everything.
You want to make it so your board powers up and highlights that Vi as much as possible. So she gets the most from her carry augment. So I think it will be probably a 4-brawler frontline, and the threats may be sold off. But again, it all depends on what you hit on your roll down at 3-2. I think Snooty is happy to lose this round as well, keep that loss streak going, get some extra gold, and then have maybe not a full roll down to 0, but I think he's definitely going to roll down until he feels he's stable enough to win pretty much every fight in the rest of stage 3 at this point.
Yeah, and with augments coming around after this game, just a quick reminder, there's a 50% chance for these augments to be golden augments. We have 13 for prismatic and 37 for silver. So we're most likely looking at what could be a golden augment coming around. Going to see what that one is in just a second. And Kaspersky and Epchi still fighting it out, both on a win streak. Not sure if they're facing off against each other, but it could just be the case. And yeah, that was true. Epchi defeating Kaspersky, breaking his streak. Really, really big for her. Oh, silver augments.
And Kaspersky was level 6, 10 gold, so I believe he not only leveled to 6 on 3-1 off of the normal integer to try and win that last fight, but also possibly rolled down a bit. I'm not entirely sure what his stage 2 looked like to get to that gold point, but right now has the underground cash out available. So played underground with a win streak, which is usually, completely viable as well, considering you do get underground stacks by winning just only 2 instead of 3.
Yeah, and he seems to continue that heist, does not want to cut and run, wants to keep going here, really confident in his team. And honestly, I understand where he's coming from. He has a really good front line here, does have a decent backline to Sona, supporting a little bit here, and is building out on those recons, I think, with the Vayne already being unlocked there on the bench.
Facing off against Kubek, who with Spirit of the Exile, the strongest hero augment in the game at 2-1 from these 2 cost units, is sitting at 73 HP and is sitting at the very bottom end of the HP standing. So not entirely sure how things went so poorly. I guess maybe just did not hit any relevant upgrades in stage 2, but is going to lose this fight as well with a recent upgrade to that Vi from Kaspersky and just the overall strength of Kaspersky as a whole to get 95 HP.
I think the question has to be like what you're up against in this lobby, especially with our seeding system. And Kubek, knowing that he's on the same augment as Epchi, who's currently leading the lobby, definitely opens a little bit of a predicament, right? You can both go for the same direction with 2 players, that still works. But then Hydra is also on Spirit of the Exile. So 3 players on the same augment does open up the question of, are you going to hold hands or do you find another angle?
Oh, so I was very curious. I saw a Rel 2 upgrade on Havali's board, but it will not be the Yuumi for now. He's keeping the cat in the bag, at least for this game 3. Gonna go into recons instead. Slams the Rage Blade and the Shiv, 2 items that are not necessarily incredibly flexible. They kind of say, I'm playing Kai'Sa no matter what, and this sends a message to anyone else that was trying to go for recons that they might be contested if they go down that route for stage 4.
Yeah, it seems like contesting is the big theme of this lobby here. Even though the meta is so flexible right now and there's so many options, the early hero augments just really giving direction and telling players that that's what you're looking for, and then following that line of thought. I'm curious to check in with Dark Hydra after this carousel, see where we're going. He's currently very much at the bottom of the table, 54 HP, so nearly half of it is already gone. He's going to pick up a bow with Sivir here. We're going to see what he does with that.
That is so interesting. We have so many laser core players. We had one player that had the duelist heart as well that wants to pick up his Zed for a huge spike. And the rod, even though it is not an AD item, it does build into Gunblade, one of the absolute best items in the game right now on both AP and AD carries.
Yes, interestingness is that was left open for Kaspersky to pick, everybody else prioritizing different angles. And here is Hydra's board also on those laser corps, has Spirit of the Exile as well, and built out the Ash for now. Where are we going with this one, Panna?
Well, wherever you can, considering that there's so many players contesting laser corps, you have to try and see if you want to stick to this or if you want to try and find a way out while still getting value from the Yasuo augment that so many players picked up. But looking at the augments on the right here, pretty generic options except for the duelist heart. Going to lock Uko into duelist to some extent, either 4, 6, or maybe 8 in the late game, but everything else just generic healing from Celestial Blessing. Tiny Titan for Snooty, that is a big one considering he lost streaked 6 rounds in a row and got all that HP back essentially with Tiny Titans.
Yeah, definitely big. Just looking at the lobby screen, you wouldn't be able to tell, but he has gotten a little bit of an HP boost, which is doing him some favors here. You can see the Laser Corps doing their thing, drones on both sides, but Snooty will edge out another win here, which was really important for him. But Hydra needs to find an angle, same as Kubek. Both of them are kind of down there, not with much direction, a little bit dizzy due to competing on the same comps as like 2 other players each. So need to find something to work with here.
Ribbon pair is big here. We can get that upgrade considering the Sunfire is already slammed on the ribbon as well. And especially with the second win picked up as a second augment, finding 2 stars is going to be so relevant with the extra HP. You make sure those units survive to get that boost from second wind HP as well to allow that fight to go on longer and allow the front line, the tanks to stall out for this Ashe to do damage.
Yeah, and with that, I think we can have a look at the augment card that 3 players has picked up here as they face off against each other. Both players are on Spirit of the Exile, and if you maybe are not as familiar with the hero augments just yet, that's just going to mean, similar to Exiles, the augments that units that don't have a neighbor, there's no adjacent ally to them, they're going to have 25 attack speed, which is really, really good for the lasers comp.
Exactly the same thing as Exiles, but instead of shielding, you get attack speed essentially, which, as you mentioned, is a very, very strong effect, and it's why this augment has been popping off so much in the stats, but also just because Laser Core as a whole is just one of the best traits to have in 2-1. And normally you have Renekton and Ashe, and you're looking for that Yasuo, you're hoping to naturally in your shops. The augment gives you the Yasuo and allows you to get that spike immediately no matter what. So it just makes it that much more consistent to have 3 laser in no matter what at 2-1.
Yeah, Wolves coming around PvE round usually gives you a little bit more direction as well, and some items, which is something they're looking for. Ashe currently being an item holder for Hydra, not the best unit to carry you through the early stages, as we can see by the HP totals, which much rather have a stronger unit here in the backline. Finds a Zek 2, which is really big on the 4-1 roll down. Keeps going. There's a Rammus that's being picked up here. Another Vi in the shop that will get picked up. Alistar 2 will be found and used. Cho'Gath, Rammus 2 being hit. Lots and lots of upgrades, especially in the beefy segment for Dark Hydra. It seems to be enough for him to finish this roll down here.
The front line's great, but what are the damage carries? Please, Mortdog, give this man some Samiras, give this man some Zeds. He got the front line online, thank you, but he needs the back line as well to accompany, or else you're just stalling out for nothing. The Ashe will be okay for now, but you will start falling off as this fight goes on. Huge upgrades though, and slightly feels bad, man, getting the Ribbon 2 with the Sunfire and then getting a Zac right after and not really being able to transfer that Sunfire onto Zac instead.
Yeah, meeting up with Ketzer here. Ketzer on the backline has picked up the Band of Thieves, which means there's going to be Thieves' Gloves on that Asol. The Zephyr definitely played into this round here, lifting up the Ashe and taking out the only damage dealer that Hydra had. So very unfortunate matchup for Hydra here. Are we going to see more roll downs after the augments come through? It's going to be golden augments. He does have a reroll available, but is going to go for Jolt.
He needs to find a better damage carry. This is what Hydra is. Again, the front line is absolutely cracked for stellar units that can, stall for so long, but you need damage to accompany this. And you have AD items as well. So even if you find this Asol 2, not going to be ideal. You want to have an AD carry instead. Not a single Samira or Bel'Veth in this massive roll down has to feel really, really bad for Dark Hydra.
I mean, you could still sell off
something,
try to keep going. There's a Bel'Veth at least that is going to be put into play. We're on the full threats for now. No Laser Corps anymore. It's just Bel'Veth and the gang. The Sunfire is going to be transferred onto the Zac. You spoke about it going into this. And hopefully he can do something against Havali here. Havali on the recons. There is a Kaisa 2 in play. I can see 2 Kaisa copies in the background. So on a very good trajectory for Havali, but will he be able to find another win against Dark Hydra, or is that Bel'Veth just enough? She goes down here. There's going to be another,
it's
not
a one-star
even
Bel'Veth,
another ult from Asol.
a lot of awkward things happening for like Hydra, where he got some good rolldowns for his tank, but everything else went wrong. He has a Sunfire Slam and has an Acel pair, so Acel loses a lot of its power, but the healer reduction not really being that relevant. There's the Belbeth there. You have to keep rolling here, or you might just die.
Come on.
You find a 5th tank upgrade, but you don't have any real damage coming out from this Belbeth 1. He has to sell the
Acel, I think. The Vi? Come on.
I mean,
you're
at 14
on 14
HP,
HP.
I would say you sell anything possible to hit this Belbeth 2.
One more. There is a Belbeth somewhere. No. He rolled so much gold this game, and he hit nothing except beef. That hurts.
Against Kubek, who has a Z2, who has, I imagine, that 6 lasers online as well. Hit Exile, which is fantastic. When you're playing Spirits of the Exile, and you hit Exiles and Augment, you're like, perfect. Both these augments do the same exact thing, essentially. You're already positioned for one of them, so it just works out fantastic. You get both the shielding and the attack speed. No. The lasers, I think, will be enough. Even if Zed dies here, the next 2 carries, they can still do damage, but they still have the drones, especially, to continue dishing out that magic damage.
All right, we're on 4 HP. Hydra
Aphelios
obviously has the priority pick here. It does go for the Aphelios, of course, with the Crit Glove. Really, really nice pickup. There's a Nunu as well. That's a very popular flex unit, like all legendaries are, truth be told. But is that going to be enough, is the question. You are on 4 HP. Any loss will be your last one. You can see Ketzer has a Spat on bench. What did you pick up, a tier?
Ketzer was playing the Endless Pizza Sivir augments, and he's already locked in fully into mech, as I expected. He's trying to get the most out of that 12% healing from the Endless Pizza augment, and that's going to be the case there. The set still 1-star as one of the big upgrades that I think Ketzer needs to find if he wants to really stabilize, but he's already level 8, and he does already have quite a few upgrades of Ribbon coming in here now as well, but set is the big one, of course, where the mech is essentially kind of a 3-in-1 unit, so anything that you do to this mech, either 2-starring it or giving it another item, essentially triples the actual value of what it does for your comp.
Yeah, I mean, the big question here is Dark Hydra going to live this, or will he get knocked out in round 4 or 5 as we move on here? Havali and Ketzer fighting it out. Let's have a look at what that Endless Pizza Sivir can do, while on the other side, the Kaisa is still firing away, fully equipped, fully itemized. This item's Rage Blade stacking up here with the statics, just doing its worst for Ketzer, who takes a big loss, but Hydra is able to find a win.
And a great build there by Havali, currently at 70 HP and win streaking, playing Recon, but not with a threat frontline. In some cases, when you have the Rel Channeled Fermency augment at 2-1, your options are Yuumi, Flex AP going fast 8, fast 9, or playing Recon with Nyla and the Rel as the Star Guardians instead. And that's the angle that Havali took, and it is going quite well for him right now. There's a set 2. Oh!
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this shop. All right. I see you. Not quick enough to make something happen here, but the Samira being found is going to get some items slammed right now. Would have liked to put that Aphelios in, surely.
The one problem is that he still has Draven as one of the mechs, so the ace is cancelled out for this fight. For the Samira loses her ability to execute targets when they're under 50% HP, which is a bit of a miss, but still the board strength is there with just the straight up upgrades into set and into Samira. But we're gonna have to try and maybe find a different mech to upgrade into that set.
Yeah, there is a Leona in the shop for Kaspersky. Hydra now finally, but sadly, taking an L here, going 8th really, really quickly. But Snooty, a player we talked about at the beginning of this game, seems to meet a similar fate. 6 HP still left as we move into this PvE round here. We talked about it at the beginning. He did pick up the Tiny Titans. He would have been dead a long time ago if it wasn't for that. He's on the 6 laser course, but nothing is really working out. The Senna carry, 1 Senna away from being a Senna reroll, fully built out. No Zed as far as I can tell. There's a Zek, but that's the wrong unit for him. Can he find that Zena? There
he does. Is surprising awesome, considering how many players are playing Senna, even if it's just a 2-star version on their board, with almost every single player we've seen either playing Laser Core or playing Sure Shot. That's been what looks like pretty much every single backline aside from Havali's Recon. So very, very good for Snoop to be able to hit this Senna.
Yeah, Yeah, let's see how this board does. I'm so curious to see that Xena 3 in action. I saw her in some of the post-game screens, but on the other side, there is Epchi, and Epchi has built out everything. There's a Mordekaiser in play. There's an Aphelios in the backline. Let's look at the Xena damage as it comes through. Mordekaiser ult smashing her on the head. The front line has died, but she is finishing it off. She has all the drones behind her, and in the one-on-one behind the Aphelios, she loses out. Snooty goes out 7th with -2 HP, and now the rest of the lobby is a little bit closer. They have a little bit more HP, but surely someone's going to lose here as well.
Very unfortunate there for Snooty. Fought a pretty strong player, and all in all, I think it's the Vi augment, not necessarily fantastic unless you go for a 3-star Vi. It just doesn't do enough as a tank with just a 2-star version. So the front line melted way too quick, and the Senate could not do everything all by herself. Soraka 2 is found here, but not really too relevant for this comp we're seeing here from Ketzer. Fully AD, and I don't think he has any spot really to play this Soraka.
She doesn't want to go away though. Comes in the second refresh as well, now being sold off. Was looking for other units, was trying to find another upgrade here. Was not possible for him. On the other side is Kaspersky. This is a big steep fall in HP between the two of them. Another Kai'Sa player together with Havali does not have the Kai'Sa 3 just yet, so that might be an option for Ketzer to take this one home. The Samira is still alive and well in the bottom right corner, and she's trying to chew through the tanks, doing a fantastic job of that, Set being her wingman, defending her from all evil as she goes on to the backline, and Ketzer manages to take this one.
Yeah, the ace situation has now been fixed. Draven is no longer one of the mechs combining into the set, so now you have just a singular one ace for Samira, and she gets her executes online as well. For Kaspersky, who we saw there as the opponent, he wasn't even trying to go for a recon reroll at all. Just playing Kai'Sa as a flexible, good AP carry. Went straight to level 8 with the amount of HP he had and still has now, sitting as the HP leader, and just trying to go for a stable, flexible comp. Eventually, that Samira, I think, the Kai'Sa rather, will transition to something else.
Yeah, let's see who he is going to meet. And it's Havali. It's the other recon player now. Also, still 2 Kai'Sas away from hitting that Kai'Sa 3. Would have really liked to have that peak, but with someone competing, ooh, big cash out from the Urgot to wave coming in here. Again, Samira and Aphelios are just doing so much damage with the Set in the front line well protected. Ketzer takes another one home and is on a great trajectory here.
As a very strong board, of course, the mecha frontline was nerfed. It's no longer really a comp you can just go for straight up. But I mentioned it yesterday. Ooh. The one time you do 100% go for it is when you have endless pizza as an augment, because that synergizes so well with the max HP pool.
Urgot.
It's just perfectly given to Ketzer. Mortog says, "Here, my good sir, you've done a good job of surviving until now. You're playing, you're giving pizza to your whole team, so it's definitely a generous thing for Ketzer to do." And he gets a generosity paid back to him with a sure shot emblem on an Urgot. I believe this might be the upgrade as well. It's an Urgot 2, no? Isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Urgot 2 with a sure shot emblem that should enable Ketzer to go for the 4 sure shots with Urgot in there. Definitely big, but let's have a look. Yeah, there we go. 4 sure shot already on board. One of them being Oxford, Urgot.
And now Ketzer, I think, is confident and stable enough to consider going for level 9 if he thinks he is going to be strong enough. Doesn't have that much HP to work with, though, only 17. But if he does, he can possibly slot in 4 Ox Force as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really strong board. You're going to see it come out here against Epchi. Epchi doing really well throughout this entire lobby. We've seen her meet up with other players once again and again, had a giant win streak at the beginning as the board glitches away. Let's have a look at the Aphelios in the backline. From her, he's doing a lot of damage, but definitely not enough to keep on par with the board that Ketzer has built. And now it is time to have a look at Havali and Uko, who have fallen a little bit behind, had one too many losses, and are on what could be their last standing legs, but Havali finds that Kai'Sa 3.
I was about to mention the losses are, expected on Havali's side until he's able to hit the upgrades he needs to, and in this case, it will be that Kai'Sa 3, the main damage carry on this comp. With the 4 recon online, you're 3 away from the Rammus. You have very little gold to work with, though, so it's just trying to survive until this next PvP round. You get a little bit of a boost of gold and hope in those few rolls you're able to hit that Rammus 3 as well.
Is it going to be Uko that he's meeting? Not entirely sure. I think it's Epchi, right? Yeah, there we go.
It's also support, so it's not Uko in this case.
All right, let's see how we do. The Kaisa being infinitely CC'd, but she manages to come back here. Will that HP be enough? The Leona ult still hitting. The Aphelios is onto her, and Havali finds another loss. That was really, really bad. Uko finding a loss here as well, going 6th, but Havali was so badly positioned with that Kaisa. She was just a target to anything and everything and couldn't do any damage for a long, long time there.
Yeah, the Yasuo just snuck right into the backline, was able to get that stun directly onto the Kaisa, so a huge, huge change in the pacing of that fight. Looking now at Kaspersky's board, continues to be the healthiest player in this lobby, and as I mentioned, perfectly uses that HP as a resource to go level 9 and to continue capping on his board. Right now, this board looks fairly mediocre for at this stage of the game. We're almost at stage 6. He still has a Vi, he still has a Riven carry, he still has Kaisa, a 2-star as a carry. But he's able to navigate the tempo of his board to a level 9, and then a lot of upgrades will be coming in very soon with all the gold he has to roll.
I mean, if you keep this board in mind, and then you look at what Havali has, then that's basically two sides of a coin, right? Havali does have the Kaisa 3, but doesn't have anything else. Kaspersky at least has a Janna, has some support in there, has now found a Syndra, the Echo 2. There's a big front line now rolling on level 9, just hitting left and right, anything and everything you could ever dream of. And that is really a decision that was made, right? He saw another player was going for that Kaisa, was going for the recons, and so he decided it's not worth to hit her on 3. I'm going to pursue a different option. I'm going to prioritize tanks, I'm going to prioritize frontline, and I'll try to make something with that. But let's see how it goes as Ketzer and Havali meet up.
Once again, the Recon's on the wrong side of the board. The Urgot Undertow might hit them unless they dash to safety and kind of Challenger AI their way out of danger. Not going to be the case. All 3 Recons hit. Vayne with QSS not hindered in terms of her damage output, but the front line has melted. There's no tank items on anyone trying to get makeshift armor value. Not enough. The Recons don't have enough time to start ramping up, and Havali is taken down in 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Ketzer's board as he was unlocking it. I want to say it is definitely one of the strongest boards you can have right now. Epchi's still trying to make it here, but she is in the top 4 for sure. Has a Fiddlesticks in the shop that she's not able to pick up, wouldn't be able to pick up if she wanted to. Could sell both Xenos, but then you'd lose out on the 6 Laser Corps, so not really an option. Is going to hold on to that and try and survive against Ketzer, who she is meeting up with next, and that is going to be a big board she has to face.
This Leona ult is so big onto the set. If the Leona can survive enough time for the true damage to come in and melt this tank as quickly as I expect, it could be so big for this fight. It's still going on. The true damage is coming through. Set has almost been killed off, and this could be the difference maker here. Set has now died. The backline is left alive, but that's it. Aphelios taken down a little bit too quickly, and Epchi down in 4th place.
I mean, for a second, I thought there was a chance with the Zuzi Voidling keeping that Urgot and the backline in check, but it just wasn't enough. The frontline wasn't able to survive and then gave an open to the carries. Just not possible there. But Kubek, Kaspersky, and Ketzer are still fighting for the win of this lobby. Kubek, we haven't checked in within a while, was losing during the mid game, but managed to turn this one around, has found the Z2 very good items on that one, and is just looking to position that in the smartest way possible.
Our Polish viewers must be very happy to see both Kubek and Kaspersky 1 and 2 in this 3rd lobby of day 2 of GSC number 1. But they are now fighting off against each other. Zed is on the side that will be killing Syndra right away before she can get too many casts off. Only 1 unit will be put in, and just barely. The CC does come down onto the Zed, but he has the Edge of Night to stay protected once the Urgot latches onto him and tries to kill him off. The Sivir's almost dead now as well. The front line has melted on either side, but 1 Sejuani is remaining here on Kaspersky's side. Nunu still doing his thing. 2-star Nunu with items. So hard to deal with. And that's going to be it for Kubek right now. This fight will be going to Kaspersky as the Senna drones try and kill off Nunu. Nunu's just walking around like, hey, I'm just doing my thing. Please stop pestering me.
You may take me, but I won't give up. That's
He's not even looking at the drones. He just has his back to the drones.
All right, a Zephyr for Kubek. That could be very big. If he's able to hit that on Ketzer's Urgot, that might just be enough to put him out of place for a little while. Ketzer on his side picking up the Ox. He already has one Ox emblem.
4 Ox Force
now. So really, really nice. Going to get another big upgrade with that emblem.
Huge spike on this trait as well, for especially the attack speed onto the Aphelios. If he finds Aphelios 2, he's going to become, I think, the favorite to win this lobby, despite being last in the HP right now. That would be the massive upgrade. Let's see if he can find it. He has a Fiddlestick pair as well. Leona pair in the shop.
What is he holding that Galio for?
The chicken gives good luck.
It's just support chicken.
Every high-level player knows this. The Galio on bench always blesses your rolls.
All right, let's see how it goes. If Ketzer loses here, which we don't think is going to happen with his 7-win streak, then that is going to be very scary. Well, let's see how it goes. The Urgot comes back. In comes the wave, hits nearly everything. Only the Aphelios not affected. Down comes the Mordekaiser ult. Urgot still alive. More CC to come. That Fiddlesticks can't do anything. And Ketzer once more is able to stomp down a board. Kubek now down to 7 HP, and he's in a rough spot.
That was so big for Kubek. That was a fight he had to win because he had Zephyr on the bench. He had the chance to pretty much guarantee he could hit that.
The Aphelios!
He could hit that set, and that was the case. But right before the Urgot died, the Gunblade healing came through, healed up that Urgot, and once again, Set had most of the aggro as he came back down from the Zephyr. Oh my god, these upgrades for Ketzer. I was saying he might win if he hits the Aphelios 2. I think now it's a guarantee, despite Kaspersky also hitting the Aphelios 2 upgrade.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Kubek and Kaspersky at that point are just like nodding towards each other, saying like, okay, you know, he gets it. But let's see how this one plays out. Full potential unlocked on Ketzer's board. The Urgot CC'd for a little while, but in comes the tidal wave from both sides. And Nuno is on to the enemy backline, CCing them maybe just enough. Could this be the turning point for Kaspersky? But the front line is still alive. That set is just too beefy to take down. Kaspersky takes a loss, Kubek takes a loss, and Ketzer with a board I don't think we're going to see again in today's tournament, taking the win here in game number 3 of our Golden Spatula Cup 2. 1.
And the biggest difference there was at the end. I'm not sure if you noticed, Makes, but the set combining made it so that the Urgot moved his aggro a little bit to the right. The Urgot was very well positioned to get that undertow onto pretty much all of the AD carries on the side of the opponent, but instead the Urgot moves to the side, and Ketzer's AD carries were completely untouched by undertow throughout most of that fight. So a very slight difference, but that could have been the difference maker in that last fight, and the reason why Ketzer was able to take the win.
I mean, I think it's just great to see how he was in kind of a rough spot, then managed to hit all of the right things, was gifted that sure shot Urgot 2. That was just open for him. Nobody else was able to I mean, someone was able to take it, but only one person because he was so low in the standings. And from there on, that board just went stonks. Like, honestly, very, very crazy board. Not easy to replicate. Not something you could open up and be like, oh, I'm playing this now. But definitely a very, very strong board.
I believe we do have our break ready to go, an interview with our favorite blanket wearer and Yuumi forcer, Exula, on ladder and in tournaments. He does not care. He loves the cat. And we're going to have an interview with him, and then, of course, the analyst desk to break down what happened in this game and how so many players were able to hit all these upgrades so quickly at the end.
So I'm Exula from Germany. I'm a German streamer and player. I've been playing TFT competitively since set 7, and I started playing TFT at all at set 1. But I think by now we have a really good set, and yeah, especially from the design side. Maybe the patches are a bit too swingy. Maybe a bit too much is done in terms of the patches. For example, when you had the Yuumi checks meta, and the next patch just completely shifted that towards 4 costs, and both comps were, in my opinion, completely unplayable. So I competed in 2 Golden Spatula Cups so far. I missed the first one last set, but I started competing in set 7 Golden Spatula Cup 2, and I had to go through the Golden Spatula Cup Open Qualifier.
But the open qualifier was pretty fine, and I think my placement was also quite good in the GC itself. I ended up as 21st. To be fair, the competition is pretty rough, and I feel like the games are really high quality when you play in the GC, and you have a lot of good players there. Always shout out to the German community, which really welcomed me last set when I wanted to join the competitive community. And of course also to my Twitch chat, which is always super supportive, and yeah, I think one of the best Twitch chats out there.
Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be perfect anyway.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Golden Spatula Cup #1. I'm here with Whitta and with Morgan. And what I want to put to you guys immediately is TFT a game of skill?
Yes, 100% sure. And I'm that sure shot spat just to prove it. It's all skill. It's all skill. Have you seen that last game?
How does the remember the name go? It's 10% luck. I think it's a little bit more than that, right? But Ketsa might be a name we had to remember, right? Ketsa has been in and around the top end of the ladder and like competitive scenes for a while now, right? A player that's kind of been looking for that breakout performance, and well, this day 2 so far has been going quite well for him. I think that is safe to say, right? We got to see how the game kind of changes when you get the 2 costs opening augments here. We had 4 players go on to something that was like Yasuo related, but then Ketsa takes the endless pizza and everything was just fantastic from there on out.
I mean, we can see the evidence of the crime right here with the Urgot being picked up with the Sure Shot emblem, being made an X-Force as well. But I suppose this does bring up the sort of the larger question. While Ketsa definitely had a hell of a high roll game, we've now had 2 different stream games in a row where a player who has been really down towards the bottom, really struggling, has managed to turn the game around and end up finishing out incredibly well. You know, for where you guys are sitting, are we going to start seeing more of that going forward? Are people getting a better handle on how to bring out these loss streaks into solid win streaks instead?
I think that is worth noting here when you look at the 2 games in a vacuum, right? The first game was an underground cash out that is supposed to be from the lower ends out into the higher echelons, like that's how it goes. And this game specifically as well was one of the games where he got another almost like a cash out to a certain extent, right? Hitting Urgot 2 plus a Sure Shot emblem on the carousel, right? Like that was just allowing him to navigate that comp in that way was just, a massive stroke of luck and well navigated though.
Yeah, the thing about hero augments game, when you get them at the start, it's really hard to loss streak with those because hero augments are not really stuff that gives you that much econ. You would maybe expect delivery tips or get paid, something like the Draven that will give you enough gold so you can actually loss streak with it. But mostly in hero augments game, you don't want to lose money, you don't want to lose HP as much as you can. And we would expect to lose when metabolic, consistency, yes. But in lobbies like this, I think Uko was the unluckiest player in our lobby. A lot of the players got Laser Corp augments in the start, Spirit of the Exile, Boxing Lessons, maybe stuff that would help them to play undergrounds and lose or win early game. But Siphoning wins, when you get that augment, you mostly want to go into Yasuo 3, you mostly want to go into Vertical Duelist, but also play with Yasuo 3, because the amount of Omnivamp he gets is really good. but even that was not possible because you had 4 players playing with Laser Corps. So even if you were not going to contest the high carry units, even if you were not going to go for 6 Laser Corps, it was still kind of impossible to get the Yasuo 3 stars. So Uko ended up being 6th just because of being unlucky and having 3 more players on these Laser Corps.
But you can kind of debate whether or not that's the case of being unlucky or just like not doing your scouting properly, right? Again, we don't have his full perspective on whether or not it was his only option, his only doable option, because the thing is that he ended up transitioning into playing this like a traditional like vertical duelist composition, right? Like if that's the way you want to go, then by the time you pick that siphoning winds, you must have scouted around and looked at the fact that there are going to be at least 2 more people with these augments, right? And I think that's another thing that a lot of players might not realize in these lobbies when you get the 2-1 augment. When you're getting something that is very specific, very linear, scouting to ensure you're not contested is honestly like so important, because taking a suboptimal choice on paper might be better just because you're not going to be contested.
All right, guys. So as we're coming to the end of our highlights here, I think we just rotated away through the game. Let's go and check our standings again. So do bear in mind, of course, we got a lot of players battling to make it through to day number 3. Of course, we've got 3 rounds already locked down. Anyone for you guys who's jumping out, Morgan in particular, on page number 2?
Kevin Parker, honestly, I expected a little bit more from him, but he had a very unlucky game 1, and he did deliver. Jumping right back up now, getting 6 points and 7 points in game 2 and 3. That means he was almost top 3 in both these games. Not yet able to capture a win yet, but it was very good for him after that loss for that unlucky driven game that we watched in game 1. So he's able to catch up back a little bit on the standings. Now, I would love to know how TSW5 and Ibichimus, yes, are doing now. And again, TSW5 still on top 2 with Sked there. So the interview buff Israel makes was right. She knew it all along.
We've seen double. Yeah, we've seen double coming through here now as well, right? Making a step. It has won 2 games in a row, and if this is a double that we know and love, right, he's going to be able to just continue to take these performances and grab that momentum again. If he goes into day 3, he tends to go pretty deep in those day 3s.
And of course, with the amount of points we got up towards the table, whether you said during the break, for Ketsa and for TSW5, they pretty much secured their standing in tomorrow from this point, unless something goes completely wild out of whack. So, of course, we will be moving things around to other lobbies to try and find our players that are a little bit more, contested in terms of their position. So, guys, we will be back, of course, after the next game, but we're moving into the back half of day number 2. We'll, of course, be back with Makes and Panda to take us into game 4.
Thank you so much for that toss and the analysis, guys. I'm so excited. We're going to have a new lobby now. And I'm really excited to see all of those players. There is a player that we highlighted at the beginning of the show, one ASA Panda. How are you feeling about everyone else?
Well, this is going to be around the middle of the pack of the standings. Last game was the absolute leaders when it came to the standings. This is now the middle of the pack, the players that are fighting to either stay around where they are or do a tiny bit better, considering we have the last 3 games of the day left and players have to scramble to finish among the top 32. As you mentioned, one ASA, we saw them in the very first lobby. They are an AD player primarily. We saw that in day 1. I'm curious if that same trend is continuing in day 2.
Yeah, me too. I think it might just be with the general player base leaning more towards AD than AP. But we could be surprised if there is yet another game where we don't get a hero augment. AP comps just become so much more likely, which poses a little bit of a bigger question of, do we need to rework AP hero augments? Is that what's going on?
Oh, I thought you were going to say that we might see Yuumi this game, but I'm glad you didn't jinx it.
We might.
I think it's time. We saw it yesterday in game 3, 4, and 5, and we haven't seen it yet on stream, so maybe it's time for a bit of a Yuumi game to go on. But let's check out the rest of this lobby. You mentioned the Georgian player, the only Georgian player in the tournament today, one ASA, but we also have a nice mix of veteran players such as Spatula, for example, with other players that are trying to make a name for themselves right now in this tournament. Zoro as well is popping off in the Hex League for the French players. And we have a player like Debbie, who is now the 2nd best ranked player, Spanish player in the standings behind Snooty trying to make a deep run in this day 2.
I do want to give a special shout out to NTMB, who's our only player from the Netherlands. And as far as I can remember, we haven't really had players from the Netherlands go as far as he has. So really cool to see that coming through. I believe he qualified over the TRC as well. I'm going to check. Yeah, so he qualified over, I believe, the rest of EMEA qualifier. and is still here, day 2, doing really, really well for himself, and hopefully is going to manage it to make into that 32 cutoff. But speaking of, we kind of had halftime right now. So the first 3 games have happened. Next 3 games are yet to come. Is this where you take a step back and you're kind of like, okay, what I've been doing has worked, I'm going to keep on doing it, or what I've been doing hasn't really worked, do I need to change something?
Yeah, you try and get the luck that Ketzer had in that carousel last game and give it to yourself. That's basically the angle I think that you have to take if you really want to high roll and win out in these next few games. But one quick thing to mention before we get deeper into this game and get into the first augment pickup, Iago Aspas, the player on the right there that we're seeing on the HP totals, is actually Tebi, the Spanish player I was mentioning. So for any football fans, Iago Aspas, prolific goal scorer from Celta de Vigo. In this case, just a TFT player trying to do his best for Spain. We're seeing it here.
That's not the real football player. It's not the one that we're...
I thought so when I ran into him in ladder a few times, but then I very sadly learned it was just Tebi, who I thought was still running his usual name. So very disappointing time for me.
Just Tebi, one of the best players of EMEA in Spain. Yeah, I mean,
And as good players do, Laser Core opener before we even get to the first augment pickup, Senna and Renekton online. Could have picked up double Malphite there, but Malphite not really necessarily the premier 2-cost carry in this game. Cluttered Mind is going to be an option. Mecha Prime Crest, not so much a 2-1, not really a great pickup. Similarly to Ancient Archives, you don't get that much bonus from an extra trait and can't really tailor it to what your needs are at 2-1. So could be a reroll.
Yeah, sneaky reroll going for Three's Company straight away. Let's see what comes. It's a Kaisa, it's a Cho'Gath, and an Ox. Let's see. That could be a very good start for Recon Comp.
Not gonna lie, I was trying to use my caster blessings to give him 2 Sennas and to get a Senna 2 at 2-1, but did not quite work out. Does have a GP2 though, and has those laser cores we mentioned online. Unfortunately, gonna have to slam, well, I guess fortunately, gonna have to slam the Sunfire here on the GP. Good on a 2-star unit to start things off, and has that bow open for either Shiv or possibly Last Whispers if he wants to go fully into this laser core line.
Yeah, is going to meet up with Elia. See, I'm not sure if it's Elia or Elia.
Well,
but,
he's German, so you're the authority on this.
Sometimes German players have English pronunciation. See, that's the part that gets me. And then they write like just a word again in their pronunciation bit that we give them to fill out, and I'm like, I still don't know, man. But yeah, I'm just gonna go with Elia. I don't know.
We'll see what Tebi wants to do with this board. If he wants to just go for the win streak, could not make 10 here unless he sells that Senna, which I think he does not want to do at this point in time. But did forego the laser core opener instead, opting to play for the Kaisei, was able to pick up from the Three's Company and the Cho'Gath as well.
All right, let's see. 1ASA hitting the sneaky level 4 here a little bit later than everybody else, and Potable taking a bigger step and going for that level 5 already here at the very beginning. Is on a Brawler Defender Duelist. Also picked up the Three's Company. Can we still see some of the Three's Company units, or did he sell them all? There's a Jax.
There's a Riven.
And a Vayne.
There's a Vayne.
Okay.
A lot of 3-costs here. I think
I was looking for them. Okay, I started at the bench.
You usually start on the board and then you look at the bench. You got to work on your viewing order when it comes to boards at 2-1. But this should be strong enough. Gunblade, especially, Riven is one of the highest win rate champions if you have her on your board at stage 2. And it's easy to understand why. Very good synergy with both Defender and Brawler, able to make your frontline tankier with HP, but then also with armor to make that HP more valuable. Wukong 2 also helps.
Also helps.
And Nyla as well. She's kind of broken.
Draven. There is a Draven on the bench, so could go for that Mecha Prime, but for now is going to keep it running like this. Definitely the stronger option. I'm just looking at lobby totals. We have 4 players on 100 HP still. I kind of want to see what NTMB is doing. You know, I preached about the Netherlands going into this. I want to see what's happening over there. Ooh, Laser Corpse Crest.
Laser Core emblem onto the Talon for now, but this is going to be obviously very, very good. Obviously now you hit Laser Core 3 pretty easily, just naturally by finding a Renekton, an Ashe, and a Yasuo, but the real big spike will be at stage 3, at the end of stage 3, when it's that much harder to find both a Sejuani and a Zed for 6 Laser Core. Having an emblem makes it that much easier. You only have to find one of those 4 costs to hit that trait spike.
Yeah, and TMB finding a loss here. Now it's only Potable, TB, and Sorrow who are still on 100 HP, but they are gonna go into that second carousel of this game. The first real one where you might be already looking for bigger things. Ilya going for that Spatula straight away, probably has a plan for it, is equipped with a belt on the bench right now.
If he's going for Laser Core or the Renegade Viego comp, Spatula is incredibly useful. You just mentioned why when it comes to Laser Core emblem, but also, of course, with the Ox Force or the Renegade emblems, really allow you to cap out much, much higher when you're playing for the Viego carry in Stage 4. But we'll see what Elia's board looks like for now. It looks like it's just going to be a singular Spat. And maybe just trying to get the Underground. I now understand why Ilya needed to slot in Underground to get the Econ rolling. He has the kill too. He has the Vi, needed the Ezreal, and he's found it here with a Spat.
Yeah, Silas too being hit, but not really an option to run that. I mean, you could replace the Riven. No, you could not. You want the Underground. So either way, that's what we're going with right now. Level 4 in 2-5. Hasn't leveled up us all. Is still holding back a little bit and has a Kaisa in the shop together with a Cho.
He was considering losing Duelist from the Yasuo to slot in the 2-star Silas instead, but I think it's a tough decision. Pretty close in terms of the power level for both, especially with a kill 2, you want to have Duelist on her, but all in all, not going to matter. The loss comes in here for Ilya. Probably just, trying to stay weak, actually, because he is playing Underground. He is trying to get that loss streak going, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Potable here. Can he protect his streak? Or, Sorrow is going to be the one that loses here, which means Potable is the only one that's going to keep on streaking. And then at the very bottom of the lobby, we have 2 players on 68 HP, Ilya and Seol Genash. Oh man, I'm doing really badly with player names today. I'm so sorry. He's actually one of the players that's helping to bring in information from Eastern Europe in our regional reporters Discord. So I should know how to pronounce this. I'm very sorry.
Before we get further into this stage 2, at 2-5, both Zoro and Potable leveled to 6 to defend their win streak, and Potable came out ahead. So actually, very, very momentous decision from both players, especially for Zoro, who was playing Hustler, who was, can go 6 pretty much for free. But in this case, Potable had to tank his Econ. If he were to lose that last fight, it would be devastating, but was able to win in the end.
Yeah, we're going to see how this one goes for Potable, but I'm not too worried about him. There is a beefy Riven that's left over, but with 6 people on her, she will go down eventually, I hope. Just gonna take a little bit longer. The enrage hitting in 5 seconds, will it lead to that? I think it might just be a sneaky hit on the Lulu, and that is it. Potable continues to keep this streak alive, but still on 0 gold, so something to keep in mind.
I'm imagining the conversation between that Riven and the Lulu in the back. Riven's just doing her best, stalling out against 5 units for 10 seconds, and Lulu just can't even kill a single unit. Like, come on, save my man some HP at least.
Yeah, but if you want to be like Riven and Lulu and have the best conversations, join the conversation on Twitter, #TFT Rising Legends. And Potable not planning on losing to Crux like someone else did yesterday. Just going to take these down easy peasy lemon squeezy and find some further upgrades here. That could be a Runans, could be another bow. He's just hitting. Yeah, BF sword, sure. If you're leading with 100 HP, you get 2 offensive items. Sure.
He has been playing Anima Squad. He might be considering continuing to play Anima Squad throughout the rest of this game, and maybe leading into AP and Misfortune as a carry. But if not, it is perfectly reasonable to slam Runans and the Giants there here if you want to try and maximize your chances of defending this win streak throughout stage 3. Not having a Vayne upgrade, though, does hurt a little bit.
Yeah, definitely is the case. But now let's check in with the bottom of the leaderboard. I want to see what is going on with Seol and Nash. Gonna see what he is up to as soon as possible. But we just changed positions. I was like, wait, I still see Potable. Something's not right. No, he's just on the opposite side. So that probably will be another loss. Is on a loss streak here, which at least means he's generating some econ, 50 econ in the tank, but 1 level behind Potable. You can just see how much lead Potable already has on the rest of the lobby.
A few good kills, though. 1 more kill on this leads him potentially, and on that backline, so only the Vayne left alive. A good loss at the very least for Zulanash, who continues his loss streak, gets that extra gold, and doesn't lose too much HP in the process. The early Viego is good for giving this player direction, but we'll have to see if any other player is contesting him and how he wants to find a way out of this spot. The Annie is actually very, very big, though, for having Gadgettine with the Aux Force as well.
Now, I just want to say that that's our second golden augment. And previously, we had a couple of triple golden augment games on broadcast. The chances for the third augment to be hero augment are 75. But we have seen it play out the other way as well. Last Stand being picked up here by Zilanacht. I'm really interested in this one. I usually say it's not good, but the last time I said that, players proved me wrong. So I'm curious to see how this one goes.
And I'm curious to see if this Viego is just giving a lot of direction or just for now a temporary spark item holder and just an extra way to get some extra damage outside of just a Zoe with Morello. So I'm curious where this game ends up going for the Romanian player. If he wants to dip into Renegades or if he's just going to stick to traditional AP routes with Zoe and Gadgettine at the early game and then shift into just the usual Echo, Alistar, Annie frontline in stage 4.
I mean, Chad is a huge fan of it, if I can see that correctly here. Everybody was rooting for him to pick that up. And it does make sense with the loss streak that was going on there for him. I'm still worried, though. I don't like when players lose streaks so hard that their HP suddenly becomes, what it is, a resource, but it scares me.
Oh. That's the Riven from the different board giving this Lulu talking and said, hey, you have to start performing better. And she did. The loss streak finally came to an end. Elia's loss streak, though, still 7 strong. Finds Cybernetic Shell, Electrocharge, good combat strength augments, but the units are not there to accompany.
Yeah, that it could be a duelist spat. He still has the spatula, but doesn't really want a duelist spat. We saw Renegade spat being deployed a couple times yesterday, same as Ox Force, but not gonna have the option to do something with it here just now, as he needs to keep those items. Could pick up the Blitzcrank in the shop to go into admins, but that's also not looking too interesting. Really, really wants that Camille too.
It's very funny. Both players that are 7th and 8th right now are split between the same 2 trees. Renegades with Viego as a carry or more AP-centric boards, considering that the admin for Elias is that when an ally dies, admins gain 20 AP for the rest of combat, which is very, very good for both LeBlanc and Baraka. So
bad loss.
I'm curious to see where both of these players go, and hopefully they go in 2 different directions so they don't at least contest each other and they can both try and stabilize after Wolves.
Yeah, there's a Zed with a BF sword here and another Viego with a BF sword. That one has to be interesting. Elia picking that one up right away. That's where he wants to go.
He will forego the very, very good augment, or admin rather, and instead try and go fully into Renegades. Can build out this Gunblade right away with his Viego, and not sure how much gold he had if he's considering going 7 at 3-5 to stabilize that way, because 25 HP, if you don't roll now, might not be enough to get you to Wolves.
Yeah, we'll see. 25, definitely very low in HP. There is the Camille that you wanted to hit.
Yep, he's going 7, gonna roll down. Can he find 2 little Viegos just in a few rolls? That would be absolutely bliss for Elia to stabilize in these next few fights.
Not really what we're looking for here. Is going to sell off some of the units. of Talon being found is going to replace that to get the Ionics back. That is something that you probably want on that Viego instead. Does have a little bit more gold now to work with, but really not what he was looking for in the end. Is going to meet up here with one ASA here, who once again has found himself a little bit more of an AD comp.
Players haven't really spiked again after their 3-2 roll down. So this Viego won with both Spark and Gunblade, 2, I think, not even 2 of the best. The 2 best items for Viego, straight up, I think are going to be enough for Elite to stay healthy enough to get to Wolves and maybe have another second roll down to level 7 and trying to find that Viego 2.
Yeah, let's see. There's a double Zet that he can pick up.
The wrong carries. You had 2
Not
Sub-Heroes
really
first.
what he wanted, but
Now 2 Zeds. We want the next one. Okay, so after this fight, he'll find 2 Viegos in the shop, right?
Is that how it works?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. So first the Samaras, now the Zeds. Next up coming a Viego. We hope so, at least, but he was able to have a big win here, so the combat has stabilized a little bit with those 2 items you were just explaining, and the Camille being leveled up as well. A little bit of extra CC coming in from the Seju, so everything's kind of going to plan, but he is going to meet up with Seol Linach, and we'll see how that one goes. Battle of the bottom players of this lobby here, as the Talon is on to the backline. The Viego is doing its thing, just jumping around, trying to eke out some damage against the units. That should be enough for Elia, who will, I believe, find the win here.
Big resets coming through, and just as Zoe left live, that will be a good win for Elia, and now a chance for Wolves. A lot of different components will be able to spike Elia quite a bit, especially the chain can both build into the Oxforce emblem with a spat, and also the Titan Resolve to have that third Viego item online.
Yeah, we'll see what comes out of this. Does definitely consider to go for a Camille. Reroll has picked up the Camille for now. Just holding her, seeing what he gets from this, and might be able to hit something if the Viego does not come around. And Potted Bull is still win streaking. 3-7.
And this goes to show, sometimes when players do, the classic level 6 Bebe level before Krog, you think, is this guy going too far?
That's a fawn.
That is a fawn. That's even better than Oxforce Emblem fawn. It's going to get you quite stable, essentially playing 8 units level 7. And now it's a really tough spot because this is a huge power spike, but Elia has to think, do I still need the Viego 2 to really be able to stay stable enough to not lose any HP in stage 4? And I think the answer is yes, considering the roll down comes through. The Viego pair has been found just one off of hitting an absolutely massive power spike for the rest of this stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's big. Just hitting that spatula from the PvE round, being able to turn that into fun with holding the spatula you had for a long time. He did not build something out of it, holding on to it, trying to see if he could do something better. There is an Urgot in play for NTMB that I'm now scarily being made aware of, but the Undertow is not do enough against the comp Elia has built. He is on his way out of the bottom of the lobby standings and does want to take a win here. The Viego is onto that since the Sivir, and it will be enough for now. Look a little bit closer.
This might be a hero augment, and if it's Viego, this would be so big. It is, but there's no rerolls for Elia. I mean, don't get me wrong. Aphelios is fantastic. You get 6 Oxforce, but it could have also been a Viego augment to get him the Viego 2 and just completely shoot him straight up to level 9, which is actually level 10, considering the Fawn has already been slammed as well.
Yeah, it's going to pick up that Aphelios. We see Seol and Nash now also going to level 8. 4-2 level 8, definitely something you have to keep in mind, is only on 9 HP. So any loss could be the next one. We definitely have to check in with that player as soon as possible. But for now, Elia finding some more upgrades, not really what he was looking for. The Aphelios
Get the orb. Okay, thank you. I was getting nervous there for a second. 6 Oxforce is online. Very smartly, Elia rolls first to try and natural Aphelios before he picks that one up from the orb and takes it out of the shop, but did not find Viego 2, which is what he was looking for.
Okay, here's Seol and Nash going off against one ASA. This could be the very last matchup for this board. There is a Belveth 2 in place, but on the other side, the Dark Harvest has proc. It is going to take down the Belveth, and I don't think there's coming back from this for Seol. He's just going to get the full force of that Samira and find an 8th. Ooh, he lives! He lives with 1 HP! Holy...
Did you get last stand baited makes? Oh no.
I did.
Embarrassing. The caster of your caliber falling for the last stand bait.
Man, I forgot about it.
All good. But now there's no forgetting about it because the units are all shiny, not the augment from Urgot, but just the actual shininess coming off of every single one of the units on the board here for our Romanian player. And this is actually now his last stand, as Makes knows. If he does lose now, he will be out, potentially in 8th place, considering the gap between himself and Elia.
You could have stopped me.
Sometimes you have to watch the world burn.
I just forgot he had that augment, but that's all right. We all get baited sometimes. Let's see how this one goes. The buff is unlocked. Everyone is shiny, going for extra buffs here. The Battle of the Belveth, but one is going to reign supreme, even though she has a blue buff, but that will be enough. The Anima squad won't be able to hold off against that one, and Zoro gets taken down.
This is what we talked about in the end. It was Zulanash, the Romanian player, and Elia both ending up on the Renegade line, both contesting each other on Viegos, and both sitting on 2 Viegos, not able to find the 2-star upgrade, and no Viegos on this carousel either.
Yeah, not what Elia was looking for, but some nice upgrades across the board here. TB looking at that bow on the Alistar, does want to pick it up.
we're still seeing now, I think, throughout the rest of this stage 4, especially the next two fights where the HP will even out quite a bit when it comes to Aaliyah streaking, suddenly being the player that is kind of playing spoiler, where he was maybe counted out by a few players, and now suddenly he is one of the stronger players in the lobby, considering his power spike with the Force of Nature and also just the general upgrades he's had on his board with the Aphelios augment. We see four Aphelioses and one Samira sure shots across the board.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a trend we saw yesterday as well, right? It's just sure shots are so popular right now. 2 sure shots, 4 sure shots. You can just flex them in with threats. You can flex them in with legendaries. They're going to get the job done. If you have that Aphelios on board, he is so good. And Samira does a very nice job as well. We have even seen Sivir reroll, Senna reroll, anything that comes to mind. NTMB and Tebby fighting it off here, but NTMB is going to take a pretty big loss.
And I'm pretty happy.
The kitty! I'm just now seeing that picture.
You're the cat person, and you didn't see this. Oh, I've been seeing it.
I usually look at the game, yeah?
Oh, well, it's really good. I agree. One of the best profile pictures of all our players in this tournament. I was going to mention, though, that as we saw Tebby's spot right now with the laser core, he's actually in a really good spot, I believe, because a lot of these Aphelioses will still be 1-stars, and he has that Zed that's able to get backline access right away. So very healthy, and I think just from the pure matchups of competition we'll be seeing throughout stage 5, especially if these Aphelios don't get upgraded, and if Tebby can predict the right side in some of these fights, he has a chance to knock out a lot of players simply from that interaction.
Yeah, we're gonna check in with Tebby here. He
is that one though?
The Z1, not the thing you wanted to have going up here against Zoro. Zoro does have an MF2 in the backline. She only carries 1 item, but is empowered by the ice cream cone. So maybe that's enough. The skyline comes crashing down onto that backline,
you're in the wrong place.
Has him lasered out. Everything is going to rain onto him, and Tebby finds a big loss here. And TMB actually getting knocked out, taking 8th place.
You have to be very careful with Zed into MF in that matchup. You have to kind of toss Zed in from the center to make sure he can walk kind of parallel to the backline instead of in front of the backline, or else, as we saw there, the MF cast and Zed disappears from the board as he tanks pretty much the entirety of that hit. And obviously, he's not really a tank, so he will be squishing up to die off of one single ult.
Yeah, PvE round coming in. Gonna get some more upgrades from this one. We'll see what drops once the anvil is there. Maybe there's a little bit of extra stuff coming around. A rod dropping here for Potable. Potable still being far away from the rest of the lobby. 30 HP separating him from Tebby right and now. Talia being hit here. Nice little upgrade. Leona coming through Fiddlesticks in the shop as well for 6 dot.
Nunu 2 as well, and I believe this is, Contagious Laughter will be the support Nunu augment. The carry one is a lot more fun, personally. When I see it, I love to play. It's just really fun to play. But in this case, very good idea from 6 dot to have Jewel Lotus as his first augment. See that everyone is playing AD, everyone's playing sure shots, and instead go uncontested into this AP comp.
Yeah, just looking what's going on here for sales. Seems to be a ghost copy as far as I can tell. There's a Zamira in the background, Dark Harvest rocking on to the team here, and it's not going to be enough. That Belveth just doing her best. She's going to eke out everything, going to delete that front line, take care of the Fiddlesticks, and now everything onto that Samira. He is going to take another win.
Theo got a little bit excited there. I think getting ready to fight.
Yeah, big
jump. The next fight already.
Mom,
but
look, no hands.
Chill out, Viego. You still have some seconds to go here between the rounds. It is a Viego too. That's the big thing we were talking about for both Julanash and for Elia. They had to find the upgrade on the Viego to really become as powerful as they can be, especially Julanash with Last Stand. At this point with this board, I think it's going to be win streaking most of this stage 4 or stage 5 rather as well.
Yeah, admin being put in. I'm sure we're going to be informed which one he chose in a couple of seconds. as he moves forward here. Zorro is next in line in the lobby standings. There's another MF in the background. We'll see what that Viego can do. Currently onto the front line, he is going to try and get some resets. Stuck on a Riven for a second. There is just too much HP to go around, but he has found the MF. He is going to finish her as well. The Dark Harvest supporting him in that, and that's going to be yet another win. And Zorro now needs to start worrying about what he needs to do. Same as Tebby. Both of them are on 8 HP, single digits. They need to find angles. They need to find upgrades, and Tebby doing just that with the Z2.
This is big, and every single player that's running Aphelios in this lobby just looked at Tebby's board and said, all right, we're in trouble. We have to really start scouting this player and making sure that if they are in our pool of players to fight in this stage 5, we have to be able to swap last minute and keep our Aphelios safe, or maybe even potentially do a semi-clump on one of the corners, making sure that Zed's aggro goes elsewhere.
Yeah, and we are being informed that sales admin is that every 5 seconds your team will gain 12 AP for the rest of the combat. But for now, Tebby and Zorro fighting for their life, and that Nunu is looking scary. It's getting supported by that Fiddlesticks, and once more we're going to get a showing of how strong these legendaries really are. Nunu just rolling over anything and everything. Doesn't take out the Zena, but the looks will do that for him. Tebby, Zorro, and Sale all getting knocked out in the very same round. Top 4 have been decided, with Potable, 1ASA, Ilya, and 6dot making it through.
That was the most unfortunate placements of all time. The Zed goes right into the Nunu, and the Nunu says, all right, Zed, we're going to go for a bit of a walk. Come all the way back to your side of the board while you follow me and try and kill me when I'm 3 items and a 2-star unit as well. So very, very unfortunate for the matchup there for Tebby. Goes out in 6th, Zorro goes out in 5th, and now only 4 players remain. Happily for you, there is one German still left alive, Mix.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to talk about it, because I jinxed him. So I'm just going to pretend that I don't know that Ilya is from Germany, and that's going to work out for me, okay? So 6dot, Ilya, 1ASA, and Potable still has a lot of HP in comparison to the rest of them. They're all very close to each other, 225, 128, and they're going to decide who comes out with an edge on top of someone else here. Ilya fighting against Potable.
We're going to see where this Vio goes. A bit of RNG in this fight. If Vio gets caught in the undertow from the Urgar, if he's able to dodge out with his jumps right in time. Oh, he jumps over the wave, actually. So that's a new one that I was not expecting. But I think it will not quite be enough. Never mind. The Gunblade healing comes through. The kill comes through on the Aphelios. Samir left alive. But Aphelios on the side of Ilya and the Soraka is enough to win him this fight. And I can't say we're too surprised, considering I think the very clear spike from the free Tactician's Crown that Leo was able to get at the very start of stage 4, and now that's led him into an 11 win streak as well.
Absolutely. It's just so big of a pickup. But 6dot and 1ASA, ASA still fighting it out for who's going to make it into those top 3, because every pound, I can't talk anymore, man. Every point counts. That's what I wanted to say. We see some last second positioning of the Shroud of Stillness here from ASA coming through as he meets up with Potable. Will it be enough to secure him here, or will he get knocked out? The backline is firing strongly. Dark Harvest being procced nearly instantly, but it's a fiddle one without much onto him. The undertow from Urgot coming through, but it is not going to be enough to hit the backline there. But Samira is onto it. She's trying to take down the Aphelios, and she will reign supreme here. 1ASA lives one more round, and now it's on to him and 6dot to try and get here.
Very, very close fight in the end. I thought 1ASA would lose it for sure, but in the end, thankfully, that Samir was able to do it. And very unfortunate Cho'Gath ult. I get why 1ASA just immediately sells this unit. The Cho'Gath ulted backwards into his own Urgot and basically did nothing in terms of mana reaving. So finally hit the upgrade there and now has a very strong board. But I don't think strong enough to take down Ilya. I think he's pretty clearly going to be the strongest player in this lobby, and is the one looking for the win.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, if you just have one more unit on your board other than everybody else, that's just a really big upgrade. Remember, that's equal to 1 prismatic augment. so definitely going to be a little bit of an upper hand, but everybody else is still fighting to get in line to get that second and third spot. You don't want to go out fourth. It's just so much more safe if you come in higher in this tournament. CZ Rot being picked up here by 6dot, another Zed, Annie being found here. We will see 1ASA and 6dot just rolling for upgrades. It could be that they both get knocked out at the same time, seeing that 6dot will fight Potable in the next round.
Exactly. Not enough time to really think of upgrading your board in any other way than just finding that Alistar 2-star. So just desperately rolling down, knowing that 11 HP, this could be the very last fight, especially when you're faced off against Potable, who I don't think is maybe the strongest player at all, considering the HP total. Just the fact that he was able to out-tempo the lobby so much. He had the 100 win streak all the way to stage 4, and then has been slowly bleeding HP since then. But we'll see now with the Samira, Aphelios backline if he can do enough. The Janna Tornado's coming in big when it comes to CC, but Janna already taken down by 6dot, by the Taliyah ult as well. Nunu's still alive and kicking. Can the Nunu buy enough time for these Taliyah ults to actually matter on this angle with the Samira? It looks like it is the case. Samira taking down Aphelios now as well. And AP is not dead just yet, with 6dot staying alive and knocking Potable down to 9 HP.
Yeah, Potable, and now down there 9 HP. Single digits. That's always when you need to get really worried. And he was having a grand old time during this entire game. He was leading the lobby by so much, but now everybody else has caught up to him and needs to look out for what is going on.
This Nunu is, I think, by far and away the biggest reason why 6dot was able to stay alive until this point with the current board he has. And it's the biggest difference maker. 3-item Nunu as well. I guess the Nunu augment as well, just giving the entirety of the board AP is big as well. But facing off now against Elia for Potable. Elia has stopped win streaking, so he has lost at least one fight recently. Can it be that Potable is able to win this and end this loss streak he's on as well? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, he
Diego's
is
almost
going
dead.
to try. The Aphelios is still standing together with that Samira, and they are making their way to that backline, but Samira gets taken down, and Aphelios will meet the same fate. Potable gets knocked out, but 1ASA comes behind him. 4th place for him, 3rd place for Potable, and 6dot is trying to prove to Elia that he can keep up.
And these fights with Elia, despite what your board says, it is a little bit variant heavy in terms of where Viego jumps, if Viego jumps and gets a reset multiple times in a row. So there's a lot of positioning involved, but also just the Viego AI takes the wheel when the fight starts, and you have to hope that he actually does things the right way to again, buy so much time for you. Because Viego is not a tank, but with the healing he's able to do, he stays alive and takes so much damage for so long, he buys enough time for Aphelios to win you the fight.
Yeah, Shroud of Stillness coming in is going to hit that Aphelios in the backline from Elia. The Nunu is on its way to take down the Soraka, but we are looking at the Viego. He is getting some resets, being targeted by the Taliyah ult, but does survive for just another second. Does not get the ult through. Aphelios is onto that backline, getting CC'd, but will take down the Taliyah. But Nunu comes, and Nunu will roll down Elia. Elia managing to survive with 1 HP as we go into the carousel.
And as I mentioned, it happened just as I was talking about. Viego walks right into the Taliyah ult as it's happening, takes a massive hit of damage, and he was about to jump into that Taliyah clump, almost get a few kills there, but got taken down in just the last moment, and the damage did not come through.
Yeah, I mean, he could still take it around. Elia is technically on level 9 with that Fawn. 6dot on level 8, so 1 unit less, was still able to win this one here. Both players don't have any gold to look for, any gold to roll down with, and they're just trying to position as smartly as they can, taking a look at the Shroud of Stillness specifically, but also where that Aphelios and Nunu will look for.
I was wondering if there would be a D-clump to avoid the Viego with that Chalice, but in the end, you go for that full clump on the left-hand side with Sona, Taliyah, and Nunu. But Nunu, of course, will walk away, will do his thing with his contagious laughter. The Aphelios is a big thing to look at, as well as the Viego. The Viego, again, jumps right into the Taliyah ult, but manages to stay alive. Doesn't get a reset, almost killed off again. The Gunblade coming in so clutch. Viego is still taking it.
Man.
And
just
now the damage comes through. But Aphelios, can he quite do it on his own? He can! Elia gets the kill, and Elia wins the game with 1 HP. Oh my god, the duo carry with both Viego and Aphelios ends up working out in the end. But we have to mention, the free Fawn definitely helped him get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, you say free Fawn, but he picked up the first Spatula in a carousel and he held on to it for a very long time, in a time where he was also a little bit desperate to find an angle to find some wins as his HP kept on bleeding. So really nice to see that come out and reward him, get him that Fawn. It was a little bit free, but not entirely, is something I'll be able to agree with. So really nice to see him take that one down. But of course, very, very nice play from Sixdot as well. Being able to find that win in there was really big.
My counter argument is that if he would have gotten a glove or a chain vest before that second Spatula, I guarantee you he would have slammed one of those two emblems for the Viego comp. He didn't, and that's why the Fawn came through in the end. And that was, I think, the deciding factor at that spike at level 7 at 4-1. But that will be it for this game 4. We're going to go to a very quick break. We have an interview ready with Darkest. They didn't make it to day 2, but still a player that really shined in set 7 really and can do potentially the same in set 8. So we're going to go to that break. Then we have the analyst test, so do not go anywhere.
Hi, I am Dax1903. I am a competitive TFT player from Turkey. I am 24. But with this new format, with the TRCs, people can see the players they are watching in streams, they are supporting. I think it's a really good approach to the competitive TFT scene. I think Dasik, I want to say Dasik is great. He can play a lot of different angles that I could never see. Last set he was great. He made 2 words. Yeah, I like his play. This patch, I think Trico's role AP carries are really great with their carry augments. Sona, Zoe, and LeBlanc. If you can 3-star them, they can easily win the lobbies. I want to thank Turkish community. We are not that many people. We are a small community, but most of the people love each other. We talk about the game with theorycraft. I think Turkey can achieve more. Also, I want to thank my viewers, my fans. They have always been there since set 7. Yeah, thanks.
Desk, everybody. It's with a heavy heart we can't give that game as a new victory, but we got pretty damn close. So guys, because this is something new and fresh we're bringing to the field here, Would you mind, kind of taking us through your thoughts on Nunu at the moment? Because we got very, very close to that being an absolute blowout of a game.
Yeah, but honestly, like Nunu as a unit isn't the strongest 5-cost in the game right now, right? Like, it's that kind of weird. You look at the stats and stuff. Nunu is one of the worst performing ones from like what I've been seeing here, right? But again, Nunu itself is a strong unit. It's a really annoying unit. It's a really hard unit to kill because of its mobility, right? It's all over the place. But when you get the support augment, which just allows us to lead to gain continuous AP, like, team-wide AP bonus is so massive, which has allowed the rest of the board to scale in, do the damage that it needs it doing. And when you have a fully decked out tank in that way, that does a significant amount of damage as well, like Nunu is just going to be rolling all over the opponents.
Yeah, and it's not just that it's all about rolling and stuff. I agree with everything that Wida said, but also seconding what Impetuous Panda said in the game. Nunu, with all of these tank items and being able to get him as a 2-star, was one of the many reasons that he was still in the game because of that unit. He lacked some frontline, and with the tank items being moved straight into Nunu, with a board like this, you would expect that you would be putting your tank items into Echo because he taunt, he use shield. But yeah, as Nunu being put into this game and all of these tank items, he was able to stay in it.
Well, of course, it wasn't ultimately Nunu that won the game for us there. I mean, currently coming out of that one, Aphelios did show up an awful lot. And of course, a big part of that was down to the hero augments. To just kind of run us through in the same way for the Nunu. Morgan, would you mind taking us through where you find Aphelios to be right now and what you like about them?
Yeah, I love Aphelios and he's one of my favorite units. I told you before that I'm someone who is a sucker for shoe shots and mainly laser corps. So anything that considers any of these units is mostly gonna be the love of my life. So Aphelios in this game, we've seen a variety between armor piercing rounds and locked and loaded with support and carry, and we've seen people choose different augments. But what's so good about Aphelios is not just his blue weapon, which allows you to hit the entire map, it's also him giving you an early additional Ox Force unit. The arsenal, so just in case that's United or anything, he's one of the strongest 5-cost units at this time.
So what was the change coming in as of the most recent patch then that's kind of pushed people back into playing Aphelios more?
Yeah, 5-cost units recently got buffed, but who got buffed back-to-back? It was Aphelios, and mostly specifically on the blue gun. Started right off on the wrong foot, having only 75 AD in patch 13, but as 13.1 hit, they upped his AD straight into 80 and also put the Infernum damage or the blue gun Duskwave damage from 200 at level 1 to 225. And then he received another update, 13.1b, to further increase his damage on the blue gun 275 at both level 1 and level 2. So he received a tremendous amount of 75% bonus AD on that weapon at only level 1, besides the 5 AD that he's gotten on his base stats. So that made Aphelios go from being one of the weakest 5-cost units into one of the most tremendously broken ones at the moment.
Alright guys, I do believe we've got our standings ready to go. All of our matches having finished the previous round, we're heading into our final 2 rounds of the day. Wita, these are our top 32 right now.
After 3 games, it seems. Do we spot
do
you have a keen eye here, Peter? Can you are we playing Sudoku?
Well, that's the thing. This is actually a little sub-game we've got going here. We have to fill in the results ourselves, and then they will ultimately stand for the competition itself. There we go. We'll get them updated, and we've got some news coming in. So, let's start this over again. Nobody saw anything.
All right, so we're jungler right now at the cutoff. Not looking too good for me, right? But if he does stay there, we are going to be fine. Maybe he needs a little bit of that sprinkling lock from Elia here, right? That special German lock that apparently was coming around that game, right? So Snooty as well also staying in here, maybe making it to a day 3, right? Like that would be a big thing for, it would be a big one for Snooty. And Kerfuzzle, the player that had a very strong day 1, but has kind of had a middling day 2 up until now, gets a win now, puts himself back into contention.
Alright, Morgan, what are your thoughts on our top performing players right now? Of course, we knew that we had some players who were pretty safe coming into this round.
Yeah, again, it might be a little bit sad for Impetuous Prime not being able to keep it on one of the top 16, again, being one of our only female players in the tournament and us giving her an immense amount of support. But I'm also very proud that, again, the interview buff is still ongoing for TSW5 or Quebec, as he's still in the first spot, being able to get 2 wins straight in a row and not once dropping from top 4. So if that tells you something, again, makes you were right. If you guys want to win the game, make sure you get that interview before your competition begins.
Yeah, absolutely won the hearts of the audience there. Of course, again, one of the things I was looking out for coming into this one today, of course, is Double 61. We expected and hoped them to do well, but Cambid's, their cousin, also managing to stay in the top 16 as well. So we're expecting big things from him going forward. But guys, we are going to be going into the final part of day 2 very soon. 2 more games to go. The first game, which will be coming up, will be heading right to our very top lobby, where we'll see our top performing players going at each other's throats. And then in our final game, we'll of course be looking for the players on the bubble to see who will survive into day number 3. We'll have an interview with Arrogante. When we return, we will bring you game number 5.
Hello guys, I'm Konstantinos Arrogante Yadzakis. I'm from Greece, I'm 28 years old, and I've been playing Teamfight Tactics for 3 years, since set 4. With the introduction of hero augments, I think it has a lot pros and cons, but overall it's a very good experience. The TRCs give access to more players, other than the actual ladder grinders, and I think it will be interesting to see how the actual tournament changes, but I think it's fair to say that it was harder to qualify through the ladder. There are a lot of great players, but getting to play against players like Daisy and Casey Double and Try and Voltarix, all those great names is a challenge every time. I think Casey Double all around has to be the best tournament player in Europe, and I think Daisy all around has to be the best player both in ladder and in tournaments in Europe, because Daisy specifically I think he has a very unique play style, and when he goes in a tournament he doesn't bring like 2 or 3 comps that he has practiced, but he adjusts and he just plays better TFT I think than the rest of us. I'd like to thank everyone for supporting me and watching my stream all these years, and I would like to thank personally the Greek TRC representatives that work very hard to organize the Greek TRC, and I hope we see such events in the future.
Welcome back everyone to the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. As promised before the break, we are headed towards the top table where only the very top players are able to perform all against each other. We're coming into the top table, of course, we're going to see the very highest quality of play. What to you should that look like?
Good overall play, right? Adaptive play in general. I think that we're just going to see people that have continuously performed well. I want to see them be able to play their low roles. Again, these players that aren't going to be in this lobby are players that we are almost 100% certain to see tomorrow. And I think that we've seen a lot of players perform very well when it comes to their high rolling, right? Again, Elliot said it's not going to be in this lobby, but we've seen when they get the fortunate part of the draw, we've seen them perform well. But was an example like what we saw from Double yesterday in their Rich Get Richer game, right? Stuff like that is what I want to see today. People that are willing to understand that they need to take extra risks to get a better performance.
Speaking about risks, I would love to see people have some crazy starts, maybe a prismatic or a spat carousel at the start that will create a lot of chaos, create more and more people taking risks to maybe find another spat in the first carousel and try to play more as fun. I mean, these things just absolutely revolutionize your gameplay. So when you get a spat start or when you get a prismatic start, everything changes. Whatever plan you had for that game, absolutely just thrown away, and you have to adapt with. Because if you're given, for example, a prismatic start, something like High Roller, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to go for a Draven reroll? Are you going to go for threats? Are you going to go for maybe mechas when you push later on for the 3-star jacks? There are a lot of options, so I think prismatic starts or carousel starts really create for a lot of creativity.
Well, let's take a quick look at our players, of course, who are up at the top of the table. You can see from their points, everybody is pretty much swimming in points right now. So we're less worried about whether these players are going to be making it to day number 3, and more worried about how they can perform against each other.
I mean, there is something we need to look out for here, right? Because the players that are currently on like 24 points, stuff like that, if they have 2 bad games back-to-back, then they're no longer guaranteed, right? That's another thing that we need to keep an eye out for here as well. Cloak being the leftover component, that is something that we've been seeing quite a lot of. It's not a surprise. Cloak stars are not really reigning supreme the same way that it did a couple of patches ago.
Yeah, it makes total sense because you would mostly look for stuff that is flexible with whatever units. Like you can never go wrong with a BF sword. You can never go wrong with a rod. Even if you're gonna play, for example, some vertical duelists, stand that into a locket. You wanna play APs, you can make either an Ionic or a Gunblade for that. And the Gunblade also works with almost every single carry unit in the game. So stuff like BF swords and rods are always gonna be highly contested. So it's not new that we see the mantle really being left out.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen the consequences of being left in a situation where you just cannot find any items for your carries, even if your tanks are extremely strong. Still, the early start here for Quebex, dropping in an early Annie and the bruises to make sure there is that solid front line to start with.
No real direction again. Open chain. I think chain opening is one of the more flexible ones, right? I think that chain. There are a lot of good chain vest items, and like Sunfire has been pretty good right now. There's a lot of healing going around. Lock it up potentially as well. You're talking about that, Morgan, right? With the vertical duelist being an option as well.
Yeah, he might start looking at for the vertical duelist right now because he has a locket, but he has not gotten a single duelist, so I don't think that this is an outcome anymore. Yeah, as soon as Vita calls it, he gets that talent 2 in his shop, which is not so bad. If he can land a mantle here, maybe look for an Ionics or maybe a Gunblade and try to pivot off to an Ox Force board, maybe for a Viego late game. With a talent 2-star, you can easily do this. Who knows, it might be a hero augment game and he gets that Oxy Rage carry augment talent, but I don't think it's going to be duelist for him anymore.
King Dance, a pretty solid start with the laser core. Of course, we did see King Dance running out before with a built different board.
Oh, sorry, Peter. But that is Hextech Retribution. We have a BT and we also have an open bow. But it is going to be Core Focus instead.
I find that a little bit strange. Corpse Focus, if you're not even scouting before it to look if the lobby again is flooded with Laser Corps, or what could he pivot to here? I mean, he has Hurricane, he has a BF. It could be really good into playing it into a Z late game. And it also gave him the level 2 Ash, so he's not looking to lose early game.
It's worth noting here as well, right? Like, Laser Call as a composition in general can support multiple people. It's one of those comps where if there's another person on it, it's not necessarily a different thing to, you need to look out for, right? You can kind of see there, he is taking a look around the lobby here when there is that little training dummy on the podium. You can see that's what's going on here. Bit of a re-energize coming through here as well from Double, right? Re-energize a strong AP flex augment right down his alley.
That's really interesting, considering that, again, did get nerfed coming to this patch, but we've seen it be massively impactful before for accelerating those multiple casts.
Yeah, and right now, looking into his board, we can tell that the Hurricane, again, as we guessed, is going to be the first slammed item, and that can be put into so many boards. You can either put this into a Belveth, as long as she comes out early, and then you can maybe throw it later into a Zed. And if the Senna comes out, you would be expecting him to throw these on her, but since the Ash is 2-star, she's going to be giving him a lot of damage. Now, he has 2 options. It's either that he can sell this Lee Sin, maybe look for a front line with the Blitz, throw in one more unit, maybe the Ash or maybe the Runic Tome for that additional Laser Corp agent. And we see people doing this a lot of the time. They play it kind of like the double trouble style, you know? Because that agent that you throw additionally is simply another drone that flies out once the unit dies.
We'll check in with Ketsa and see what they're up to. Certainly leading more in the Ox Force direction right now. Of course, we've already become intimately familiar with how powerful that Onyx Spark will be.
Yeah, interested to see because any carry augment is not really an augment that people tend to pick a lot because, like, she's not really a traditional carry, right? It's more of an extra tank to a certain extent, whereas, like, her Burning Spirit is pretty good. Reflector Shield, not so much, at least from my own experience, right? Because when you have the Burning Spirit, it tends to work with something like the Yumi lines, or the Zoe lines we've seen before, traditional AP lines. And now for Ketsa, this is going to be meaning that he's going to be on a very strong tank, but he doesn't really have that team-wide buff that some of the other people are taking. And when it is the opening augment, not having that flexible way of playing around it can be quite difficult.
Yeah, absolutely agree, because Burning Spirit allows you to go for more flexibility options, as in you can play her with Ox Forces because they benefit all from the AP. And the thing is, when it comes to Reflector Shield, you have to use Annie as your carry to try to trigger her ability as much as you can. So if you're going to play her, there might be another Star Guardians board where you use Annie as your front line with maybe Talia. And that's not the best thing you want to do, because the secret to this comp is mostly using either Rel with Channel Ferromancy as your tank or an Echo, because he can buy a lot of time. So Reflector Shield at this point might not be one of your best augments at the start, I agree.
Ketsa going from a loss into a win isn't absolutely amazing, but at least what we've got brewing on the bench is the beginning of something Ox Force flavoured. A quick look around the lobby tell us that Kubex and Ixla are both on the win streaks, Double 61 and Org down on the loss streaks.
Also worth mentioning is that Kubek is currently winning with his underground start, so that could be a little bit interesting. Despite the fact that he has still 100 HP, he's able to win with the undergrounds, and that is one of the most interesting starts that you can have, because sometimes we see people not going to more and more risky playstyles, as in waiting for more and more highest levels, but no, they cash out the first one, use it just for pure econ, and throw the undergrounds later on, because as you're winning, there's not really much value rather than just getting an early gold cash out to help bump up the econ, buy more XP, and help yourself win more and more.
Alright, let's see what Double 61 is up to. And of course, they're energized from before. Where would you like to see, because of course we've got a whole bunch of mana flowing in for the competition. Where would you kind of like to see this mana regeneration apply? What kind of comp should would Double be shooting for?
It depends, right? Because when you think of the units that really make use of re-energize well, you're thinking of something like Misfortune, you're thinking about Talia, you're thinking about units that don't take like forever to cast, but they do have a significant cost to casting, right? So getting that second cast off is going to be massive, right? And again, you're also looking at something like Godbreaker getting extra value because you're going to be casting more, you're going to get more instances of damage for that to trigger. Those being the ones you're looking for, it are going to be the AP lines, because something like Talia, Samira, for example, has a pretty low cost to cast, so that is also needs to look off here. But again, we have this like Cult of Me, and we have a lot of players on Cult of Me as well, right? Or this is not even Cult of Me, this is Reign of Anger even. But we do have a little bit of a look on Cult of Me in a second, I believe, as well, coming through. But again, 3 people on Renekton Augment. And you were talking about this earlier on, Morgan, right? Like another like with the call for coming through, and with 4 laser core augments, technically speaking, being picked here, something to keep an eye out for.
Yes, and also you should keep an eye out for the augment that Double 61 is playing on right now, which is the support augment for Wukong, Re-Energize, as this is one of the most interesting augments that you can see. Now, there are so many ways you could play this augment, but most of the time we see it being thrown into an MF or a Samira or possibly a 4-ace composition. Because getting these double pillar casts from the Mordekaiser and also getting these double casts from the MF are really destructive. The only issue about this augment though is that it doesn't give that much value in the early game, and you cannot use Driven for a reroll comp, so you're gonna have to stick with the Wukong as an early low streak, as we see Double 61 doing right now. But once he reaches the point where he has the Samira or the MF, perhaps 4 aces, he will be one of the strongest boards in the lobby.
We'll keep a close eye on what Double 61 does develop there, as Kubix, aka TSW5, will get their first chance to cash out on the underground, but apparently that's not on the cards. Interesting choice, and of course we have seen that this line of underground play pay off big.
Yeah, so there are like two primary things to think about when people are going to be playing Underground, right? So when you're playing Underground reroll-centric strategies like the Ashroll, the Sona, or even the Vi, you will be seeing people, by default, always taking the first cash out to keep that cash flow rolling. But when you are playing it just as a temporary thing here, you can see Kubex is not under any pressure. He's still 88 HP on the first cash out, right? Just go deeper, get that second or the third cash out even, depending on the quality of the second one. He has 20 gold, he has a pretty strong board, he doesn't need the gold as of right now, so he can just keep that rolling coming through in a later stage of the game. So overall, again, when you're not in a rush, there's no reason to cash out.
I do want to hit up, though, before we go too much further, because the particular augment that Quebec's got in play here, the Reign of Anger. So 40% attack speed just for Renekton, and an extra 4% per 100 missing health. That presumably does mean we're going to be seeing a ton of attack speed coming in, but no benefit to the rest of the team at all.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky because with the Reign of Anger, you would expect that he maybe has an early Warmogs or anything that gives him some HP, but that doesn't come from the Onyx or the Bramble Vest, because once the HP increases, that attack speed also increases because it's 100 missing health. It's not a percentage. So the more flat HP you can have, the more brawlers you have, the stronger the Renekton comes. Right now he only has one brawler on board, which is the Blitzcrank, and we did mention before that having a carry augment in a play where you have almost 4 people going on for the Laser Corps is not going to be that interesting. So it's either he plays down one augment in the late game, or that Renekton was just a transition phase that can get him to an early loss streak, which has been messed up quite a bit right now. 1 win, 1 lose. He's kind of in a weird spot right now.
Yeah, again, also another thing that's worth noting here, right? You're talking about it, that if he decides to roll down here now, go back and go level 6 here and tries to find a Vi, for example, right? You can go 4 Brawler, it still stays with the rest of the composition, right? Like in terms of the fact that he's still going to get that. He's not going to have to go, he doesn't have to compromise with the Underground. He doesn't have to compromise on his backline here. He has, however, gone into an AD heavy item setup, which means that his knife set is going to provide a lot of value here, right? So we are probably looking at that laser call angle coming through from him, which means this Renekton is going to be staying on the board as an additional sort of secondary pseudo carry for the rest of the game, as well as he's going to start prioritizing getting a chain vest, for example, for the set, stuff like that. So keep an eye out for that here. Again, Ixola now away from his trusty old Yuumi.
Yeah, this is a big change, but also the Renekton being brought in a more supportive capacity this time round. Backline AP carries should be doing a pretty decent job of taking advantage of what the front line's putting out.
Yeah, and already getting one threat, which has recently been buffed, is also going to be really good for his composition because he slammed an early Warmog and also has an Eternal Winter. So that will give him a lot of time, and the Aurelion Soul is going to give him the lack of anti-healing that he has on that board. So the early Aurelion Soul with the level 6 is going to be perfect for his playstyle.
Win streak remaining intact for Ixola, feeling pretty darn good about their chances to keep it going. We have seen players, of course, extend their win streaks all the way through Stage 2 and Stage 3. Widow, do you think that's on the cards for Ixola?
Six laser core is definitely on the cards right now, right? Like not as in right here, right now. Actually, yes. Yep. Now to think about it, you could even like depending on the strength of the matchup pool, right? Depending on where King Dance is at right now, this could even be like ascended to 7 full YOLO. It is off interval. You much prefer to do it next turn, but if that is something that could protect your streak that way around, that could be a possibility, right? But at the end of the day, I don't think that's going to happen. It's a little bit over the top, but he should be in a very good spot. And here's the matchup we were talking about, right? If he loses this matchup now, then level 7 might have been worth it.
I don't think that there's any way that he loses this. Again, this run is way too tanky, and the Eternal Winter is just going to be perfect for this. And the fact that King Dance doesn't have his 6 Laser Corps just yet. He's only playing with 3 right now because of the Belvith that he has carry items on waiting for Zed. And we spoke about this at the start of the stream, by the way. So it's really easy to keep win streaking with 6 Laser Corps. Next round, maybe after the Cursal, leveling to 7 might be a perfect option. Because again, throwing that Aurelion Soul and getting the early chance to get the Zed before everyone gets him, hence you're contested in this lobby, would be a perfect.
Again, also worth noting, a quick note, right? Again, we've been seeing more and more Ionic Sparks on sets. Same concept as as Scale Scorn in Dragonlance, where there is a big magic damage aspect of the composition coming through. So again, shredding that MR so the drones do more damage.
Just to touch a little bit on the King Dance, you can see King Dance having the most uncommitted items right now. Of course, what we've seen from our previous lobbies is that we are getting into much more of a space of Laser Core being very heavily contested as, I think we finally had our player rival. Org knows we're looking and wants to say hello with a little kitty friend.
Yeah, I don't want the Yumi meta to be back. I have so much hate for this unit that I was the happiest person, Counter. I was literally the happiest person ever when the patch 13.1b dropped and Super's got a nerf and also Yumi got a nerf. I don't love watching Yumi boards, okay? I have a lot of hate for these boards. She's one of these units because as someone who relies mostly on backline carries, was the nightmare fuel of me whenever I play TFT and see someone play a Yumi board.
That set jump looked really awkward, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it looked really awkward.
It does get rid of the Yumi, though, so that is something we've got to be bearing in mind going forwards. Morgan, as you said, amazing ability to deal with the backline carries, but not completely invulnerable, as it turns out.
Because you're playing against Zed who has Onyx Pork, you're playing against someone who has one of the earliest 6 laser curves that we've seen. So realistically, it's Ixola who has an unrealistic board, not AOG who's currently suffering in this. But anyone else against this Yumi board at this point, with him having mostly 2 stars, would have probably been dead. And all thanks goes to the laser corpse mechanic of the drones transferring even after the units die. So the tanks can still be quite hard to deal with even if you lost your backline carries. This is why laser corpse play perfectly into Yumi boards.
Alright, double 61. Has got an interesting setup here. So we have seen people move around the mech a little bit over the course of the competition. Right now, Wukong up at the front line, fully itemized and keeping the home fires burning.
I think it's going to be a transition at some point into the set where you use the Wukong as one of the mechs, right? I think that Wukong free as a frontliner has kind of taking a fall off to a certain extent here. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, right? Like you can see here, it's actually doing a significant amount of tanking here and leads to a pretty decent loss. Double gets to manifest his win streak, but he's still level 5 actually, so he might actually be on the full reroll angle for Wukong free. Which again, okay, he is on a full reroll angle. I thought he was like holding his gold for as long as possible here, but I mean, he is getting closer and closer. It's not a bad idea. Like, it's not like it's horrible, like a lapse in judgment or anything like that from Double, right? This is a good limit test, and Wukong Free can still carry for a while as that frontline tank, but it's without the Cyclone, so you don't have that extended reach of the ability, so you need a strong backline setup to support it coming through once the Wukong Free has been hit. Okay, yeah. We take those though.
Yeah, okay, he does get the Wukong 3 like maybe one step closer, and I thank you so much for seconding my opinion on the Cyclone. He does get the Wukong 3 right here, but again without the Cyclone and him not having enough backline carries, you're playing essentially with almost 2 less units because they get eaten up by that Wukong. Re-energize on a Wukong reroll is not the best option. I mean, with MF and Samira and these units, you might have seen it come a little bit much more effective than that, but it's the thrill that made him look into this, you know? Maybe the Wukong would live more, but I would be surprised if Double can actually hit top 4 with this board. It might be really challenging as people hit their 3rd augment.
At least we do know that Double doesn't need to spend any more time at the lower levels to find the rest of those Wukongs, but it does feel like doors have closed somewhat on Double's lines of play, so they're going to have to find their comp in the almost immediate future, way below Org, who's currently in 7th place on the table.
And against the Belveth and these units standing on the back line, the Wukong doesn't have any gap closers, so he will suffer against Wrecking Bolts. He's going to suffer against also the augments that give units much more units that have a lot of mobility. So something like Belveth, something like Laser Corps and Reckons will make him suffer. Now, he doesn't have rerolls because he's already used it, I think, in his 2nd stage. Not sure if it was the 1st or a 2nd. And Portable Forge doesn't seem really interesting. So what would you do with it? So yeah, Sunfire to put it along the fact that he doesn't have any anti-healing right now.
This is very greedy. Okay, I was about to say this would be very greedy if he just didn't at least like level to put in the fall defender aspect of the composition. Right now, I mean, so the thing here is that if the second he finds a set, he can cut this. He can cut the Draven, and then that can be the fall defender, which means he can remove the. He can remove the Poppy in turn instead, and then start working that way. But he's also going for a Poppy free. It seems right. So again. I don't dislike or don't hate Wukong reroll. I think the comp is super fun. I think it's a comp with a higher ceiling, but it's a comp that did take a nerf recently.
No, that's true. The 3-star getting a lot less of resistances than previous. I do wonder if at this point, Double 61 being, of course, we're on the top table right now, so Double might be a little bit more willing to play something more likely to fall down than perhaps otherwise up against Ketzer, who is, of course, not doing incredibly well themselves on the old HP front. Ixla still remains undefeated.
You know what's kind of sad about this Wukong board as well? Is that most people in this lobby are not even playing with AD boards. Even the ones who are playing Zed are relying more on the 6 laser corps. So he's getting a lot of AP damage, and the value from defenders is just not coming up.
I mean, it's not even that, like, right, like, they'll 10k in that fight, right, at the end of the day, that is all you kind of need. But again, it's also worth noting here, you're talking about how, like, we are in the top split. There are people in this lobby that are, like, at 24 points that are, technically speaking, still possible for them to like, kind of end up going out. But the lowest amount of points Double can get is 29, and right now, I don't think I've ever seen a player get eliminated at a 50% cut with 29 points here. And this is one of the laser core boards you were talking about, Morgan. This should be a real test, but again, like, this board is actually relatively weak, all things considered, right? Like, a lot of 1-stars, which means this Wukong is going to get a lot of miles out of his ability.
We can certainly see Enzo struggling a little bit to deal with the massive single unit. I suppose that will be a question going forward as long as Double 61 remains alive, as it would be for any other mech set board. Do you have enough single target damage to take down an absolute titan of a unit?
Yeah, and at this point from the carousel, if we see their items, we can tell that he wants, again, to maybe try and look for that MF. I still think he has the chance to actually try to pivot to level 8 and maybe give her... Okay, thank you. I think if he reaches a point where he can give that MF maybe a Shojin, something to help her gain the mana quickly and be able to make use of that re-energized comp. Maybe perhaps add in a set as an additional defender to replace the Rel or the Poppy, as it still counts and is still a way better defender unit. You can still get the value from the energize if you get an MF2. And at that point, he'll be one of the strongest. But something worth highlighting is that Ixla is at 13 win streak and he has 4 hackers on that Zed. You'll love to see it. I told you laser crossbows are just the best. I told you.
It's working pretty damn well so far. So we've got even the Hacker Emblem just going to be on the Sejuani on the front line, who of course we saw being itemized very strongly early on. But no backlines anywhere are safe. But it's worth noting, this is still a Z1 if I don't miss my guess.
It is still a Z1, right? And this is like a high tempo board, but it's kind of carried to a certain extent by the fact that a lot of people in the lobby has kind of fully hit right now. Again, now we can see Orc, who did earlier on hit this Yuumi free now. But again, Yuumi free is still pretty squishy. There's no Sonya's Paradox as we've seen previously, which means that it is just going to get shredded again with that with that Ionic Spark being directly on top of a frequent caster like Yuumi. She is going to take a lot of damage in that process. So at the end of the day here, Orc is going to take the loss despite being on a spike.
Yeah, 14 wins right now. He's not going to be losing a single one. And the fact that he reached 8 quickly as soon as he could, despite the fact that he's running a little bit low on econ, it's not going to be much of an issue because he is technically the first player to hit level 8. So getting Zeds before anyone is going to be his main concern here. So him being able to keep a 14-win streak is almost like when you're losing with consistency, but you're coming back slowly into the game because you had that sweet pivot, and then it gets back into you winning and getting that money back. So as long as Ixla has his win streak, he's still gonna be able to get that money back. So pushing to 8 was a real smart idea. And I don't think at this spot you'd love to go 9. You're still gonna look for more and more front line, perhaps get a Z2 first, and he'll think about getting to level 9. But we have a small technical issue.
So while we wait for things to get resolved again, just want to point out, though of course we can't see the scoreboard right now, I did note just before we went to our micro break here that we were starting to see those HP totals for most of the lobbies start to slip down. Double 61 isn't as far behind everyone else as he used to be.
We did get that Leona earlier on, right? I mean, now 5 megas on the line and in play. It gives that secondary casting option that a comp will need as well. It also gives extra ability power and sweat to that Wukong, right? So overall, it should be a somewhat of a spike, but he is just being taken apart by this Yuumi board at the end of the day here now. Double 8 HP on his way to an 8th.
Okay.
Well, we know one thing defenders aren't good against, it is AP. Org smiling themselves as they stay ahead of the pack. Double 61, Morgan, doesn't feel like that, the spikes coming in have maybe been enough to keep Double out of 8th.
One good thing about the Yumi boards right now is that them being slightly out of the meta and only being played under very, very specific conditions is that you can easily get the supers in almost all of your board and into level 3 really quick. We see that he already has a Malphite 3, and also a Yumi 3, and he's 2 units away from every single unit to have an entire 3-star board. 1 Rel away, I mean he's 2 Rels away, 2 Nylas away, and also 2 Lee Sins away. And you have a full supers board. So that's gonna be very, very hard to deal with, and that is one of the very rare conditions where I would actually be down for a Yumi board. I still hate it, but yeah, one of those conditions where I would love a Yumi.
Looking at this,
trying to put everything together. What do you think? Where do you think Double's going here? Because if we saw a couple of, I think it was a couple of Aphelios actually come through on the bench, but then get sold again.
Yeah, there's no item support for it, right? There's just no overall support for it in that regard, right? Like there's no Rage Blade or Death Blade or anything like that, all the good stuff. Like, there's just no items to support it. So again, it's a unit without items that doesn't really benefit from anything else here now. But the 5 mech now being the angle here should give extra power. Now with healing on top of the Leona as well, that also should be a nice little boost. Like the only thing I was a little bit surprised by was the fact that he didn't try to hit another Riven 2, set off the one on the board, and then try to move that Bloodthirst onto the Leona, just to guarantee even more survivability for that Leona.
And something funny about that Zed right now is he has a tremendous amount of 95% Omni Vamp, because he's getting 70 from that hacker, and he's also getting 25 from the Gunblade. But the Sunfire board comes into effect really well against a board like his. Again, it's still only a Z1, and he didn't have to come into contact with anyone for the Sunfire to be affected. That Zed did suffer way so much from the Sunfire board, and this is when it comes into effect. You can put more tanky items into the Leona, save your items for more and more sustainability, and you can still destroy hacker boards like this. So Exila,
I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, with Double 61 surviving that round, they have broken Ixila's streak, which has been running, I believe, since the very beginning of the game.
Yep.
Getsperky is down below Double 61. We've now got 2 players who are 1 round from dead, especially if this round goes wrong.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit weird that someone was able to keep 16 wins in a row, but again, as long as it's Laser Corps, I'll be very down for that. But look at now. Again, it might be the last round for Casper, and he needs this one desperately, but he might be a little bit unlucky because he had to play against the Yumi board, and we said one thing about it is that it absolutely destroys the backline comps that rely on 1 unit. So he's going to be the first one to go out alongside Ketzer, and these are our 2 players that we're sadly going to have to say goodbye to way too early at stage 5. Already, a lobby with just 6 players.
Yeah, and again, it's worth noting here again, like, this is kind of a gamble that you have to take when you are playing any hacker unit, right? He was on the wrong side. If he ends up one-shotting the Yumi instead with that set 2, then that is definitely going to be a better one. Probably a fight that he has the potential of winning right now, right? And that's something you need to look out for at the end of the day. But Orc now, again, having those, finds another spike, right? Get the extra super bonus, get all that good stuff going for himself. But the big story right now is just a little bit of a French battle here. Enzo, one of the players that just needs that 5th placement at least, and then he's going to be going into day 3 guaranteed pretty much here, hitting Cubex board.
Yeah, and it's going to be another round where we see that 1-star Aphelios, but against the hackers, there's just nothing that can keep him alive except maybe the Ox Forces that give him 1 additional round, 1 additional second, in order to survive. But against all of this, Remis, and against Ascension, he might have had a better chance with the Samira staying alive, and the front line will still give the time for the Samira to cast with that Ascension, and Double gets to live for another round with that Wukong. We're not going to say goodbye to Cubic or Double just yet.
Oh wait, Aphelios here? Anyone on a pair?
I think he had only 1.
Well, we saw a couple of Aphelios coming through, but Cubex will be the first one to grab it for himself, so presumably he's got something in mind. Double 61 just underneath Cubex right now, with Enzo only on 17 as well. It's still possible we might see our 2-time Emir and, of course, Fate's world champion manage to claw his way up from the brink into the top 4.
Galaxy's world champion, that is.
Sorry, I was thinking of my friend Lalana's top 4 instead.
I was about to say, I'm sure Lalana would love to have been Fate's champ. But no,
I'm still a little bit of editing on the Wikipedia.
So putting back to the carousel, that you did do a little carousel around your brain right there. That was a very good carousel for pretty much everyone. Like, that was a good decision there was a good selection between offensive and defensive components. I think that's also something that you need to look out for right there. Right, there was no one who really got fully shafted by that, which I think is fantastic to look at. But see, right now you're looking at this. Zephyr here is going to miss completely. This could be a godsend for Cubex.
Yeah, and jumping right off again to that Belveth, which is still 1 star, it's a little bit unlucky that despite the fact that this lobby, I've not seen another Belveth so far. I could be wrong, but her being 1 star, and again, against the board of double with that Wukong, he doesn't have any damage. Specifically for the fact that he has double redemption on that Leona, so there's no way that you can get her to die that early. And the fact that he also had a Thrill and Energize, it allows the Leona to double cast, getting at least 2 kills, healing at least 1,100 HP. So with that Thrill combo, there is no way this Leona's dying, despite the fact that she's 1 star. And the fact that he has 5 mechas gives her a lot of AP, even if she's not the prime. So I think Double's board is getting really nice right now, getting him enough to top 4.
Org is the next obstacle on the way up to a higher finish. Yeah, Double still feeling pretty damn good. As you said before, we've now got 3 forms of healing on this Leona. So if the Wukong can stand, I don't know if Leona's ever going to drop.
Org just spikes all over the place here, left, right, and center, but this could be a big challenge for Double. This is board. His board is pretty well established to beat this potentially, right? But again, it's going to depend on whether or not this set 2 is going to be able to do a lot of work here. Now, the Urgot as well is a very nice way for him to round out the board. And the big thing for Double is trying to avoid hitting Orc for as long as possible while they put a lot of damage into the rest of the lobby here. Slow and steady wins the race. Yes, just about. As Orc does take a loss to King Dance.
Yeah, and Double still manages to make it to the 4 despite the fact that I kinda doubted this board at the start, so Mr. Double, I would love to tell you sorry for doubting the ability of the re-roll, re-energize Wukong. I had doubted the fact that this can have 2 grabs at the back and still able to stay alive with the Sunfire and Thrill the Hunt. I thought that it might be a little bit better to play with the EMF, but again, Double with that tremendous amount of 5 wins in a row, the Sunfire has been a perfect choice so that the Wukong can finish his targets really quickly and get a little bit of healing with the Thrill of the Hunt. And the Leona coming really early as well. He might try to push for level 9 so he can still have the double Urgot with the Leonas.
So,
tremendous amount of tenacity from Double 61.
I think that's worth noting right here, right? So he's taking out the Leona here, and the thing is, I want to talk about this interaction. So how I believe it works and how I think that people have kind of theorized it works, I don't know if it's been confirmed completely, is that Urgot cannot farm from the mob itself, but the off-spawns from the sack he can farm from, which is why you see people often putting in 2 or even 1 Urgot on these rounds against sack, just because it's an easy way to get a little bit of extra gold to work with. And it should be put back very shortly. He's just rolling just a little bit to see if he can find anything else.
Yeah, and now getting back to the
going.
double mechas. Yeah, he went back to the double mechas. He only put the Urgot just to farm some money and apparently trying to re-roll all of his gold to try to find an Urgot or a Leona, but he doesn't just land any of these. And again, against the Hacker Belveth, which might not have much luck against this board, because again, we're playing against 5 mechas, 4 defenders, so it's a perfect answer for the Belveth board.
I do generally like the itemization we've got going on for Leona. I was wondering though, in this particular round, because Leona previously had been walking to stand next to the Wukong and give her redemption healing across.
She doesn't die.
It doesn't matter anyway, but going forwards, I'm going to keep a really close eye on where that Leona is standing, because it feels like it's so important to keep the Wukong up when the enemy comp has got enough damage to deal with him otherwise.
Yeah, and a very good mention in the catch on the double redemption, because once she starts moving near the Wukong, she gives him an additional amount of healing. The Bloodthirster that he put on her gives her a lot of Omnivamp so she can stay alive, and again combos with the Thrill, etc, etc. So she doesn't die. And once she gets the first cast, eliminates the first unit, casts again, and gets to live again. So I never thought about it, but imagine right now he could maybe be living just because of that Leona. Just because of that Leona.
Orc has a bit of an issue here positioning-wise, right? Because of the fact that he has his Shroud on top of his Locket unit.
Yeah, and playing against the Yuumi board might be a little bit challenging at this point, because again, you're playing against 4 defenders, so you have a lot of damage coming from that Vel'Koz, and the fact that he can keep the Wukong locked down, not being able to cast is going to be quite interesting. And again, the Dredge comes up from that Urgot, but the Wukong is still alive. The Yuumi's not in the range, because again, this is an Energized, not a Cyclone, so the Yuumi will be able to finish the job, and Double will just land it at first spot.
I mean, honestly, I think Double's going to be pretty pleased with having clawed that far up the table. Still though, Org very, very happy to hold on themselves. Ixalar and King Dance, both with at least a couple of lives in the barrel. We have seen Org positioning pretty rapidly to try and make sure they don't fall victim to, for instance, a stray Zed.
It's kind of unlucky not being able to get Z2 up until this point at the game, to be honest. Don't you think so, Wita?
I mean, it has been freeway contested all throughout, right? He's prioritized going level 9 instead of turbo rolling for it. He has a set pair on the bench. It's not like he's that far off, and his real carry in of itself is actually going to be that Belvath, right? So it's not like he's been completely removed of having any units he can play with.
Yeah, but this time, at least lucky for AUG, that the Yumi was placed in the correct spot so he can stay and live a little bit away from the Zed. And 1 is gonna be more than enough to give him a tremendous amount of 2,105 crit damage coming up from that Yumi with the blue buff. One shot after another, being able to execute the battle line, except for the fact that if he gets the Zoe right now because of the laser corpse, he might live, but no! It hits the Belveth, and with the 3 hacker being on her, she gets to live enough, and it's only King and Ixala right now in this lobby.
And big news for King Dan's, of course, as well, is that Ixala did lose that last round. So the chances of King Dan's actually fighting for first convincingly have just gone up.
You're looking at, we have the spots here now. There's going to be that set 2 we were talking about he was missing out on. It's now come through here. Item downgrade to a certain extent, but unit upgrade itself is going to be that much higher, right? That's kind of the gambit when you have the...
No.
We had the TG on any type of carry unit, right? Sometimes you are just gonna get those horrible tank guys. And they're not that horrible, right? It's a laser core comp, so the survivability is generally speaking pretty good. And it's gonna be a laser core versus laser core mirror here, so that's gonna be an interesting one here, as positioning is gonna matter quite significantly.
We've seen the Ionic Spark Zed, we've seen the 4 Hacker Zed, but have you seen the Tank Zed, baby? With the Bramble Vest and Warmogs jumping right into the backline right now. That Zoe is going to be able to buy as much time as she can, first with the Edge of Night and still also having the Pranksters right there as the effect, but still the Belveth is trying to do as much damage as she can onto the backline. And again, 6 Laser Corps against each other, despite the fact that Zed was with tank items, it makes him on a very bad spot. King receives a lot of damage, but not enough just yet. Gets one more chance for one more Thieves' Gloves reroll on the Zed, and what is it gonna be? Oh, the AP Zed!
Oh my gosh, it's like King Dan's just every day is a winning day. Unfortunately for King Dan's, not as emotive in his reaction as we've seen some other players like Grimby before. You know, players sliding off their chairs and into oblivion, of course, on previous events, but still, I suppose it's a memorable way to go out.
Man, any other itemization combo would have been better than a blue buff and a Rabadon for the Zed. I mean, I can understand maybe a static to shred the backline or anything, but what can you do with a blue buff? Again, that Zed jumps on the Zoe. She doesn't seem to get annoyed by him at all, not doing any damage onto her. The Belveth is just trying to do her best with that Edge of Night, Ronan's combo, but again, still there's a lot of damage coming from the Zeclaser Corp composition on him. This time, the Leona gets to live a little bit, and the Belveth is doing enough damage. Might be just enough, but no, still the Belveth is the last one alive, and Ixala will somehow lose the round all thanks to the Belveth. How much damage did she deal?
Enough. Don't worry about it, mate. You know,
well, apparently, the answer to the question was you don't need to have any items on your Zed, because all you need is just a bunch of AP. But alright, so we've got one more item coming in for both of our players here. Okay, they're both on 25, 24 points. So we're in lobby number 1, likely to be seeing these players, or almost certain to be seeing these players come through tomorrow. So this is a little preview of day 3.
Okay, so what do we get from this is that AP Zed is far better than Tank Zed. Thank you, King. Point made, and now we wish that we can get maybe some good item for him with the complete item Anvil Suita. What are we looking for?
That is really the greatest question of all time. Like, the whole debate between AP and Tank Zed has now been settled. Man, I can't believe that one. Must admit, that one has been tearing off Reddit for a week, man. Twitch chat also wild, and you just made their day, Morgan, right? Like, that conclusion right there, absolutely brilliant, right? So you're looking at any type of aura item, like a utility item like the Zephyr. Okay, no Zephyr here wants to get that Magic Shred instead here, just to power off that Fiddlesticks. It's a Fiddlesticks too, so it does make a ton of sense here. But the Zephyr coming through on that TG could be huge.
And here it goes, the final round between these two. The Zephyr finally gets up on the Zoe and a Fiddle 2 and a Leona 2. We've gotten 2 upgrades this time, but the Hudge on the Zed, at least with the crate coming from the Thieves' Gloves, does make him survive. A double hit, but the Wukong still, the Fiddlesticks still hasn't worked. Already gets one shot before he can even apply any damage to the backline. And again, Ixala might be suffering a little bit in this round, but here it goes. The Belveth is still alive, gets the stun from the Sejuani, and the Zoe is still alive with the 6 Laser Corps coming from him, and King might just fall down because Ixala has already gotten his 4 hackers, keeping Zed alive for as long as he wants.
And most importantly, the towel was there to witness the end. That is a sign of an extremely happy player. And again, what a joy it is to be able to see the looks on our players' faces when it all comes together.
I love a good snog with a blanket, right? At the end of the day here. And again, Ixno was one of the players that wanted to bring up being eliminated yesterday, despite having a few stellar performances. And now he's coming back. He's shown that that's not going to happen today. He's going to come in, close out the day, potentially in great form, right? There's still one more game to go.
Yeah,
right,
it was
guys,
a beautiful round of us seeing a lot of Lizard Corps getting into competition, and I'm never going to complain as long as I see Lizard Corps players, honestly. So I can't wait for next game.
There will be no complaints, I am sure, because in our next game, we'll be heading down the table to the bubble point, where our players could potentially be getting through to day 3 or getting knocked out of the competition. Of course, before that, we'll have an interview, or pre-taped interview, with Enzo and our analyst desk. But ready yourselves, day 2 of Golden Spatula Cup number 1 is almost at an end, so stay tuned and we'll be back soon.
My name is Enzo. I come from France, and my age is 22. Ladder is not really competitive, you know, because we have not a lot of spot in the ladder, and player now think they just need to be good in a tournament. But for example, the tournament of France is private. All players can't participate, you know. So I don't really like. But maybe if we have open tournament in France, it may be good. I think best comp at this moment is maybe Piba with Urgot, Fiddle, with all legendary too. I think. I don't really know. We have a lot of good players in Europe, and not one really afraid me. But yeah, I think maybe Daisy, Double 61, Ging. We have a lot of really good players. Thank you for all the support. I love all of you, and be ready for this year. It's for me, dude. Yeah.
Welcome back to our analyst desk here. My name is Mix. I'm here with Impetuous Panda. And Panda, did we learn anything from that round?
We did. Yuumi continues to be out of the bag, but also now the monkey is out of the cage, and we have our good friend Double 61 to thank for that. Everyone, stop believing in Wukong 3-star with Cyclone, or in this case with Re-Energize. He played an extremely unusual game of TFT, rolling for that Wukong 3, the Poppy 3, playing for defenders, not really having damage outside of the Wukong itself, but somehow in Double 61 fashion, he still managed to get the top 4.
Yeah, you could have said that game was a true monkey circus, but that was not the only thing that was going on. Xula once more proving that the Blanky buff is true and real and factual and helping out our players. We saw Elia earlier in chat saying that he was talking to Xula and that they figured out that the Blanky buff is a thing. So I'm just giving that to you. If you're queuing up for your rankeds and you want to do as well as our players here, get that Blanky ready. Apparently it's doing wonders. With that, let's have a look at our winning comp from Xula. Of course, it has to be the laser with the hacker. Fiddlesticks just fully itemized, doing its best, doing an entire harvest at once, and the harvest was bountiful this year.
So fun to see that those final few fights between the last two players, both German players, both playing the same exact comp, both somehow managed to find that vertical hacker, which we don't see very often. Hacker 4 is something that you don't really try and chase, obviously, but in this case, both players find a way to get an emblem online and get the extra Omni Vamp. So very unusual kind of mirror match in the very end there, but it was Xula that managed to take it in the end. And it seems that he can play something that isn't Yuumi, so that's very good news going into day 3 where he might be contested on the cat comp.
He did play different things from Yuumi yesterday as well.
I'm very impressed now.
Like
I didn't know.
4 Yuumi games.
I thought the blanket buff was just for Yuumi, but apparently not.
No, he did play 2 other games as well yesterday, and he has been showing some flexibility. It's just that he really likes going into Yuumi Supers. Another person that really likes that has to be TFT Og, who also showed off the kitty cat. She wasn't kept in the back all this way because he made 3rd place with that, and we talked a little bit about it. Casey Double 61 with that monkey reroll has to be the craziest steer, like a Monka steer, all the way into that top 4. I did not think he was going to make it, but he believed and he did it, and it was really, really great to see that 5 mech come out.
And looking at Double 61's narrative throughout the rest of this day, he actually managed to get 3 wins in a row in games 3, 4, and 5 rather. And coming into this last game, it was a case, I think, as Wida mentioned, that he's already mathematically qualified. So he is able to go into these lines that he can limit test and see, is it still possible to play Wukong Re-Energize? Can I play in the different way that other players do? And try and learn something about this comp in a tournament setting like this one where everyone is trying their best. So I think that's part of it. I think in a serious setting where Double 61 is playing for his life, he probably plays a very different game of TFT in this game.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to keep in mind that that's true for most people in this lobby, since we are in Swiss seeding, so they're all kind of equal-ish in points, but somebody has to go first and somebody has to go last. Unfortunately, this time it hit Kaspersky. We were looking at Kaspersky a little bit earlier. Quebec also in that same lobby, not doing too well here in game number 5, Poland, unfortunately, but I'm sure they're going to come back. There is one more game that we will get to see, and some people will still be fighting for their lives to make it in that top 32 cutoff.
And of course, with Laser Court being 1 and 2, I think that was one of the big problems for the players that did end up going bot 4. The fact that they were so contested, they didn't win out when it came to 2-starring the Zed or 2-starring the relevant units, and just bled out to a bot 4 in that case. So it does end up happening when you're scouting your opponent's boards on stage 4, and you say, hey, everyone seems to be going for this comp. Players like Xula were ahead the entirety of the game, had a lot more gold and HP to work with, and it is really hard to contest the first or second player in the lobby because they just have more resources and they have a chance to continue snowballing that lead as it happened in this lobby here. But looking at the standings, we do have 2 Spanish players. Not going to jinx it, but they're still alive and kicking. Snooty Boo had a bit of a tough game, though, in this game 5. Anyone else that stands out to you here, Mix?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have to give a shout out to my fellow Germans, of course, but also 1ASA is kind of down here, right? Like, he could still not make it, which would be a big surprise after the great showing from yesterday. Same is true for Hayden. Hayden now also dropped down a little bit, but hopefully all of these players will make it through. Let's have a look at our top 16. Most of these players are more than likely already safe. We have Xula leading the entire leader with that. Look at that. Top 10 for Germans. That's what I like to see. Salvi and Lusher are going to beeline their way up there to break up that French wall from 8th to 11th that is currently existing. But I'm really happy to see this one.
Wait, where are the Spanish players? Production? I think there's an error on the standings page. We're missing quite a few Spanish flags here. But we did also see 2 Finnish players. The only 2 Finnish players in this day 2 are also among the top 20, Uko and Flumsy. So good to see new countries trying to show up and trying to say, hey, we also know how to play TFT. We also want to be among the best in the MEA. Maybe proving it in this tournament, but maybe also looking at regional finals to continue proving that even more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm so excited for that last game. We're going to go with a lobby that is right amongst those who are still fighting for everything to make it to that day 3. Keep in mind, the winner of tomorrow is going to qualify for the EMEA final. So that's going to be the biggest talking point for everyone here. With that, I believe our in-game casters are getting ready to give us game number 6. I was going to say 3, but here they are, Counterfeit, Morgan, and Wida. Take it away.
Oh, my bad. But there are a lot of numbers and a lot of buttons to keep track of as well, and I certainly am not keeping them all straight in my head. But as we promised before, coming into this last lobby of day number 2, we are headed directly for the bubble. And guys, we've got some pretty big name players who will be fighting for their tournament lives in this upcoming lobby.
Yeah, Travis won yesterday, highest placement there, so that means he has a very good tiebreaker. That's going to be super important because that means he could potentially end up on a lower placement than winning the lobby, for example, and still having a shot at making it through. Because again, the first tiebreaker is overall tournament points.
Yeah, and right now we also have a lot more. It isn't working?
It is. You're here.
Oh boy, Morgan, these are not the jokes you want to be making in the broadcast.
Oh wait, wait, I'm serious right now. Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Absolutely.
Okay, thank God. Okay, the first one was a joke, but then the second one is actually not a joke. Like, I can't see my microphone working right here. Like, it doesn't even light up in the focus right. This is absolutely weird, but yeah, getting back to speak about players, I would love to see some of those people who didn't perform really well in the last games maybe do a comeback, because everyone loves a comeback story. So I'm keeping an eye out on the people that we didn't see perform well in the first few games.
So again, of course, as already mentioned, Travis, first place from day 1 will be in this lobby. Siemens Prime, of course, we saw her doing some really good stuff before, also playing. Nearly everybody's on around 21, 22 points, so they come into this almost in exactly the same situation. Of course, anyone who is on 21, which will only be shredding, and Travis, will have that slight disadvantage. They'll have to work just a little bit harder to get across that halfway line.
Yeah, so the breakpoint that we are going to be looking for here is going to be 27 or 28 points. We don't necessarily know which one it's going to be, which means we're looking at third placements and above, or we're looking at second placements and above for Shredding and Travis, right? That's a big one to keep in mind, that everything before like 5 players are dead won't really have that massive implications on the outcome of the players here. So just a nice thing to keep in mind if you are trying to track along at home as to who's going to make it, who's not going to make it.
I'm a little bit excited to keep my eyes out on Natasha, because he's always been one of these players that kept us on our grounds, always looking for his boards, doing some of the most interesting pivots and some of the riskiest plays, and we'll never forget his legendary reaction once that pause happened. You know, me and Mix had a good laugh about it. As soon as the pause happened, he was like, "What? So what do I do?" So it was kind of interesting. So I'm keeping an eye out on Natasha and Lou Marpin, most importantly, this game.
Yeah, Lou Marpin, of course, our champion from the Dragonlance Golden Spatula Cup number 3, did barely make it through day number 1, finishing out 64th overall from our players coming in. So to even be at this point to be battling for survival is a fairly significant improvement from day 1.
It is, again, interesting spots here. Silas is a unit that has a few different openings, right? There is the Anima Squad opening, there's the Renegade opening, and there's like the full-on Silas reroll opening as well. Potentially, weather is going to be sunny, which means that we might not see Janna. Her Umbrella will not be needed, most likely, just because of the fact that Spellslinger is, vertically speaking, not that good, and the shield is kind of insignificant. It's not windy out there. Silas 2 can be made here. It is going to lock up that rod, which might not be ideal. That's also something you need to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, getting a level 2 unit at the early game is always such a good option, even if it's gonna look out the component for now. It depends though, because if he's maybe able to make an Ionic Spark, it's fine. You can keep this one until you get the Viego and sell it later on. Or why not? You could get Kingslayer, turn that Silas into a Sella 3, maybe you could go and re-roll him. So yeah, he does make the decision without even waiting for the outcome for the component. If it's a Negatron Clock, he's a happy man. Okay, here we go.
Not a bad start at all. I mean, we've got a Renegade Crest coming in here as well. Everything seems to be lining up for Natasha.
Yeah, Renegade Crest is a good one. It's an interesting one to work with for sure. It's going to guarantee free Renegade as well on the spot here. Should be a snap pick. Even has the Lulu too as well, so it could be like Lulu, like Renegade Lulu item holder for a brief moment in time here. Figuring out like the best way to navigate this is going to be the important thing here as well. I feel like we are going to be seeing a level to fall and no Renegades just for now, just because I feel like this is just the strongest board that he has available right now, to be quite frank, right? You could make an argument for it. Had the item been worse and not been a Sunfire Cape, I think that we might have seen the swap come through. And the item commitments here are going to be interesting because we know that, okay, Ionic Spark is going to come through because there could have been a Gunblade as well, even a BT, right? Depending on which route he wants to take.
According to Renegades, I think the star with a Sunfire and an Ionic Spark on a 2-star Silas, specifically with the Gadgetines, he's doing an amazing job. Soon as you get that one Talon, he's going to give you the Ox Forces from the Annie. He's also going to give you the Renegades on that Silas. So one Talon is all he needs, and Natasha has a very, very strong board. And for the early game, you might just put on the Slam, that BF, maybe turn it into a Giant Slayer or a Gunblade on the Talon when he comes, to pivot it later again also into the Viego. And we could easily see him getting 5 win streaks with that board.
Sarah wins, so we're spending a little bit of time popping in on. He's running the Cluttered Mine, so we do know that will be an accelerant towards the late game, which we've seen, of course, be hugely impactful. Even if Natasha is going to dominate the early game.
And now the item is worse. Okay, Morgan, let's talk to him here for a second, right? Laser Call emblem has come through, right? Tidings Resolve. So is that just going to be an item for set later on in the game, or is that going to go somewhere else in this composition? Like, what is the breakpoint here for him? Like, what is the critical thing he needs to look for?
At this point, getting the third Laser Corp in might be the best idea, or maybe pivoting out of this for the full duelist and perhaps looking for an early locket, because it depends on one or two things. He could be playing a little bit some vertical duelist for the point that he gets to the Z and move the locket into a Nyla or a Sejuani later on, depending if you want to go 6 Laser Corps or if he's winning with the 4 duelist. That Titan's Resolve will also be one of the best items that you can slam on a Z later on. So I think an armor from the carousel would get him into another 5 win streak again, as long as he doesn't play against Hatawa's board.
Yeah, I certainly like that approach. It's worth noting as well, we saw it briefly in passing the Marpin. That's got a metabolic accelerators, and of course we've seen how effective that can be in these longer games.
So scouting here is going to be super important for Lyris, because if he thinks that there is someone else in the lobby going level 5 that he has to the risk of hitting here, he has the ability to go level 5. It comes through right now. Get that laser coin that you was talking about. I was holding that on the bench here. It's not going to necessarily be rewarded for it. Does hit a matchup he would have won regardless, because Charu is on that Cluttered Mine we were talking about, which is going to lend itself to being less board pressure and more just an econ augment. But again, I like the fact that he's aware of these things, because if you can break these streaks earlier on in the game for some of the other players around yourself, that could be a difference between you making that second or first place.
Yeah, and that is something we wanted to look for at the early game. Whenever you have a duelist start or a laser corp start, you don't want to be losing. They don't anticipate for you to lose at all. And the early game that comes from these units as strength of the drones and as the attack speed buff that they get per basic attack. Yes, duelists have gotten quite a few nerfs in the back, making it down to 12 stacks, so they can get a little bit of a delay where they can reach their strongest points and having to play on the max stacks. They're still very good to win streak with. So 4 duelists and 3 laser corps was one of his biggest power spikes at this point of the game. Don't you think so, Peter?
No, absolutely. It's looking very good indeed. Lyris and Sixdot both keeping their win streaks going, while Saro will be languishing down at the bottom. We're seeing a lot of slams coming through, and oh, hello, we've got a new thing to consider. Of course, Sixdot on the win streak has managed to get in a Manamune extremely early on, and even pranksters from almost the start of the game.
Manazane Zoe. That is new. That is new. He could be looking at an MF board maybe later on in the game, because it's one of the best items. It basically works on as a mini re-energize. As soon as she gets to cast another time with that Manazane, you could also see it maybe thrown into a threats board, into a Vel'Koz, and trust me, you don't want to play against the Vel'Koz with Manazane. Your carry unit just doesn't react. It just goes AFK as long as the battle is going on.
Actually, it is not as bad as you would think it'd be because the fact that Belgos does have like some sort of internal cooldown, if I recall correctly. But Menacing on Zoe is actually pretty good because it kind of acts in the same way as like the old school type of blue buff would do, right? It doesn't have the cost reduction overall of the blue buff now, but it does mean you're going to be able to get those multiple dots taken, get that potentially a Morello taking over. I do think that the line you're talking about with potentially an NMF or a Talia are going to be pretty likely as the outcomes here as well. But the thing is that it's kind of a weird one because you get that first and second cast pretty early on, but if the fights end up being really long and dragged out, you're actually going to end up losing some value to a certain extent. I'm not saying it's like a worse item, I'm just saying that some of that more longevity within some fights can be lost out to a certain extent. But again, the positioning here is also something I want to highlight here, right? He's making the most use out of his pranks, just knowing that there is that inbuilt healing on the trade here for Jinx as well as Zoe.
Okay, imagine he leveled up and he played with 4 mascots, throwing in that Malphite. I think he would have had a way better chance at winning right now. But
how does he find 20 gold on the bench, though?
Stayed in the boards. Yeah, he wants to have a little bit more gold, but I think keeping the win streak was a far better option because now he's in a very bad spot. He's level 5. He could either sell these 2 and maybe look to make 20 gold as you suggested, or you tank a loss at one of the most impactful losses you could have before the Krugs. And okay, 6 dot after being one of the most well-performing people in this lobby now, he loses just before the Krugs and also stays with just 10 gold. This is not good.
I'm gonna disagree with that because if he goes level 20, like if he goes going 6 there is horrible. I'm gonna downright disagree with you right there, Morgan. Okay.
Okay. We're arguing right now.
No, we don't argue, but like, so look at it, right? So he's going to give up. He was going to give up a Jinx pair, which is going to be big. He was going to give up like all of his pairs to do that, to put in Fall Mascot, which is not necessarily his end-game board. Fall Mascot is not even a holdover point for what he's going to be looking for most likely, right? A lot of the verticals we've been discussing do not include that, right? So again, on paper, it's like, okay, cool, you break Lyris' streak, but like, who are you griefing more at the end of the day, him or you, right? That's a big thing you need to look out for at the end of the day.
Okay.
All right, so 6 dot is left. Without too much money in the bank, without a streak, Lyris left on the top of the heap. We have at least got a few upgrades coming in, but I think it looks like the field overall coming to stage 3 is going to start getting in a few more upgrades and maybe a few more levels as well.
Admin check is important here.
Almost semi-perfect items for the MF. Almost. But with that board, do you think he might be going for it, Wida? Because with the Mana Zane and again having a Shojin outside, I still think that he can commit into playing with Zoe and perhaps Hearts if he gets an Heart Emblem, a Heart Crest right now. So what do you think he's pivoting to at this point?
It's all going to come down to the augment, right? Because you're talking about there's Heart Zoe, there's so many other things he can be keeping an eye out for here, right? He could get Power Grid, for example, and then this Zoe just out there. Like this Zoe just doesn't exist anymore for a while. Like that's going to be that Sona pair instead. Instantly, they're just going to be playing for that tempo lineup instead, right? There are so many options here, and it's going to come down to whether or not there's going to be a hero augment. Right, he can play any free cost AP reroll with a given hero augment. Instead, we're going to be going for the prismatic outcome here instead now. And level up is a really interesting one with this type of setup because you are so flexible in terms of like what you want to go for most of the time that scouting here is going to be ever present. Oh, think fast. Okay, here we go. We need 2 more Talons. And Silas as well are going to be coming out here. But again, he needs to hit right now because look at that. There's no combat power at all in the augments themselves, right? 20 more seconds. It's plenty of time. No reason to get confused. No reason to start to slow down, trip over your gameplay like I'm tripping over my words right now. Skip to Silas. That's going to be massive at the end of the day, potentially, though.
I think he
all right, a few more seconds left in. Before this goes all to pot, we've got a couple of Alice's in. Viego gets found at the very tail end, so Renegade and Oxforce are online. For you guys, what would you rate out of 10 of that roll down?
11. 11 is going to be my answer for that. He gets a Viego, he gets himself a whooping Talon 3. Now, my only issue with that Talon is if you don't get a magnetic remover, that Viego is going to be as good as nothing. Because, yes, it gives them the extra Renegade, it gives them the extra Oxforce, but still moving the items to the Viego in the late game is going to be a better option. But until then, that Talon will ensure that Lumarpin does get back up on his feet after losing for so many rounds at the start. And with the metabolic that he has, he's going to get up back into 80 HP in no time, so he can save, maybe afford 1 or 2 losses to try and save and roll down for the Viego at stage 2. He also has a duplicator, so that can get him a Viego to really quick.
I think that you're going to be staying with your items on a Talon for now. It's like just overall throughout the rest of the game. Talon is so good, like working in tandem with Viego, right? So Viego, you can just like put any type of items that you're going to pick up onto the Viego. And another thing that's worth noting here as well is that when you're looking at like the numbers for the composition, the longer the Sylas ends up staying on the board, the worse it actually gets to at the end of the day. And also the fact that he now has this spike means that when you're looking at someone like Natasha here instead, there is another thing that's worth noting as well. Like he's going to be contested on the Viego line. However, the Talon line has been, as you can see, uncontested now. So he is less reliant on finding that Viego 2, for example, just keeping these things on to the Talon free instead.
All right, let's take a chance to talk about what we've got on the screen, though. We've seen this crime with pretty solid looking setup here. Of course, we know that the Recon emblem, absolutely fantastic for Belveth. Currently in the middle of the standings, though, so not hitting her main power quite yet.
Yeah, he also has the prismatic double trouble, so that is a free ticket to these Reckons to play them pretty nicely in this game. And as far as I know, we have not met a single Kai'Sa or Vayne board yet, just yet. And even if somebody's playing Vayne, he might just be using her as a transition phase, perhaps for the duelist compositions that we've seen coming out from Natasha, or maybe Sorrow, was it? I'm not sure who was playing the duelist, but I think it was one of these two. And I think that he's in a perfect position. He has the Wrecking Crest, he has the Static Shiv, Gunblade, Record on the Belveth, and he is in a very, very sweet spot right now.
Well, let's make sure we do include, of course, that this is a prismatic double trouble board, so this isn't our standard Recon setup.
Is that going to be the standard Recon setup? But to a certain extent, when you have the Recon Crest, it allows you to have so much more flexibility around your board state, right? The issue for Epsimus right now is that she will be lacking some sort of frontline unless this Niall is going to be upgraded. The biggest point here is going to be the roll down here. And again, I was about to highlight this. Travis is on Triforce, so it's kind of that mix and match here. These two players now are potentially going to end up holding hands to 7 and 8th because they're contesting each other. And it's kind of like, what's better? Is it Triforce? Is it the Recon Crest plus the double trouble? Like, what is going to get you the most stable here? And again, how are they going to manage their Recon? Because who's going to go very deep on 4-1 to try to see if they can get that thing in?
Morgan, we know that with double trouble, that if we're going to get the best payout for this, ideally we'd like to be hitting the 3-star versions. And as we were saying, presumably that's not going to happen when it's contested.
Yeah, I haven't met a single Kai'Sa board so far right now, but with the double Shogath perhaps being thrown on board after the... I think that Reckon Shogath will not only shine if you have just 3 Reckons. So that's why the Belveth makes much more sense, because that additional crit with having an ability made for 100% chance that this Belveth crits all of her basic attacks, because it counts as a basic attack, not as an ability. So with 3 Reckons, that Belveth is essentially critting all of her attacks at this point.
Very good Shroud there. At the end of the day, I think that's worth highlighting here as well. Okay, so Sixstar did get he ended up with a Stand Unite, which is really good augment for these type of compositions because there's so many traits that you can kind of mix and match and get out there. And Zoe 2 is going to hold you over for so long that she can actually hold you on to level 8. So when you're rerolling Zoe, which I don't think is going to be the case here, but it's just more of a illustration of the power level. You just stay on level 7. As long as you have Zoe 2, just go straight to level 8. She's going to hold you over for that long.
Yeah, I've got the first upgrade coming in there, so we'll keep an eye out on the 2 stars coming in for Prime. Of course, again, she's going to be contesting that throughout probably the whole game. If you check in with Shredding, who has got something which we have not seen nearly at all, that Woodland Charm duplicating the highest health unit.
Yeah, and a pretty interesting point, by the way, is that Woodland Charm and the Double Trouble, they do stack up together just in case you guys actually had that in our game. Imagine we get another Prismatic. Imagine that Shredden does get the chance to play a Double Trouble. With the Woodland Charm, you can have 2 Viegos with a Double Trouble activated on both of these, but that is kind of very unlikely to happen. It's kind of like having the combo between Wise Spending and Golden Ticket, but once you get those well, you're just off to a great start in the end game. But is it going to be a Hero Augment or a Prismatic, Wita?
I mean, I don't know. That's the beauty of TFT, I suppose, at the end of the day, right here. Yep. Just getting these stabilization points in here right now is going to be pretty important. Again, Viego is in a 3 or 4-way contest right now. It's making it a lot harder to find that now. We see Travis went all the way to 0 here, trying to get as many of these free costs out of the pool to make them synergize with that Triforce that he has going for himself right now. And I think that At some point,
we say that Triforce, Winner. That's not just one Triforce, but two Triforces in the mix. Travis. Oh, is it not? No, my mistake. I got baited by how similar the icons are. My bad.
Yeah, and we also
it's still low. It's a prismatic Triforce. That's still absolutely massive.
Oh,
it's triple 5 as well.
Yeah, imagine if that Rising Tide was shiny. It would have 100% been a free money farm that he would have right here. But Shredden decides instead to go for the Aphelios, perhaps look for a 6th Ox Force, and that could be a very strong pivot point for him. We had an Aphelios game about 2 games ago, and we had 4 people playing Aphelios for a reason. That unit is immensely strong.
We were talking about the Duskwave before. That will be the choice for Shredden. Do you guys think we're going to be seeing the Siege Gloves being slammed on? Because right now, Viego is already fully loaded with items.
Okay, Aphelios says, look at me. I'm the carry now. I'm the carry with no items. All I need is that blue weapon, and that's it. Duskwave is going to be my strongest point. But the fact that we finally got to see Natasha having his 6 Renegades, might as well with the Eclipse Prime. I'm not sure if that Eclipse Prime or the other one, but I believe that his board should be far stronger than Shredden, no?
It should be on Shredding. You can see the realization on Shredding's face right there as well, right? He realizes this has not been the game that he's hoping for, right? He's found himself in a freeway contest. First of all, we see the player, like we see Lumapin with the Think Fast, you know, getting all of the pools in there in the first place, but also hitting the Viegos now. And this is a really tough spot to be in for Shredding, right? It is one of those games where you get caught into like a prismatic myth into a 5-cost hero augment. There is just no way for him to kind of redeem his position just because he's in a freeway contest and everyone else right now are just getting like the extra ways of stabilizing, right? Everyone else is going to be offered that the Aphelios augment because they've been tailored for that.
Shredden down to 16 HP. Bear in mind, this is the lobby where you need to finish highly to make it into day number 3. So Shredden, you can see the stress written clearly on his face there. He knows what a narrow line it is that he has to walk.
Yeah, and with that Fiddlesticks giving him as much CC as he wants right now, going on Saru, that Aphelios with the purple weapon, however, not the blue one, maybe looking for more CC as he's without any items right now, kind of makes more sense. But that Gunblade also being on Zaru's side gives some of sustain for that Zac, so he stays alive and the CC will get him, but still there's so much damage coming out from that one Aphelios, 1 star with the blue gun and the Gunblade, and that's why we said that Duskwave is always our preferred spot for this, so maybe Shredden regrets that purple swap at the last second.
Wait a second here. That's going to be an Aphelios on the carousel here. Shredding, he needs some sort of divine intervention. That's not going to be the case here. Is he going to go for the Aphelios now, right? He can't just randomly spike them. No, he wants a guaranteed stronger component that is going to help him elevate himself into the bench, right? So, looking at the spot now, it's going to be a rough one at the end of the day. A lot of committed components as well here. That's going to be kind of endemic to the fact that they got, all of a sudden, people just got like an extra carry unit just to kind of start to think about in terms of items here.
And Natasha, suddenly the board, we've got the high-end shopping in place, very similar to the level up in terms of impact overall. Got a decent setup, but not exactly where we'd like to be. It's very little money for Natasha to work with, and not a ton of HP either. Obviously not as low as Shredden, but still not remotely safe.
At this point, I expect Natasha to have 6 Renegades fielded. You have high-end chopping, you got that sweet Leona from that augment. But again, he's playing against one of the strongest boards right now, which is also another Ox Force. How many Ox Forces have we had at this lobby? 3, 4, 5? But Lou Marpin, because of that Think Fast, which we rated very, very highly, still has a very strong board alongside his Talon 3 right now. So that Orga will not live for long. And against the Viego right now, they both live with that Ox Force effect. Right? Yeah, Lou Marpin's board is just way too stacked right now. And the Aphelios 2 on level 8, I think he's the strongest Ox Force board that we have right now, uncontested, alongside everyone, just because of the Think Fast allowing him to get 2 more steps ahead of everybody.
Again, we're talking about that. Like, he needed that to be that strong as it was, because at the end of the day, once you fought fast, there's just no added combat power once the rest of the lobby starts to catch up. But when that happens, like when the rest of the lobby does catch up, you kind of have to be in a different spot, right? Again, like, you look at all these positions here. For Epsima's Prime, for example, it was probably her worst outcome possible, right? Like, there are not a lot of good 5-cost units that you could have gotten with the way our board was set up at the end of the day on 4-1, right? And Recon Aphelios, sure, it's a little bit nice to crit, but there's no Ox Force, there's nothing, there's no shooter, there's no damage simplification outside of that.
Bear in mind, again, this is the double up board, so we need the double copies of everything. Again, from the beginning, this has been a contested path that Siemens has been choosing to tread. It is actually, I think, just going to be good enough to get across the line here. With Shredden gone from the board, every place will count. Even a single move up the table could be the difference between day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, the fact that Shredden is out right now opens up a lot of Oxforce units back into the pool for all the Oxforce players. Most importantly, Lumarpin. He's the first one to hit level 8, alongside having some very good econ for it. Yes, he burned a lot of money, but after this round, we can see maybe Lumarpin getting... Yes, that's what I was going to say. And Aphelios too, but what didn't even caught my mind was an Alistar 3. I didn't see that one coming at all.
No, this is good. I would very much like to see him hold this Aphelios in the shop, though. Because there are still 2 more people in the lobby that are holding out for potential random Aphelios too, right? And just removing those small things right now is going to be super important, because sure, he might be like 1 round delayed to going level 9, but his entire board is upgrade. Like, you're not going to start rolling or saving gold to hit a Fiora 2 at this point in time, right? Like, that doesn't matter. Everything else is safe, but he's not going to hold that Aphelios at the end of the day here. Travis, it's another Vein 2. Is that going to be a Vein 3? It's not. Now he can choose, like, which items are you looking for here? Like, do you rate Runelands, for example? That's not going to be the case. Oh, it's going to be this. He's going to start itemizing that Viego now. And it leaves him with a good set of frontline items as well, potentially here. So, goes for that. Q-Count.
Chalice.
I'm hoping sometime... Well, the items being put together here are absolutely fantastic. And Lumarpin splitting his attention 3 ways across 3 different carries, we'll be able to at least benefit 2 of them with the Chalice. Want to keep an eye out for 6 stock going forward as we do come up against Achievers Prime. She's still barely holding on 24 HP, along with Tasha, who's on 27. We're very much in line for another elimination, perhaps 2, in the near future.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about Oxforce boards is that they play really well against Rickons, because Rickons mostly rely on having frontline units with just a very, very strong backline that deals a lot of damage. But you don't have a front line against Ox Forces, basically. Why? Because Aphelios Duskweb just passes through everyone, ignoring your frontline defenses completely. So does Talon. He does a pretty good job at denying comps like the Reckons. Also, Viego, I mean, it's a little bit of RNG from that side at least, but 100% that Viego is gonna bypass to your backline, and 100% that Talon is gonna destroy your Kai'Sa with a single shot.
Check in with 6 stop. Of course, he's been quietly working away. A Prismatic stands united. And we'll, of course, be seeing our best friend, Nunu, joining the field again. That Soraka looks pretty friggin' scary.
Yeah, with a Manazane, and as well a Giant Slayer and a Gunblade, has a lot of healing. And luckily, the Sona is going to be the one at the corner. So the Talon is not going to kill her just right off at the start. The Sona is going to be the one that gets to tank the head, and Soraka is dealing enough damage. The Talon does manage to miss it, but look at the Nunu. She's going to be messing up with the Talon targeting because he's the last one at the board. The Ox Forces will not win against the Soraka board because the Nunu does the job pretty well at taking all the focus away from the Soraka at the back line. Impressive.
That was Lumarpin as well. He was previously on a streak. But with Prime getting knocked out there, we are 1 spot closer for everybody else to making it through to day 2.
So, something we haven't talked about right so far is that we do have 2 copies of high-end shopping in this lobby, Natasha being one of them, Lyris being the other one, as Lyris just does hit that Urgot too, right? And this has allowed Natasha to have access to these big, massive, like these big items like Fiddlesticks, have access to that Leona, right? And with that, Spat picked up on the previous carousel, did get a glove drop coming through from that PvE round, so it's in a very strong position. Meanwhile, Travis, look at that bench. It's fully stacked with that Empowered Reserves, but he's still lacking just that tiny little freestyle upgrade to really set this board alight.
We know the reason why that is the case, but Prime is now out of the field, so presumably, if Travis can hold on, all those freed up units will be coming back in. A big hit from... but Travis stays alive on 2 HP.
Yeah, that damage coming from the Renegade Belvith is just absolutely tremendous. You would look at this board and you would expect that he maybe might survive a little bit, but he doesn't even need to trigger the Renegade effect by the Belveth being the last one alive, because the amount of damage that comes from them all 6 being fielded, all thanks to the high-end chopping, as you previously said, it makes the Belveth get really, really strong.
Right, so Travis, that's going to be the Vayne free, Peter.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, we talked about how important it was to be picking up those upgrades coming close to the end. Lumarpin is still up at the top, even if they're no longer undefeated. But Travis, last bit of gold fed into the grinder. Last bit of strength to try and fit onto the board.
We were lying, by the way. That was not Vayne free. That was one off Vayne free, though.
Oh, no!
Baited here. We got baited, yeah. And again, we can see like he's so far away from having the Kaiser free, which means the Vayne free has been the true carry right now for Travis, right? Which is not ideal in situations like this, especially now that you had to sell that Vayne to bounce off that redemption again. And sure, your front line is big. You can see like Charu is also contesting this choke gap, so it means like Travis is so far away, he's not even gonna get full value out of his augment.
Lucky enough, though, that Syndra is going to be putting more and more units to throw it right into the face of the Fiddlesticks, but still the Aphelios is able to one-shot her, says only 1 unit is all you get. And before we start talking, he's already going to be out, Travis, because all of that damage that comes from the Aphelios blew away. Again, we called it. You cannot play Reckons into an Aphelios board. You just have no front line against these.
Yeah,
and that's our number one player. Our number one player from day one, gone out and almost certainly not been making day 3. What a disaster that last game was. The 2 contesting players end out 7th and 6th.
They are, right at the end of the day here. And like Lumarpin, he was talking about this board is so strong. He's even just holding a random Urgot on the bench here just because he doesn't need it. He can't add it. And he's a little bit too far away from being able to go level 9. 6 dot as well. Look at that left bar, that synergy bar is ever so fantastic. Look, it's so visually pleasing. Has that late 7 to drop in here. That's going to be a pretty big spike here instead of being able to delay that Leona.
Yeah, Stan United value kicking right off with they see me rolling, getting right off on that Nunu, sliding and gliding through the map, and that's why they call this augment with that name. Look at the Belveth just trying to chase her left and right. The Pranksters as well putting in work while the Soraka gets to cast more and more, maybe stack up for more damage, but with the Zac alive and with the Belveth, 6 Dog might not be able to clear them just in time, Vita.
Oh my gosh, that was still a ton of fun, but it's not the 2-star Nunu, it's not the promised land, so ultimately didn't do an absolute ton of damage, but at least 6 Dot holds on. Natasha, who is 6 Dot's closest opponent, is on a winning streak though, so the chances of making top 4 seem slim.
They are slowly but surely fading away, but even then at the end of the day, he'd have to at least climb up to potentially even 3rd place to be guaranteed safe, right? That's the big thing here. We're not really sure about what is going to be the exact breakpoint. You gotta continue to play until the end of the game, so you can't guarantee anything anymore, right? You just gotta ensure that you've done everything you can at the end of the day so you don't end up being disappointed in yourself. Now, even gets the opportunity of another utility item in that Shroud has to suffer as well. Is gonna go with the Bramble Vest instead, just get a little bit more frontline going for that Nunu.
Yeah, my only issue with Dot's board right now is that he has a full front line that is made up of just by 1 cost units, and he's also rolling down to 0, finally able to get the Echo to 2-star just as we can see. And with the weather going on from that Janna, they get some shields. It's a sunny weather, so again, production just confirms. Thank you so much. I'm right there. And
needs to pick up this orb though. He's traveling. Oh, he's not traveling. Okay, no mind. I thought he was traveling. He could have gotten punished so badly, by the way. I'm just saying.
There is a good knock-up onto the Aphelios, which will make this a bit of an easier round. Again, this is 6 Dot's board we're seeing playing right now. That's Soraka still staying alive in the corner.
Yeah, and right now the Aphelios is still alive with the last weapon, Deathblade combo. He has a lot of damage coming up, so that Soraka again doesn't get to live because Ox Forces with that Aphelios, as we called it before, and the Samira are gonna be the last nail thrown into the coffin of 6 Dot. We're down to our top 4 players in the last lobby.
Oh my gosh, it was such a good attempt, but ultimately I think things have just spun wildly out of control. We've seen this from a few of our lobbies where, especially when we get these late game accelerants like the Cluttered Mine, just these endgame boards are ridiculous.
It's also a combination of the prismatic then, and then you get even further accelerant in the fact you get a 5 cost hero augment again, right? And it's just so hard to you're in such a good spot when you are them right there. Like even look at Lumapin, just has a duplicator chilling on the bench in case he finds that Leona 2 as a spike or Fiddle 2. Even at the end of the day, potentially here, the Viego copy is going to be blocked off for a while though.
The Aphelios is still slaying it with that Giant Slayer. The Talon is barely alive, able to do the final hit on that Belvet. The targeting is more than perfect for this one, Peter. And one more time, Lumarpin is going to be the better Oxforce, getting one more Oxforce player away. Look at Natasha's reaction in disappointment.
Oh my gosh. And you can see the moment the heartbreak sets in, knowing that the possibility was of almost guaranteeing yourself to go through to day number 3. Now your fate is out of your hands, knowing that you're going to have the stars align to make it happen. But for Lyris, the stars are already here in quite some numbers.
Like triple Urgot, why not, dude? Just shift the triple Urgot right again. He's been getting so much value out of this like high-end shopping combination with that Urgot augment. Like, it's just so fun to watch, man. Look at this.
Yeah, did someone order seafood? We have 3 crabs right there on this board, shredding instead of just having them with itemization. That Rising Tide does give a lot of value. Stacking up with the Herald, you have a lot of damage coming up from that Zed, shredding on the Aphelios, killing the most annoying unit to play against so far in the back line, and the Fiddlesticks will not be able to do anything into this board as the Urgot gets it because of the Laser Core crests.
It was a little narrow towards the end there, but it did ultimately end up with, I think, a couple of item components and gold as well. So if you can get away with it, why not?
Shroud in the early game is going to be very, very hard to deal with, isn't it? Isn't it, Wita? One of the most perfect times you can have in the late game.
It might be, right? It's a very good item to get for free, for sure. Right? The rest of that carousel was kind of grim, though, to a certain extent, right? When you're not the one farming components, with Urgot being forced to pick up a singular component here, is going to give him that. Anti-heal he's been lacking all throughout the entirety of the game, though. That's going to be a pretty big spike. All things considered, a little bit nice residual damage coming through in that regard. So, nice one for sure here. He's actually chasing that Viego free, which you've seen is not a guaranteed win at the end of the day when there's no healing on it. Meanwhile, we are just lacking 3 more copies of Urgot to have that Urgot free, but there are people in the lobby holding Urgot still, making it really hard to hit.
Alright, Saro wins, is still staying alive, but Lumarpin is bringing up the back here. We've got ourselves an incredibly strong board, perhaps a strong enough board to take down the Crab Dinner.
Yeah, and this time the Zed does whiff the ability to go on the Aphelios in the back line, so it might be a little bit better for Lumarpin this long. Look at the amount of treasures thrown back on board. And guess what? You don't even need to position the Zed correctly because the Crab Dinner, as you just called it, Peter, and I like that name, by the way, is going to be better in that.
We'll never get to use that name again. I figure we might as well give a name right now.
Crab Dinner. I like this. I like this so much.
Alright, Lumarpin, that's Leona 2 found. The big question here is whether or not he used that duplicator, right? To get that. Because he was the one chasing for that Viego free correctly, if I recall. So that's an interesting one for sure to look out for at the end of the day here. The spot from Saro is, again, at the end of the day, it's not bad, but he is at 6, guaranteed 6 points, putting at 28. That could be enough to put him through already, but again, he could still try to get an extra point. And again, remember, the first tiebreaker is going to be total tournament points, so every single point is going to matter here.
Might be a little bit hard to deal with it, Peter. Might be a little bit hard to deal with it, specifically that he has a Fiddlesticks 2-star right at the back of his board.
It's all about these incredible late game boards right now. These players, they know that even if they win out this lobby, there's never any real guarantee with everybody else still playing and fighting for their lives. A beautiful leap in, though, from a Fiddlesticks who've been building up corrupted stacks. A great insurance policy on the round.
And he's one off Viego. That is big. And again, because the thing is for Lumarpin right now, his board is lacking so much combat power because he's down a Prismatic. At this point in the game, he is just straight up down a Prismatic, which is pretty big at the end of the day, right? But it's not like Sharu has a massive Prismatic bonus either, right? He has a Forge Fire Cape, but it's not Forge Fire Cape. You know what it's called, right? It's a Prismatic Sunfire Cape.
Sunfire Cape. We know what you're talking about.
Yes, right. Like, so it's an extra item at the end of the day, but he's been farming with those Urgots, right? Not Urgot, but like he's just been farming as well. He's being down an item compared to being down a Prismatic is a little bit different at the end of the day here, but whether or not that's going to be thinking, are people going to hold Viegos? That's also another big question.
I mean, it's so rare. And in this kind of setup, TFT really does change its character once we get into the extreme late game. That kind of strategy is absolutely
he has
Lumarpin.
Ooh.
Yeah, wait. Is Lamarpin? Is he just waiting to get the 3-star in without any chance for people to react? Because yeah, you're right. He could just do it right now.
People know he has it. He was trying to figure out like the best way to get the correct things on it, trying to figure out the positioning, trying to figure out the rest of the board. Now has to put in 4 different items here. That's going to be a big one. Now Lyris won off that Urgot free as well. This lobby is about to pop off.
Oh my god.
Okay.
All right, Sarah wins. Give us what you got.
Yeah, we do manage to get the Viego 3. We hope we can have enough time so we can get maybe that crab dinner into a 3 as well. So many treasures given right there to him, but with the Laser Corpse, he's shredding with physical damage and magical damage. Nothing will protect you from all of this. And the Full Sticks is waiting just by the corner. Even if the Orga dies, he'll be ready to kick off. But Zaru doesn't get to get one more round against the crab.
There it is!
And there it goes! The RC!
Yes!
I love it!
Our god has arrived on the battlefield. All bow before Lyris Power. The winner of the open qualifier is going to crush and destroy this final lobby.
We have Viego free versus Urgot free. Like, I don't know, like, you cannot not smile at this. Like, there's just no way, man.
He knows his feet already.
Let's take some predictions. Who's going to be the best? Is it going to be a crab or a man with a big old sword?
Crab all the way, crab all the way. There is no counterplay. Soon as the game starts or the round starts, the shockwave is going to hit all of these people, and it's that movie all over again. Look at him, and look at all these treasure boxes.
Oh my lord! You don't need the items anymore, though. Lamarpin going down to 10. Lyris just here to take his victory lap.
Yeah, he just claimed 2 prismatics that are called item grabbacks. 9 components from a single battle. How can you win against that? Not even a ziffer would work. Nothing would work. You need to look at Lamarpin's face. He's like, I'm dead. Look at me. There's no way.
I mean, the good thing for Lamarpin, right, is going to be at 29 points, which is pretty much guaranteed to make it through. But even then, like, you hit Viego free, you do everything correctly around that, and you still get railed by him.
All right, one more time. Crab battle. Let's do it.
Yeah, and it goes again one more time. That major wave coming right across. There's no stopping to this Urgot. Look at how big he is. Lamarpin's smiling. He knows that he's gonna get the revenge from Urgot for hating crabs his entire life. And this is the revenge you get from the sea creatures for not loving that crab at the start. Pretty impressive.
I think the follow-up to this, of course, is that Lamarpin's going to be walking down the beach one day, will feel a pain in his toe and be like, you've come back to do it to me all over again, haven't you? Hated crabs.
This is a rough one. But, I mean, I got to see Viego and Urgot free.
Okay.
It's what we deserve. It's what we deserve at the end of a long day here in the Golden Spatula Cup number 2. Morgan, of course, it's been wonderful to have you along here to see. Honestly, I feel like this is, this is going to be yours. This will be your big crab daddy to carry forward from this point.
Yeah, one thing that I'm gonna do is add this to my CV that I got to cast on the first Urgot 3 in my entire life. You guys told me at the start of this show that I missed a lot of crazy things that happened in day 1, and when I watched the recap, I thought that I missed a lot of fun, but you know what? I'm not sad anymore. I got to watch and commentate and watch an Urgot 3 live. I've only seen this in Fortune's favor. I've never had this in any of my normal games, so to get to cast on it on a Golden Spatula Cup in the final round, so I'm very glad to be here once more. Thank you guys for having me. Counterfeit, it's been amazing to be on the microphone with you and Wita. And huge shout out to Panda and Makes for making the day also very, very welcoming. And again, it's been a wonderful experience. Thank you guys, thanks to production, and it's been an honor to be here once more.
All right, guys, do bear in mind, of course, this isn't the complete end of our broadcast. We still need to determine who will be playing in day number 3. So while we do that, we've got an interview with Gunmei for you. When we return, of course, we will have our final analyst desk, our final results, and our final interview as well. So stay tuned, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
My name is Gunnar Majol. I'm known as Gunmei. I'm originally from Spain, but I live in Sweden. I'm 28 years old. To me, it's probably the best set ever, actually. I'm one of those that like the old sets a little bit better, like set 2, set 3. But set 8 has probably been the perfect combination of every new system together with like old set balance. So to me, it's the best set ever. Yeah, I enjoy the new systems as well. I think it involves the countries more. Like you get a bit more of a regional pride out of it as well, like some rivalries. I think it gets more people involved, even if you're maybe not the top player of everything. I personally qualify through ladder, so I haven't really participated much in the TRC this set yet. But I think it's a good system. I think it's good. It was the first LAN event that I went to. Like the Spanish scene had like a LAN event for the players, the Spanish players that qualified. We were all there. We had a lot of people attend and stuff. So it was my first experience, like living, I guess the esports dream or whatever. Like I'm getting close to 30, so like it's kind of weird to say that now, but that was really fun. Thank you to everyone who supports me and cheers for me, whether it be from Spain or from Sweden or from any country. To me it means a lot. I feel like I have a lot to prove. I put a lot of pressure on myself to get to the absolute highest level, and I hope I can make myself proud, but also everyone else watching. So we'll see how it goes this set, but I have a good feeling for this set.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and it said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow.
Welcome back to our analyst desk here. And you know, Panda, sometimes you have to soak up the thirst of the land. You have to lead me to the land that you understand and take me by the hand. Urgot being a key feature here.
I love the copy pasta. And I mean, there's a lot of jokes we can get going with Urgot. I think the casters probably got all the crab jokes in the world out of the way in that game. I was ready to break down so many things for this game, but at the end of the day, the way the game finished, I think there's only one thing to break down, is that shiny Urgot is very, very good, especially if you can snowball it like Lyris did into an Urgot 3. Just so fun to watch. The first time I see Urgot 3 in a tournament, and I thought Viego would jump over the wave. Didn't happen. Viego was not able to clear it in time, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, at first when I saw that Urgot 3, I was like, you know, maybe. And then that giant crashing undertow came across. I was nah, you know, no, it's not going to be a thing. But Lumarpin doing his best, making that second place something I'm sure you're very, very happy about. Natasha making it into those top 4 was also really, really nice to see. So we are rounding everything up here, and that concludes Game 6.
Yeah, key feature I think can only be one, which is going to be, of course, the Urgot as a unit, but also I think Shiny as an augment is worth highlighting as well, because it really was something that changed completely the pacing of how Lyris was able to snowball that lead into an even bigger one, and in the end had enough gold to go 9 to get Urgot 3 to really cap his board out higher than any board we've seen up until now in GSC number 1. For Lumarpin, I think it wasn't so devastating to actually get that loss in the end, because both players being first and second have pretty much guaranteed their pass into day 3. So it was a nice wholesome moment with the Viego 3 versus Urgot 3 that wasn't too relevant for either player's trajectory coming into the day 3.
Yeah, but speaking about player trajectories, when there's somebody winning, someone else has to be losing, right? Unfortunately, Shredden, we saw him do pretty well yesterday, does probably not gonna make it. I'm gonna wait for the leaderboard before I speak something into existence. Ipchi also taking a loss here in this final round of the day. So everybody's kind of scrambling for points. You said it, the top two are probably gonna make it. Everybody else, we're gonna be very afraid about and see where they're going. But like I said, I'm happy that Natasha at least made it into top 4. I think that should maybe be enough. And then Lumarpin and Lyra's just making it all the way should be very good.
It was very unfortunate for both recon players, especially Epchi and Travis. When you get a 5-cost hero augment at 4-2, when you're playing a comp that doesn't really utilize 5 costs at all, especially in the case of Travis having to pick the Syndra Empowered Reserves augment, and in the case of Epchi, I believe she picked the Aphelios augment, it really slows down your comp entirely what you were trying to do, and they were too far into recons to pivot out. Travis had Triforce as one of his augments. Epchi had Recon Emblem at the very beginning at 2-1, so it's unfortunate. It's something that you have to kind of prepare for to some extent, because once you know that it is gold into Prismatic at 3-2, it's 100% guaranteed to be a hero augment at 4-2. So you could play around to some extent, but yeah, I just feel like it was a little bit just caught in the middle of something you didn't have the agency to get out of, considering the emblems, the augments they had already picked.
Yeah,
so it's how TFT ends up panning out in the end.
Has to be kind of the talking point of the prismatic success as second augments, and then the 5/5 cost hero augments coming through as third one, which is essentially another prismatic, just so strong, and took that entire lobby for a spin, which I think is something you have to keep in mind when you look at specifically this lobby here and how it turned out, where it just, some players were a little bit more unlucky with the prismatics that they hit, and it wasn't enough to make it there all the way. But like we said before, that key feature of that Urgot 3, we're going to see it here happen on screen one more time. It was hit, was moved out to make sure the items were right. Really lovely little tech that you can keep in mind if you don't know it already. And then on the other side, that Vigo 3, just look at Lomarpin when those waves come through. He's like, yeah, that's it. All right, I'm a head out. It's okay.
I don't really think the items mattered on an Urgot 3, but that is true.
He made sure, though.
You made sure. It's a good mechanical habit to have as a player, so it's lovely to see, even in situations where it definitely does not matter in the end. Talking about Lumarpin, though, getting second here, I want to go back to his Think Fast. It wasn't very fast. Lumarpin is not really known as a high APM player in Spain. He's more of the kind of the Volta type of player, more mathematical, more stat-based, not so much in-game APM. It was a slow roll down, but the Aphelios augment really allowed him to cap out into 6 Ox Force, having a Talon 3 already, which is what allowed him to continue that win streak, continue that tempo all the way into a second place. So really, it was a fun game. I think a game we won't be able to see much more of tomorrow, because it's so unlikely to have Prismatic into the hero augment as well and have things snowball out of control like we saw there.
Yeah, it's kind of like the game from Ketzer we had earlier, where it's kind of like, I don't think we're going to see that again. But it was lovely to have it on broadcast. And then we roll around and it's like, Urgot 3, you bet.
We got one up. Tomorrow, I guess, is going to have a lot of big surprises for TFT enjoyers. So definitely do stay tuned for that. But I believe we have the standings ready to go, Makes, and we can find out what players were actually able to find their way into day 3. Starting from a 32nd, that's the very last player that's also just able to sneak in, representing Russia. And then we have a lot of very familiar names. Canbiz, the cousin of Double 61, also coming through. So both players from that family making it to day 3. That's quite a story in and of itself. Hayden, the only player from Sweden in day 2, also makes it through. Finland, we don't see them here, but I think they might just be on page number 1. But I do see...
Quick shout out, Great Britain with Kerfuzzle making it through. And then, of course, all of the Germans and Dry also being in makes me very happy. Love Dry, he's so nice. But yeah, let's see the top 16. That's what we're here for. We want to see who's been stomping through that tournament. Havali and Rubik making a reputation for Turkey here. Going to move on to day 3. And then, of course, a little bit more France sprinkled through those top 16. Uko and Og both making it through. And happy to see that our interview buff with Kubek made it all the way to 4th place.
What a great list of players. I think players definitely have been performing, not just today, but yesterday as well. A lot of these names were repeating their the stints on the very first page among the top 10 in the case of Kubik. And I believe Ketzer as well was top 10 yesterday. But Double, I mean, what can you say about this guy? He played a crazy Wukong reroll game in game 5 where he was already through. He still managed to get first in the standings. He got 3 wins in a row in the middle of the day, which I think is you can't do more than that in terms of confidence boost leading into the last 2 games. I interviewed him for T-Fighting Tactics, and I think we're going to have a chance to interview him again today on day 2. So we're really being spoiled, Max, with the chances we have
to
talk to a player like Double.
Absolutely. I think it's always super fun to talk to Double specifically, just because he's so much of a character. So let's welcome him to a broadcast here. Double, hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine, and you?
We're good as well. Congratulations to playing so well today as you did.
Thanks.
I kind of have to get it out of the way. Okay, yesterday there was a moment, something unfortunately we have to talk about. There was a loss to Krugs. Now, is today the redemption arc of that?
I mean, I don't know, but I lost 2 Krugs today too. So probably
it's a good
not.
luck charm.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, Double, you have to lose to Krugs again if you want to win the tournament.
I
think so, yeah.
The stats.
So, Double, looking at your games, we saw you on stream for Game 5. You won 3 games in a row in the middle of the day today. What were you playing? What went well for you? How much did that matter for your confidence coming into the last 2 games?
I mean, I had a lot of confidence because the patch is not that hard.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that to win the game, you need 2-star legendaries. And fortunately, I got them. I mean, I got a lot of luck in some games. Like I got a Fiddle 2 at 7 because I had a Nico's help and I took 1 at Carousel.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I got a lot of luck. Sorry, and yeah, I mean, it was a good day. Even if I started bad, it was a good day.
Good to hear.
Awesome. Now, Canvas also managed to make it through. I know you guys are related. Do you practice a lot together, or do you tend to split up and practice with other people and kind of come back and are like, oh, this person did this and this person did this? How do you guys practice? Is it like a kind of friends thing where you do it together?
Yes. We are in Discord most of times. We don't practice a lot this time because I don't really like the set. I mean, the patch we had were really bad, I think. I am waiting for 8.5 to play a lot because there is EMEA in 8.5 and I hope that I can qualify again. So yeah, I mean, when we practice, we're in Discord with other players also in the French community, and that's good.
To hear you have not been playing that much right now, considering you're top 10 on ladder the whole set and you're smurfing like you are on day 2, I'm not sure the rest of our players are prepared for what the ultimate form of Ultimate Zone will look like in the latter end of this set 8. But going to tomorrow, is there anything that you've seen today or on day 1 that surprised you in terms of your read on the meta? Is there anything that you think has gained a lot of ground, a lot of traction between players that you thought wouldn't be doing so well, like Yuumi, for example? What are your opinions on that?
I was really surprised about Yuumi. We had this comp at the top of the meta, during a long time, and seeing this comp came back in the meta scares me a lot. I mean, I did a lot of top 2 against Yuumi, and there is nothing more tilting than losing against Yuumi. So yeah, I hope next patch this champ will be deleted, or I don't know. I mean, just nerf this.
Oh, Double is not a fan of dog or cats. He definitely is, I think, in the group of the dog lovers.
yes, for sure.
All right, Noel, I want to give you a moment to shout out your stream, shout out your community, maybe shout out Canvas. Anybody you want to thank for today, you want to greet here on broadcast?
I will give my shout out to Kekor fans. I mean, I know that they support me and Cambiz a lot. We can see it on the streams, on Twitter, etc. And yeah, their support is really important for the players. So yeah, I will thank them.
Awesome. That's really nice. So thank you so much for being here. Good luck tomorrow. Don't forget to lose to those Krugs, okay, for the good luck charm.
I will not. Yes, for sure.
and have a good evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
You heard it here first. The one tip separating you from becoming a challenger level player. Lose to Krugs at least once per day, and then you get that hidden OP buff for your level 7 2-star fiddles. Makes, have you been doing this? I've been doing this in all my ranked games, always losing to Krugs.
Apparently, I have to start doing this. Maybe this is the tech that I was missing and not my raging ADHD. But, who knows? Gonna find it out for you. I'm gonna test it. Maybe that's the secret tech. Together with that, blanky diff, we're gonna make it, I'm sure, somehow out of this. But
there's too many secret techs to keep track of right now. We have the blanket, we have the losing the Krugs. We have to make a list. I think I'll compile a spreadsheet. Don't worry, the interview buff. All right, I'll make a spreadsheet for our competitive players to know what things they have to cover for their next tournament showing. But that is, of course,
tier list.
that is, of course, not it for this tournament. It's only day 2. We have day 3 coming up tomorrow. Same exact time. It's really hard to mess up showing up on time for this tournament. It's always the same time, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which is, of course, 4 p.m. CET, as we are not yet in the summertime. Anything else, Makes, that you want to mention or shout out?
Yeah, definitely. So get those Pippin notice out. I'm hitting you with a lot of names, and those are usernames. If you want to find us on Twitter, you're going to head on over to @TFT Esports EMEA. If you want to find us on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube especially new, check that out, it's pretty cool, Play TFT. Now, if you want to find our casters, you're going to find myself @Makes and then an underscore, because apparently I can't get my real name, @Impetuous Panda for my fabulous colleague to my left side. We have @MorganCast, @CounterfeitCast, and @WidaCast for our 3 in-game casters of the last game. And with that, thank you so much for watching, chat. It's been our pleasure. We're going to see you tomorrow. We'll leave a follow if you haven't already. And thank you so much for being here.